Chapter 21. Pain. For one who walked the dark path, it quickly became an old friend. Avaryss had come to know much about it. She had endured both physical and psychological pain on her path to power. Now, she had discovered a new type of pain, one that was far more cruel and slippery than anything she had dealt with before. Even now she could feel it tugging at her, begging her to surrender, and by doing so, free herself from its cold embrace. She refused. She armored herself with her rage and hatred, refusing to give in to weakness and turning her back on any thought of submission or surrendered. Yet, the pain remained, and it would as long as she was here. She frowned. As long as she remained in the presence of Darth Sadi, it would always be there. The Dark Lord of the 80 system had summoned her. She had said that they needed to talk. Now, Avaryss stood at attention before her while the Dark Lord and her apprentice danced across the central tower's training room, their lightsabers spitting and humming with each blow. Avaryss watched the two spar with interest. When dealing with someone who would likely be an enemy one day, any information you could gather on them was both useful and necessary. Sadi's skill was impressive. She could not deny that. She fought with a grace and style that would have given most sword wielders pause. Her understanding of the single-handed Makashi style was not something seen often today. In an age where most enemies used blasters, the elegance of one-on-one lightsaber combat was often lost. A few Sith still kept that style alive, and it made them useful against Jedi blade masters, she supposed, those that were unprepared for an almost forgotten style. Sadi was clearly one of those Sith. She controlled the battlefield around her. Poor Bill did not stand much of a chance. He kept trying to charge in, get inside her guard. Sadi would dance away, parrying his attacks, and with each exchange nearly nicking her apprentice with her blade, not enough to cut, but enough to leave burns on Bill's hand, neck, and jacket. Love taps, Avaryss thought. Had she wanted, Sadi could have taken his fool's head, but that would not serve a master trying to teach an apprentice, would it? It was kind of hard to learn without a head. Bill had taken after his master, it seemed. He also wielded a lightsaber with a curved hilt, but he lacked patience and grace to truly be a master of Makashi. Instead, his style was a blend of Adaru, Makashi, and the Shicho. Not a bad choice of styles, she supposed, but it did not really play to his strengths. Master Adaz, Avaryss, old teacher, likely would have advised the young apprentice to study gem, so it would have allowed him to play to his new size and strength level. Adaru may have been useful to Bill before he had hit his growth spurt, but now it was simply getting in the way, denying him what could have been a true advantage in combat with dangerous enemy. Bill was simply too big and slow now to use Adaru to his best advantage. Sadi should have seen that, and advised him to change up his style. Avaryss shook her head. What were they teaching acolytes on Corbin these days? The fight brought Sadi closer, and in that moment, Avaryss felt the pain spike again. The sensation nearly overwhelmed her. It made her sway where she stood, causing her to draw deeper into the dark side, to double her mental shields that seemed to always be under attack when Darth Sadi was around. She sighed. At least now she understood why the woman had been granted control of the 80 system. Her powers were formidable, to say the least. When Avaryss looked at the Dark Lord through the Force, truly looked, she could see the dark side energies that almost constantly radiated off the other Sith. Those energies did not only radiate, but moved almost with a will of their own. They ensnared anyone in range, drawing them deeper under Sadi's control. The Sith was like a spider sitting in the center of his web. A cunning spider, Avaryss thought with a grim nod, and she was a most clever one indeed. Avaryss was not sure what to make of such power. The closest thing she had found to it in her studies of the Force was concept of battle meditation and Force bonds, but this seemed to go beyond those skills. The connections that Darth Sadi formed were not about enhancing others. They were about degrading, wearing down a person's will and defenses. As a Sith, she found the power impressive. It was a shame that such a gift had ended up in the hands of someone like Sadi. A true Dark Lord would have found far better uses for such a talent in the field. Avaryss allowed her jealousy of the woman's power to flow, let that jealousy turn into resentment and hate. It allowed her to fuel her mental shields far more effectively. It is like a drug, she thought to herself. If she let that power wash over her, it would take away all her fears and doubts. She was trust Sadi completely, her wisdom, and what she desired through her rule. Avaryss could only speculate on what the long-term effects would do to a person. She feared that anyone around Sadi too long would be left incapable of making a decision that would act against the needs of the Dark Lord. That a person exposed to Sadi's power for too long would become a mere extension of the Dark Lord's will. We cannot let that happen to us, Kira advised silently. Do not worry, Avaryss assured her. We will not. Of course, resistance had its drawbacks too. During their first encounter, Avaryss had drank deep of Sadi's power. The dinner that the two women had shared had given her a taste of drug that was the Dark Lord's ability, charisma, whatever you might call it. Now, on some small level, her body and mind craved that connection again. The pain that she now felt was a dull ache, likely the equivalent of the withdrawal symptoms that a spice addict suffered after several days without a spike. I will not give in, Avaryss thought, her eyes narrowing. Just for a moment, something within her whispered, just drop your guard for a moment. Bask in your new mistress's power. It will be okay. Avaryss frowned. No, Kira murmured inside her head. It won't. She would not give in. She had worked too hard to simply surrender now. If she did, if she let go, even for a moment, she would soon become just another smiling idiot at Sadi's table, eagerly bobbing her head in agreement to whatever it was the Dark Lord said. Avaryss would not do that. She had fought too long and hard to step out of her master's shadow. She would not willingly fall into the shadow of another. Perhaps Darth Sadi had finally recognized Avaryss' resistance. Despite still trading blows with her apprentice, she finally deemed Avaryss worth of her words. You have been busy these last 2 weeks, Inquisitor, she said conversationally. I trust your plans are going smoothly. They are, as to be expected, Avaryss replied. There is much anger out in the provinces. She gave the Dark Lord a sly smile. It is not easy to redirect that anger towards our true enemies. Sadi nodded. I've heard that you have been visiting the squatter camps as well. Are you sure that is wise, Avaryss? Those people have more than enough reason to seek you harm. Why offer them the opportunity? The squatter camps are likely hotbeds for rebel activity, she informed her fellow Sith. It hurts nothing to remind them that they are being watched. Plus, there was another advantage to doing so, she thought. They are my people. It never hurts to remind them of that. Bill lunged at his master. She parried a strike with a spinning flourish, and before he could recover she struck out at him, 3 quick strikes. Avaryss thought she heard the boy yelp. He now had a small red burn on his left cheek, a kiss from Sadi's lightsaber. He touched it. Avaryss thought he might cry or fly into a rage, but he did not. He smiled hungrily at his master and returned to a ready position. Clearly Bill had developed a resistance to pain, or perhaps he had come to enjoy it. Neither thought gave Avaryss much comfort. I've also been told that you have been offering credit and support to several of the squatter camps, Sadi said blandly, out of your own pocket, no less. She gave her fellow Sith a curious look. Why would you do that to such low people? Avaryss shrugged. They are only low people because they ended up on the wrong side of our master's ambitions. Some of the people that I met were once landowners here, men with power and responsibilities. Avaryss smiled. You will note that I have not helped every camp that I visited, only the ones that are large enough to be useful, that have loyal leaders, that will help me contain the others. As the smaller camps that I've denied my aid to fall apart, the survivors will seek out new lives in the ones that I've pacified. They will in turn pacify any resistance or resentment that the survivors have towards us. Avaryss shrugged again. It is only good business. An interesting idea, Sadi exclaimed, blocking another attack from Beale. Avaryss snorted. It had been a good idea, but it was also not hers. It had been Ro that had first suggested that she try this tactic, and she had to admit it was quite good. Ro Wilkes' knowledge of the camps had surprised her. After the fall of the southern landowners, it had been he and select group of his security volunteers that had helped settle the squatter camps, but at the same time made sure that they were not armed hotbeds of disgruntled citizens. The order that he had helped establish aided her now. He knew just who to talk to. The men and women he had directed her to were smart. They would not let their past losses cloud their judgment in accepting a new alliance. Ro was proving to be truly a treasured ally in her work, and their close proximity had reawakened some old feelings. She was trying to stay on track, but at the same time, even thinking of Ro now made her body warm. She would need to stay focused, to control herself. She still had much work to do. She did not wish to spoil what they had done so far by bringing personal baggage and history into it. Ro was a precious source of contacts and information, but that was only part of what was required. You did not buy loyalty with promises alone. You needed resources and credits, and thanks to Imperial supply she had more than enough resources to spread around. As for the credits, well, Avaryss had those to burn, as well. As the secret owner of Thun Cyber Systems, she had access to more credits that she could likely spend in a lifetime, and thanks to a bit of creative banking from Taya's father, she had access to her money pretty much anywhere in the galaxy. It made it easy to buy both supplies and new friends, and in doing so improved her status here on Ardana. She needed to be more than her master's sword in the eyes of people. She wanted them to see her as gracious lord and protector. It was a necessary step as she continued to root out the rebellion here. Bill sneered at her words. "Your coddling of your lessers does you no credit, Lord Avaryss," he said. "If you seek the loyalty of this rabble, you should simply crush the leaders that defy you and install new ones. Dealing with those people just makes you look weak before your fellows." Avaryss did not bother responding. There was the Bill fear she remembered, the short-sighted and cruel little fungus she had come to despise. She should not have had to explain her actions to him. She was a Darth, and he a mere apprentice, a fact that she was about to remind him of when Darth Sadi spoke up. "A blade is not the only way to win support, apprentice," she said. "There are times when you can do more with gentle touch than an iron fist." Again Sadi moved in quickly, and nicked the sleeve of her apprentice's shirt. She fell back with a triumphant smile. Sometimes a gentle caress is all it takes. Again Bill nodded and smiled, but this time Avaryss sensed more from him than an apprentice's respect for a master. He had not tried to hide it. Perhaps he forgot who was standing in front of him. Her eyes widened slightly. "No. What is that?" she thought, but then just as quickly her surprise turned to revulsion. Gross. Despite being almost twice his age, Bill Fear was in love with his master. Avaryss could feel it now so clearly. Through the Force she could see how completely Bill was immersed in his master's power, but what she felt beyond that was a far stronger connection, way stronger than what you would find in normal master-apprentice bond. She wrinkled her nose in distaste. Had Sadi encouraged this level of attraction, and more to the point, had she let the boy act on it? Avaryss had always pitied the first girl that Bill brought home to his parents, but if that girl was not a girl at all, but a woman with both power and ambitions of her own. Bill did not have the cleverness to deal with a woman, and if she did let him act out his desires with him, who knew what the fool boy would do for her? She frowned. Whether Darth Fear knew it or not, letting Sadi train his son had put him in a very dangerous position, very dangerous indeed. Was this why Sinestra was coming to Ardana? Had she sensed something wrong with her son? Avaryss had not been looking forward to the visit. She did not want her master's lady wife charging in here like a bantha messing with her various plans. Perhaps the time had come to reconsider that way of thinking. Avaryss only just managed to suppress a smile. There might just be a way to turn all this to her advantage. She would need to send word to Dromund Kaas. Though many of the allies she had cultivated within House Fear had died when Darth Tarek tried to destroy it, she still had a few people there that owed her their allegiance. She would need to find a way to intercept Sinestra's ship. She should speak privately with her master's wife before she saw Bill, and of course, she needed to move Sin Fear down here too. She could not afford to have the mother sense the daughter on board, not until she was ready for Sinestra to know that she had her daughter. It was a complicated game she was playing. She was walking the tightrope with lightsaber blades for a safety net, but at the same time, she found herself excited by the whole prospect of it. A Sith was never more alive than when they were scheming, and in that moment, Avaryss felt very much alive. She lived in interesting times. She was most fortunate. Sadi, finally tiring of trading blows with Bill, chose that moment to end their duel. She moved in fast and hard. She kicked the blade from her apprentice's hand, and then with a backspin kick sent him tumbling to the floor. To his credit, Bill did not stay down long. He turned his fall into a backward roll and ended up on his knees. Sadi was there to meet him, her blade resting just a few breaths from his throat. Again, Bill showed what he had learned on Corbin. He tilted his head, offering his master his neck, the sign of submission. Sadi accepted and turned off her blade. She smiled sweetly. She had won again. "What do you think, Lord Avaryss?" she asked. "Is my dear apprentice ready to lead a Sith army one day?" "He has clearly learned much from your teachings," she replied diplomatically. "You should be proud." Sadi beamed as Bill regained his feet. He took his place at his master's side, pulling his lightsaber to him through the Force. A dangerous pair, Avaryss thought. She would need to neutralize Sadi first before making any kind of real move here on Ardana. "And what will become of her puppets when you cut their strings?" Kira asked. Avaryss pursed her lips. She was not quite sure. It would be fun to find out. "Lob Vec spoke to me recently," Sadi said. "He informs me that you are about to pay a visit to Fallis." "I am," Avaryss replied. "Fallis is one of the best freshwater suppliers in the sector. I am most curious to see how well they are adapting to the Empire's needs in this time of war." "The SEALs will not welcome you," Bill said with a sneer, "and even if they do, most of their production facilities are underwater, freezing water." Bill shook his head. "It is amazing that we allow them such autonomy. If they were to join these rebels." "Which is exactly why I'm going," Avaryss said, stopping him mid-sentence. "The presence of a Sith will go a long way to ensuring that the Fa understand what it is the Empire expects of them in these most interesting times. Plus," Sadi said with a smirk, "the presence of a Terminus-class destroyer overhead never ceases to remind a populace of just what a Sith can do if wronged." Bill's grin widened. "Do you think that you will need to punish them, Avaryss? Do you think that we may need to make an example out of the Fa?" Avaryss shook her head no. If it came to that, then she had failed her mission. She was looking to preserve Fallis' resources, not decimate them. If her presence on Fallis drew the rebels out, so much the better. She still had hope that any rebel involvement on Fallis was likely small and scattered. The Fa were pacifists by nature, which was the reason why they had surrendered to the Empire in the first place, why they had agreed to become Imperial allies. Her presence would be a subtle reminder of that. "I will do what the Empire requires," she assured Darth Sadi. "We must make sure that bounty of Fallis continues to flow into the Imperial coffers." "Do so, and I will be greatly pleased," Sadi said, "and you will have proven yourself again a hero of the Empire." Again Avaryss sent Sadi reaching out, trying to breach her defenses, to bring her into her web and ensnare her. And again, Avaryss resisted. "I will serve the will of the Dark Council," she assured the Lord of the 80 system. "All that we require, it will be ours." Avaryss sensed confusion from Darth Sadi, that in a brief flash of fury. She suppressed another smile. "She knows that I'm resisting her. She no doubt expected some flowery pledge of loyalty, assurance that I would not disappoint her. I did not give her what she wanted," Avaryss thought with an amused smirk. "She clearly does not like that." Good, Kira thought. Get her angry. Angry people have been known to make fatal mistakes. True, but angry Sith have access to great power. She still needed to tread lightly around Bill's master. Sadi was still dangerous. She still needed to be cautious. "I ask that you take one of the enforcers with you when you go," Sadi said. "If trouble does start between us and the Fa, we may need to send one to restore order." "Agreed," Avaryss said with a nod. In fact, she already had the perfect candidate. "I will bring Chilled with me. I think the Twi'lek could benefit from watching me work." "As you wish," Sadi replied, hiding her sense of disappointment, or trying to. The green-skinned Twi'lek was not like her fellows. Avaryss got the feeling that Sadi's power did not hold as much sway over the enforcer as she would have wished. Again, that was a good thing. Avaryss preferred not to be surrounded by the Dark Lord sycophants. Chill would be a good companion on this mission. Proceed with caution, Lord Avaryss, Sadi said, stepping away, motioning for Beale to follow her. We must do what we can to preserve the value of Fallis. You need not worry, Lord Sadi, Avaryss said, offering a small bow of respect. As you have seen from my work here, I do know the value of a soft touch. But if that soft touch fails, Sadi asked. Avaryss shrugged, a cruel smile coming to lips. That is what my destroyer will be for. It serves so well as an iron fist. It does indeed, Avaryss, Sadi said, laughing lightly. Proceed with your mission, Lord Avaryss. May the Force serve you well. I have no worries on that, Avaryss said gamely. I'm most certain that it will. Chapter 22. What are you doing? Avaryss paused. Her smile was both cold and arrogant. What does it look like I'm doing, Kira? Surely, you have seen a woman putting makeup on before. She was currently sitting in her private quarters aboard the Emperor's Wisdom. The destroyer was currently in hyperspace, on its way to the planet Fallis, the home of Lob Vec and his people. Avaryss had decided to pay them a visit. The ambassador had agreed, sending his response back through Barrack, in the interest of continued goodwill between his people and the Empire. Once again she found herself facing Kira. Her other self was again looking out from her mirror. Avaryss pursed her lips. Was it such a mystery to figure out what was happening? Lipstick, blush, and just a hint of dark eyeliner, Avaryss had never really been the type of girl that wore makeup every day, but, after her brief hero's tour, her duty after her victory over Darth Tarek, after the Battle of the Inferno Nebula, she had learned the value of looking her best. Let them see the power and poise of a young Sith Lord, one of officers who had accompanied her had said. Let them look on, and be both awed and jealous. Her smile widened. Good advice. It was one of the few concrete things that had come out of those times, one of the few lessons she had been grateful for. It had felt strange for her, at first, being put on a pedestal, being lauded as everything that a Sith was supposed to be. For the longest time she had been just another apprentice, the secret dagger that her master slid into his enemy's back. Then, after Tarek, she had been hailed a hero and champion of the Empire. It was a heady feeling, but she was grateful that such frivolities were in the past. She had work to do, and she could not do it with a legion of idiots fawning over her. Her other self did not take kindly to her arrogance and sarcasm. She glared out from the mirror. Yeah, I can see, Kira said peevishly. My only question is, why? Avaryss fought the urge to roll her eyes. Was it really so hard to understand? The face staring back at her from the mirror frowned. Avaryss had grown to hate it when she looked into the mirror and saw Kira. It was something she had lived with for almost 2 years now. She would be grateful when the day came that she looked into a mirror and saw only a reflection, when she did not have to worry about it responding with some snide comment or accusation, when she was finally met with blissful silence. She awaited that day with bated breath. There is no point in complaining, she thought to herself, Kira, and I have a deal in place, for now. When this is done, when Ardana is secure, we will settle matters between us once and for all, but for now, we need to continue to coexist. We should both try to make the best of it. I know what you are doing, Avi, her reflection snapped back. My question is, why? You wear a helmet and mask every time you go out in public now. What is the point of putting on makeup? It serves no purpose. Avaryss smirked at her. Should I not seek to look my best? Should I not seek to look good? Is it so hard to understand that if I need to take off my mask, that I should be prepared? She laughed arrogantly. I know you are a tomboy, Kira, but even you should be able to understand that. Kira gave her a dirty look and frowned deeply. I still think you are being foolish. Beauty is fleeting. Remember, power is eternal. And besides, I doubt the Fa are really going to care what you look like. I think the Seal men's definition of beauty is a little different than the human one. Probably, she thought, but then again, she was not doing this for the Fa. Yes, beauty was fleeting, but it could also be a powerful weapon if used correctly. Lady Sinestra Fear had not been wrong about that, and since Avaryss' body had been changing in the last year, Her features had become more and more appealing to a non-Sith. The color that had returned to her skin, the deep purple color of her eyes, they had combined to make her a much more beautiful creature. She had felt the desire and lust for men around her. Why should she not use it if it served her advantage? The only reason why she wore a mask these days was that some Sith considered the change as a sign of weakness, that she was no longer dipping into the power of the dark side as much as she once had. Regardless, she needed to use whatever advantages she possessed, and was willing to use what others offered, those enamored with either her new looks or the power of her position. Take what Ro Wilkes had offered her, for example. It was not something that one let go without any forethought. Following the destruction of so many of her personal guard, she had been forced to rely on outside help. She had credits for mercenaries, could have hired a full company of Mandalorians to protect her, but that would not have gone over well with the other Sith in Dana City, or the natives for that matter. Having outsiders for guards would not have won over many hearts and minds amongst her people. Ro Wilkes offered her an answer. He had brought her 50 of his security volunteers, men and women that he assured her could be trusted. Many of these people have family that have benefited from your recent visit, he informed her, and those that have not are fiercely loyal to the Empire. I think you will find such people far more useful than any mercenary soldier that you could bring in. Had it been anyone else, she would have refused the offer. She would have suspected that she was being manipulated, that these soldiers were a trap, and that they might be pieces in a much larger game, one that she could not understand or play well yet. The rebellion, Darth Sadi, and who knew who else was watching. It may have been smarter to refuse, but instead she had said yes. She did need more protection, and until Bleez could train new people, she had few options. Her master had too many spies here, both on the wisdom and on the surface. It was better to not put too many more of them in a place where they might have the opportunity to stick a knife in her back. The fact that it had been Ro who had made the offer swung her opinion on the matter. When she had first told him of her intention to meet with the Fa to explain to them what was going on in the Empire, Ro had been, understandably concerned, but she would not be dissuaded. In fact, she had been absolutely sure that this was the right choice. Yes, the Fa were pacifists, but that did not mean that they would not offer her enemies support if they thought it might protect their interests. Plus, there was the terrain of Avaryss itself. The planet was basically a giant frozen sea. The Sith controlled the few surface islands, built their bases and facilities there, but the rest of the planet belonged to the Fa. Their underwater cities and few float colonies were the main source of civilization and trade on Avaryss. The Sith would have a difficult time invading if it came to that. It was best that they avoid that if they could. She decided to err on the side of caution. She would go to them and subtly remind them of who they owed their allegiance to. It might make things better as they progressed. So she was going with Ro's volunteers as her guard. Having accepted her old friend's offer of aid, she had turned to leave, but when he had called out to her, asked something of her that surprised her, something audacious to say the least. "My lord," he had said, "would you like to have dinner with me?" She had paused, a hint of a smile beneath her mask. She turned, tilting her head slightly. "That is a most brazen request, Lieutenant," she answered. She had heard him chuckle. "Nothing ventured, nothing gained, my lord," he replied. His courage surprised her, but at the same time, it flattered her too. Why not? He was an attractive young man, and she could no longer deny that the old attraction she had felt for him years ago was back and in full bloom. It was not a marriage proposal, after all, just dinner, and besides, desire before duty, young Sith? Some Sith would be insulted by such a request, she reminded him. Some Sith would find your offer beneath them. Maybe, he admitted, but at the same time, some Sith might be impressed with the courage it takes to make such an offer. It might intrigue them. Avaryss' smile widened. Yes, she thought to herself, some Sith just might be impressed, flattered by the handsome young lieutenant's audacity. "You will accompany me to Avaryss," she informed him. "Perhaps we will discuss your courage then." She continued on, not willing to give him more than that for now. Though she did put a little more sway in her hips, she had not been wearing a cloak, and the combat suit she wore showed off more of her figure than normal. She could feel Ro's eyes on her. He watched her as she left. "If you want something, Lieutenant," she thought, "are you willing to pursue it? Let us find out." "I noticed that you did not answer my question," he said. He was referring to the dinner invitation, of course. "You're right, Lieutenant," she said coyly. "I did not." She continued to walk away, and he had continued to watch her. Since that moment, she had chosen to keep her distance. She had been coy around him for most of the trip, appearing just long enough to catch a glance of her before disappearing again. It had been a fun game. She had made the first move. Now it was his turn. They would be arriving on Fallis in an hour. She had already set out a cold-weather combat suit and fur coat to cover it with. She did not wish to scare the SEAL men by showing up completely dressed for battle. Bleez would be staying behind on the ship to land reinforcements if it became necessary. Ro would have command of his volunteers, while Barrick and Zen would handle the Imperial troops that accompanied them. The enforcer Chilled was to remain at her side. She would deal with any enemies that Avaryss discovered. Bleez advised her to keep her hands clean unless it was absolutely necessary. She was the High Inquisitor. She was meant to stand above the grunt work. She checked her reflection one last time before rising from her chair. She could smell the mix of perfume and scented bath oils she had used as she had prepared for this mission. "Your primping had nothing to do with the mission," Kira said flatly. "The only reason why you did it is because you hoped to entice Ro." She smiled. "Maybe." In the meantime, she had one small matter to attend to before heading down to the surface. She had been meaning to speak with Sin Fear before heading out again. Now was as good a time as any, she thought. She would finally get a chance to truly speak with her master's daughter. She was eager to see what she had to say. "I trust the accommodations are to your liking." Sin looked up at her. Since they had last spoke, the girl had been given clean clothes and the chance to eat, rest, and bathe. She wore a black unmarked military-style uniform of a ship's crew member, the trousers and jacket all fine lines and creases. Sin gave her an icy smile. "I have lived in the most basic of Imperial housing since I was 9, my lord," she informed Avaryss. "Compared to that, this apartment is a palace." Avaryss nodded and looked around the room. It could never be called standard military issue, that was for sure. Before she had taken command of the Emperor's wisdom, his previous captain had used these quarters to house his various mistresses. It had been something of a minor scandal, but no one said anything about it because the man had had friends in high places. That captain had been killed early in the new war with the Republic. It was after that the wisdom had been put under her direct command, and she had brought in her own choice to skipper the destroyer. Captain Crix Kennedy was old school Imperial. He had served in the Imperial Navy for almost 30 years. He probably should have been promoted to Admiral long ago, but he had had no patience for the political games that the high officers played. He was also considered too cautious by most Imperials. He was not the type of man to gamble on the battlefield. That caution had cost him several promotions over the years, but it had earned him the respect and loyalty of his men. He also did not engage in frivolous relationships with girls that caught his eye on whatever planet he had visited. This suite had been closed off since he had taken command, and only been reopened now that Avaryss had a guest on board. Kennedy had said nothing about Sin Fear. He did not know why his lord had her on board, and more importantly, he did not think it was his job to know. Avaryss was pleased. She admired the man's discretion. If he stayed this course, he would find her the most generous of patrons. The suite was a place designed for pleasure, thick carpets, and a bed large enough to fit 4 people comfortably. Avaryss had had the artwork that the previous man had had here removed. She found some of the images disturbing to say the least. This place had been designed to satisfy a man's pleasure. She wished for to reflect that no longer. "Why are you here, my lord?" the girl asked. "You must realize that any information that I could provide on my family is far out of date." "True," Avaryss agreed, "but it is not the present that interests me. It is the past that I need to understand." She smiled gamely. "That is where you come in." The girl shrugged. "If that is how you wish to waste your time, who am I to stop you?" she said dismissively. Avaryss only just suppressed a laugh. In that moment, the girl had sounded much like her master, and why not? She was his daughter after all. Sin rose from the small chair where she had been sitting. Built into the wall was a case filled with some of the finest liquors in the Empire. It was another thing that Avaryss had chosen not to remove. Sin shook her head as she took a large bottle and poured herself a drink. She offered Avaryss one as well, but the Sith declined. She was about to be on mission. She had no desire to dull her senses. Sin sniffed the contents before downing it in a quick gulp. She turned to Avaryss and smiled. "This was the world I was born into," she said morosely. "My father was a man on the rise before he had ever mastered two-star systems. He knew how to play the game, and which allies to reach out to." The girl's eyes narrowed. Avaryss felt her temper spike through the force. He also knew how to rid himself of things that hurt his chances for advancement. When he realized that my connection to the Force would never be strong enough, and that I would never be the apprentice and heir he wished me to be, he sent me away. He did not even come to say goodbye in person. I simply rose from my bed one morning to find the servants waiting to pack up my things, and that he was sending me off to a private school in Kaas City, a place where I would get the education I needed but not be in a position to muck up his plans. "Generous of him," Avaryss said. "Not really," Sin said with a cold glare. "It was a place where the Empire dumped his refuse, the illegitimate children of admiral and generals, spice addicts, and those that the highborn considered a problem children like me." She shook her head. "I hated it there, after all the things my father had told me for years about the two of us working side by side to change the Empire and make it our own. It felt like I had been lied to since the day I was born, that I was never anything more to him but a tool." Avaryss said nothing. She knew about all the promises that Lord Fear made. He had made them to her as well, and like Sin, she had bought into them. No more, she thought. No more. "Did he ever try to contact you?" Avaryss asked, thought she already suspected that she knew the answer. "No," Sin replied. "I tried to reach out to him, to call him on the holo, but my calls were always refused. Then, one day, the code was changed, and no one would tell me the new one. No one would tell me how to contact my family. They simply advised me to focus on my studies and try to forget. When I tried to leave the home at 15 and go back to the estate, I was stopped by my father's men. It was made abundantly clear to me that I no longer had a place in my father's world, and that I should be grateful for the scraps that he had given, and not try to cause him any problems." Bitterness radiated off of her. Her hands clenched into fists. "He threw me away, and for what? What?" The blonde woman had tears in her eyes, but she did not let them fall. She had likely learned not to over the last decade. "I can't help the way I was born, my lord. No, none can." Avaryss nodded. The girl had her sympathies, she truly did, but Avaryss also needed more. She needed to find out if any affection at all remained in Fear and her family. "So he let you go?" Avaryss said. "At least you were free to live your life." Sin snorted with amusement at her words. "Is that what you think? That I was free? You do know that my father kept men to watch me, to make sure that no one could use me as a tool against him. But it was more than that." She pursed her lips in disgust. "Everything that I've done in the last 12 years has been watched and measured. I've had 2 boyfriends in that time, and none of them had a chance with me. My father's agents made sure that nothing came of my relationships, that I would remain alone and not make any waves for him." "Really?" Avaryss said with a frown. "Why go so far? What was he afraid of?" Sin laughed fatalistically. "Do you know the story of how my father became a lord? It is not likely one he would have repeated, I'm sure." "He never told me," the Sith Lord admitted. "Unsurprising," Sin said. "I had to dig a bit myself before I heard the full story, and even some of those facts are suspect. Anyway, it was during the first war with the Republic, the war where we were finally going to avenge ourselves on the Jedi and their lapdogs. Mother was one of the first acolytes to train on Korriban after it had been reclaimed, and she had done well in her training, so good in fact that it got my grandfather's attention. He brought her back to Dromund Kaas, expecting her to be leader, that she would bring glory to our house, and make the name of fear mean something. Sin shook her head. Mother was more ambitious than my grandfather thought, and she was not the patient sort. Father had been fighting on the front lines, and had only just returned for a visit when he had been introduced to his father's new apprentice. Sin gave her a cold smile. I think you can guess what happened after that. I suppose that I can, Avaryss said. It was not that hard to figure out. Her master and Sinestra had fallen in love, or perhaps she had simply seduced him. Either way, the result was likely the same. My grandfather died under questionable circumstances. My father moved quickly to solidify his hold over all the resources our family had gained in the war. Mother helped him, and through their mutual effort, our house was secured before any of our enemies could act. Sin wiped at her face, maybe stopping a tear before it could fall. I was born almost 6 months after my grandfather had died, and my father was declared the new Lord Fear. Normally, tradition would have demanded that he slay his father's apprentice, to make sure that she was no threat to his reign, but that did not happen. They were married less than a week after my grandfather died. Avaryss nodded, considering what she knew about the fears that made a strange kind of sense. Her master had told her once that he thought Sinestra was his soul mate, but that their affection had faltered in the coming years. Part of that might have to do with Sin, but it was also possible that Sinestra had simply used her master to rid her of hers. The wonders of Sith relationships, she thought to herself. Do you think that fell, and you would have ended up like that? Kira asked. Avaryss pursed her lips. She tried not to think about her first love anymore. Fel was gone, and that was that. Besides, this was not about her past, this was about Sin's. Avaryss needed to know more. What of your mother? She asked. Did she also turn her back on you? My mother, the girl spat. The girl's green eyes flared at the mere mention of the older woman. She visited me twice at the academy. The first time was to tell me not to try and contact them, and the second was to inform me that she would not be coming back to visit again. How do you tell that to a 10-year-old, my lord? How do you expect them to understand? All I wanted was my mother. I wanted to go home, only to be told that I couldn't, and no matter how much I cried, begged, or promised to be better, no one would listen. No one cared. Avaryss again said nothing. She knew that Sinestra Fear kept a single picture of her daughter in her private rooms. Avaryss had seen it, and had asked the lady of the house about it. I have no daughter, Sinestra Fear had replied, but the pain in her voice had said otherwise. It had set Avaryss on her quest to locate this girl, and now, she had. The only question was now, how best to use her. How could she help Avaryss bring down Darth Fear? Sin returned to her seat, but not before pouring herself another drink. She slumped down in her chair and frowned at Avaryss. Is that all you need, my lord? Am I free to go now? Avaryss smirked at her. And where would you go? I will set you free if you ask, but what do you have waiting for you out there? What kind of future do you have planned for yourself? Sin said nothing. She no doubt knew the answer to that question. Why do you care about this? She asked Avaryss. Why does what I went through matter? It matters because your father is clearly afraid of something. If he wasn't, he would have either killed you or let you go off and have a life of your own somewhere. I know what it is, Sin hissed. He is a controlling, manipulative bastard. Avaryss grinned. He was that, and more, but that was not the answer. Oh no. She licked her lips in anticipation. Sin was wrong. Fear had made a mistake in sending his eldest away, but not for the reason that she thought. Despite the weakness of her connection to the Force, she had still come from 2 strong Force-sensitive parents. Sin might not have had the gift, but who is to say that her children or grandchildren might not have it one day? It was not the past that her master feared, but the future. Any child of Sin's might have grown to resent his mother's treatment. He or she would grow up hearing stories of how her grandfather robbed her of what was rightfully hers. Enemies are made in such ways. Fear likely understood that, but still, he had never made a move to remove his daughter from the board. He simply chose to keep her isolated, to prevent her from having any relationships outside of her work. Foolish of him, she thought. Very foolish. He had been a fool to let her go. Despite the embarrassment, he should have kept he close, ensured that any children born of her would grow up as allies and not enemies. It would have been a strike against his prestige, but it would have been the smarter move. So my master does have a weakness, she thought. Pleased to have found this one, he had not been willing to pull the trigger and tie up this loose end. Now Avaryss had sin and a chance to use her. It might just be the first step on the road to her own freedom. Both she and her master's daughter might just get what they wanted. Sin may not have been force sensitive, but she had been raised around Sith. She knew how they thought. "Are you going to kill my father?" she asked. "That is how this usually ends," Avaryss said. "Does that bother you, after all the man has done?" Sin shrugged. "What does my opinion matter? If my father dies, you have no further use for me. What does the fate of a dead girl matter to a Sith Lord?" It didn't, Avaryss thought, but she was not so quick to throw away something that could prove useful. She would give the matter some thought. "I don't make it a habit of killing people with useful skills," Avaryss informed her. "My people were watching you for a while. You are not stupid sin fear, nor without skills." Avaryss smiled as she left the girl. "We will talk again," she promised. "I don't suppose you could find me something to do," Sin said. "Sitting here and drinking is nice, and all, but I'm used to doing, well, more." Avaryss laughed. It would not be hard to find the girl something to do. She had worked in the supply office after all, and right now Avaryss was still trying to make sense of the files she had collected from Lemore, trying to follow the flow of credits and goods from Dana City. Dime had agreed to work on it for her, but it never hurt to have an extra set of eyes. "I will have something sent down for you," she told the other woman. Sin nodded. "Thank you, my lord." Avaryss nodded and left the suite. She still had some matters to take care of before they arrived on Fallis. "Business matters or Ro matters?" Kira asked. Avaryss did not reply. She did not care what Kira thought. Her other self had been eager to get involved with Ro again, and now she was dragging her feet. Avaryss did not care. She wanted what she wanted. She would have it. "We have arrived at our destination, my lord." Avaryss nodded as she stepped onto the command walkway. Outside of the main viewport floated the planet Fallis, a wild ball of a world streaked with the deep gray and blue of its near-frozen seas. Like many worlds in this part of space, Fallis had once been a target for pirates, slavers, or anyone else who sought to subjugate or take advantage of the Fa people. The Empire had changed that. In exchange for protection, the Sith asked only that the Fa contribute their resources to the needs of the Empire. The deal had held strong for over 1,000 years. Fallis glaciers contain some of the purest fresh water in the galaxy, a necessary export if one wished to continue to maintain both colonies and the war machine that drove the Imperial expansion. "We have 2 more warships on our scopes, my lord," Captain Kennedy informed her. "The Aggressor and the Deathstroke out of Zon Prime." Avaryss nodded. "Unsurprising. Have they hailed us?" she asked. "They did, and we just received a response," the captain informed her. "We will be clear to proceed to the planet as soon as the convoy they are protecting is clear to leave." "They are here on escort duty," Avaryss said. Kennedy nodded. That was surprising. Both ships were Terminus-class destroyers, and both were part of her master's fleet. The war against the Republic continued despite what was happening in the 80 system. The water shipments still needed to reach the troops and bases on the front lines. Hence the rather powerful escort, too powerful some might say. 2 destroyers were necessary in maintaining the fleet. It was odd to see them wasted as escorts. She could see the convoy that the 2 warships were protecting, standard Sith military carriers. These were early-class Terminus vessels that had been replaced by their more modern counterparts, stripped of most of their weapons. Their armor now made them perfect for hauling military hardware and supplies to the front lines. Both were currently in orbit of a Sith space station in orbit of the planet. It was here that the Empire maintained the bulk of their garrison. Fallis was favored as native species over any other. Human settlements on the planet proper were few. The station allowed the Empire to maintain control without needing a massive force on the ground. Its fighters and weapons could be brought to bear against any enemy on the planet, but there had never been any need for that. The foe were loyal vassals of the Empire. The Empire had never had any reason to punish them. Avaryss sighed. She stood next to Kennedy with her hands behind her back. It annoyed her that she needed to wait, but what else could they do? The freighters were needed, they would be. Crack 'em. The Emperor's wisdom shook. Alarms blared as the ship was struck head-on. Both Avaryss and Kennedy were thrown back by the sudden jolt. Beyond the main viewport, one of the freighters was gone. The ship had exploded in his docking cradle. Debris and chunks of ice flew everywhere as the shock wave extended outward. The aggressor had been off the port side of the freighter when it exploded. The shock wave sent the Sith warship tumbling. Its shields had been down and it caught the brunt of the explosion. It now floated in high orbit, disabled. Somehow Avaryss managed to find her feet. Alarms continued to wail around her as Kennedy cursed under his breath and made his way back to his post. "Report," the captain shouted. "Someone give me a straight answer." Avaryss hissed as she rose to her feet. She did not need to know what had happened. The force roiled. She had expected to reach Fallis before the rebellion found traction here. She had hoped to scare the natives back into line and ensure that the rebels were unable to do anything to harm the Empire. She had hoped to get here first. She had not been able to do that. She had been too slow. Damn it, she thought. They're here. Chapter 23. The boarding ship rocked beneath them as the battle rages around them. Through the forward viewport, Uglies and Sith starfighter traded blasts and missiles as they dived and pinwheeled around each other in a lethal dance of death. Avaryss said nothing. She simply stood behind the pilot, her hands behind her back, her feet wide. Her eyes locked on their target, locked on the slow-moving freighter that was no longer fast enough to get clear of the battle zone. The Sith Lord smiled. Finally, she thought, some answers, and some blood. Her smile widened. She was not sure what excited her more, the former or the latter. The destruction of one of the Sith's water transports set off this battle. The explosion had not only damaged the processing station over Fallis itself, but also disabled one of its escorts. The aggressor, the Sith destroyer, had been too close to the station when the ship had met its fiery end. The warship was now adrift, no engines and no lights shone from its many viewports. At least it was maintaining orbit, Avaryss thought. If it had still been approaching the planet when it likely would have begun to fall into the atmosphere. A bit of good luck that it gave the crew of the aggressor time, but she suspected that this break was likely the only one they would get today. A freighter destroyed, its valuable cargo lost, and she, the Inquisitor of the Eddy system, had been right here when it happened. She pursed her lips. Someone was going to answer for this. They would answer with their lives. The remaining convoy vessels were forming up, trying to clear the wreckage of the destroyed ship. Debris from both the ship and the damaged station floated around them like a minefield. The remaining ships moved in closer to the planet, taking shelter behind the other Sith warship in orbit. A ship that was even now moving to defend the convoy. Meanwhile, the freighter wreckage continued to break up. Chunks of ice floated clear of the station, either to begin to orbit the planet or fall into the atmosphere where they would evaporate. It had all happened so fast. Avaryss shook her head as she remained at the side of Captain Kennedy, the Emperor's wisdom skipper. Kennedy called out to the various operations officers on the bridge, each shouting back reports, giving the captain a better idea of what was going on out there. Avaryss said nothing. This was Kennedy's arena, and the tough old officer did not need her getting in his way right now. He had over 30 years of experience under his belt. Compared to that, her command experience was laughable, at least in an emergency like this. Her understanding of space combat and responding to situations such as this was limited. She was more than willing to leave the handling of this matter to him. If Kennedy needed her help, he would ask for it. She looked out over the chaos with a mix of anger and disbelief. It had all happened so fast. There had been no time, Avaryss thought. The force had barely rippled before the explosion had taken place. She was not sure what to make of all that. Had the force not registered what was going to happen, or had she been too distracted to feel it? She feared that all the recent distractions she had faced were to blame, that she was to blame. She cursed under her breath. her master would not be pleased. It was possible that the freighter's destruction was an accident, but if that was the case, why was the other destroyer deploying fighters? She could make out the flash of their drive trails, even as far off as they were. The Deathstroke was already launching its fighters. Kennedy had hailed them, but they had received no response yet. Through the debris and bodies from the freighter, you could just make out 2 more ships, possibly light freighters. It looked like they were fleeing the space station. She was about to mention it to her captain when he beat her to the punch. He shouted to the comm officers. No ships would be leaving this system until they got this mess straightened out. Those freighters were to power down and await instructions. No response came from the comm officer, and the freighters continued to move. They were trying to clear the planet's gravity well so that they could make a safe jump to hyperspace. They were now too far away for the Deathstroke's fighters to catch up to them, but the same could not be said for the Emperor's wisdom. Kennedy gave the helm officer a new course heading. He was going to put the wisdom between the freighters and their exit vector. They were not going anywhere. My lord. Avaryss looked over. Kennedy's cool gray eyes held her in their grip. A slender man with a hook nose, the man radiated the power of a lifelong military officer, and even she was tempted to stand at attention when he addressed her. Yes, Captain, she replied. Permission to take command of our military forces over Fallis if this was not an accident. Then we must be prepared for more possible enemy actions. Avaryss swallowed hard. As a Darth, she technically the highest-ranking Imperial on the field right now. It was within her rights to take full command of this operation if she chose to. Permission granted, she said with a curt nod. Bring us victory, Captain. The older man nodded and quickly began barking orders. Well, you're committed now, Kira said. If things go bad, it is you that will likely get the blade. Avaryss tried to ignore her. It was not like she had had much choice. This was a fluid situation. They needed to act fast. Word would be sent to both the station and the Deathstroke. The warship was to stand by to assist the aggressor as fighters were to aid in clearing out the debris from the station and ensuring its safety. Once that was done, Captain, one of the pit officers shouted, we have an unidentified contact off our stern. Bring us about 90 degrees, he shouted back. Put us and as many guns as we can muster on both those freighters and this new contact. I'll fighter crews to station. Launch when ready. The Emperor's wisdom began its slow turn. Fallis vanished from the main viewport as both the freighters and the unknown vessels not approached from both the port and starboard side. Captain Kennedy and his first officer made for the bridge hollow tank. Avaryss followed beside them. The holographic image of Fallis now appeared before them. They could see both the planet and the various ships in play. Avaryss watched as the ship's sensors locked onto the new contact. It appeared to be a heavy freighter 3 times the size of the light vessels that were even now speeding away from the planet. Raise shields, Kennedy shouted. Battle stations. On the hollow tank, the heavy freighter's bow opened up. 3 squadrons of starfighters launched against the Emperor's wisdom. The ship's deflectors flashed as they were struck by both laser blasts and missile strikes. All batteries fire, Kennedy ordered. All fighters are clear to engage. Avaryss watched eagerly. The Battle of Fallis had begun. The heavy freighter held its position. It did not try to advance any further. Its fighters moved in quickly, trying to overwhelm the wisdom shields. A fleet of uglies, fighters cobbled together from spare parts of other ships. The enemy engaged the Sith fighters while trying to stay out of range of the wisdom's cannons. The ship shook beneath them, missile strikes from some of the heavier uglies. Captain Kennedy did not panic. He calmly issued orders. The fighters were to engage the enemy but still hold the defensive screen of their capital ship. Meanwhile, the 2 light freighters continued to advance, perhaps hoping to use the chaos around them to slip by undetected. They would have no such luck, Avaryss thought. The crews of those ships likely knew what had happened on the station. She intended to have that information. Those ships would not get away. I want those freighters disabled, she said, pointing into the hollow tank. Task some fighters to attack, target shields and engines only. She would not allow the enemy to slip past. If they were rebels, they likely would know more about the threat that now threatened the ID system. They would tell her everything they knew. Kennedy complied with her order with a single word of protest. He had served the Sith long enough not to question a direct order from a Dark Lord. Avaryss watched as the battle played out before her. A single Sith squadron broke off from the battle to engage the enemy. The freighters opened fire as soon as they came into range. One of the Sith ships winked out, destroyed. So much for them being innocent, Kira murmured. I never expected them to be innocent, Avaryss thought. At least now, I know that they deserve Sith justice. She smiled. She looked forward to educating them on what the Empire did to their enemies. As they watched one of the freighters slowed, the ship began to tumble. Its engines were likely offline. Avaryss shivered with anticipation. The dark side reached out to her, offering her its power, asking only that she give in and let her rage and hate flow. She did not resist this time. The rebels had embarrassed her twice on Ordana. She would not allow them to do so here. She looked at the image of the damaged freighter like it was a meal waiting to be devoured. Captain Kennedy, she said, prepare a boarding party. She turned and made for the turbo lift. The first officer was already conferring with one of his underlings, sending word to prepare a breach ship. By the time she arrived, her troops would be assembled. She pulled out her comlink, summoning Holly and Barrack. Ro would likely wish to accompany her, and the enforcer chilled as well. Her heart was beating faster already. Her blood and adrenaline were pumping. It will be battle, she thought eagerly. I can almost taste the blood. What are your orders, my lord? Avaryss could barely hear her. She was playing mental games, psyching herself up for the combat to come. Her vision was red around the edges, her desire for blood growing with each beat of her heart. Kill. Kill. Maim. Maim. Kill. Kill. Maim. Maim. She looked out the viewport, her eyes focused on the damaged ship. You will answer for what you have done today, she thought. You will suffer. My lord. Avaryss took a deep breath, tried to hold the beast at bay. Prisoners, she hissed in a husky voice. I want prisoners. Prisoners? Yes, the dark side whispered. Prisoners to scream and be tortured. Prisoners so that you can peel the flesh from their bones. Yes, she murmured. Oh yes. It was rare that she was able to simply cut loose and let the dark side flow unchecked. She looked down at Holly. Her old friend could likely see the shimmer in her eyes. Holly had been with her longer than any of her other servants. She knew what her master was capable of. And what of Ro? Kira asked. Are you so eager to let him see the howling psychopath and you come clawing out? Avaryss pursed her lips. A male Sith would not be afraid of seeing her give in to the dark side's full might. If he did, she sighed. If he did, perhaps he would not be so eager to dine with her. The thought made her growl. Now is not the time for romance and thinking of paramours, the dark side whispered. The time of the blade has come. It is the time of pain and death. She glanced over at Ro. He noticed and met her gaze. She quickly looked away and down. She cursed herself for being a fool, hating herself for that moment of weakness. Love is an attachment. It is a chain that drags you down. She knew that to be true, but at the same time, was love not passion? Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. Through power I gain victory. She sighed. Sometimes the Sith teaching were contradictory. It was the Jedi that feared attachments. They considered them dangerous, the so-called path to the dark side. Why should a Sith fear them? The dark path was the only true path to power. He won't know what to think when he sees you in battle, Kira said. He won't understand. Are you sure that you are ready for him to see that? Avaryss sighed. Well, she thought, he will see it whether he is ready or not. Hopefully, he would understand. The ship continued to draw closer. The freighter floated before them. Avaryss had seen the type before at the Kaas City spaceport. The ship was a standard light freighter, 3 or 4 decks, and a crew of 20 or so. 20 corpses, the dark side whispered. A shiver of anticipation ran down her spine. The fuss still needed to be reassured. This attack would do little to do that. Of course, they might change their minds when she dumped the heads of these traitors on the floor of their assembly. They would see how far the Sith would go to protect their holdings. It might be just what she needed to keep the sealmen in line. The ship thumped loudly as it connected to the freighter's hull. Behind her, Avaryss heard her troops drawing their weapons. Zen and Chill were at her side. The former Jedi held her crossguard lightsaber in her hand, a hungry smile on her pretty face. The Twi'lek enforcer grasped her lightsaber with both hands. The hilt was longer than a traditional blade. Through the force the girl radiated with, well, Avaryss was not quite sure what she was sensing. "Is it a party?" she said in a voice more suited to a little girl than a grown woman. After a fashion, Avaryss replied, trying to understand what she was sensing. According to Hissa, the girl was one of the few enforcers who was not inside Darth Sadi's pocket. Avaryss was determined to see her end up in hers. "Will people die?" the green-skinned female asked. Avaryss nodded. Chill giggled, the tips of her head tails twitched excitedly. "Blood will flow like wine. Entrails will become streamers." The Twi'lek smiled widely, showing a set of white shiny fangs. "Have you ever tried ice cream? Ice cream with sprinkles?" Avaryss frowned. She did not know what ice cream was, and even if she did not have time to discuss it. The ship had achieved hard lock. One of the troopers stepped forward, setting charges ready to blow lock. She gripped her lightsaber tightly, preparing for what was to come, the sweet, sweet slaughter. "Are you okay?" She looked over her shoulder. Ro stood there. He should know better than to interrupt a Sith before battle, but she took a deep breath, pushed the rage back. "Stay close to Commander Holly, Lieutenant," she ordered. "As soon as we have cleared out the crew, the computers will need to be downloaded. Make sure that she is not interrupted." He nodded. "We will do our part, my lord," he promised. "We Ordanas know how to fight." "I know," she said with a sly smile. "Outsiders fight hard. Farm kids learn to play harder." He chuckled. "That we do," he agreed, "especially for those of us that grew up around Orid." Her smile widened. That was true. Ro Wilkes fell back as the entry port began to smoke. Avaryss turned her attention forward, and she let her bloodlust flow free. "Here we go," she thought with a predatory grin. It was time to feed the darkness. A loud boom shook the ship as the airlock blew in. Smoke filled the chamber, blinding anyone within. Avaryss lit her blade and leapt forward, her apprentice and enforcer at her side. She heard voices, shouting for them to freeze. Avaryss ignored them. "Dead men," she thought. "You are all dead men." A human wielding a heavy blaster stood in her way. He raised his weapon, but to one so lost in the power of the dark side, he might as well have been unarmed. She did not bother engaging him. She reached out with the force. The man flew into the air and struck the overhead bulkhead hard. She heard something crack as he struck but had no time to finish him off. Blast of fire rang out from behind him, a collection of humans, Rodians, and Weequay. All wore armor with some type of symbol on their arms and chests. Outlaws, she thought, pirates, or gang members. She grinned. It did not matter. They would all fall. She stood back and deflected their blasts with sheen. While she did, Chilled and Zen darted forward. They moved like shadows, blurs wielding blades of red flame. Shouts of defiance quickly turned to cries of terror cut short into gurgling gasps of death. Avaryss smiled hungrily. So far, so good. She heard a moan overhead. The man she had caught at the start was still stuck to bulkhead above her. She spun her blade, disemboweling him as she moved on. She let him fall without a single glance back. What did it matter? He was dead. The dead were best forgotten. Her troops fanned out behind her as they cleared the airlock. They found themselves in the ship's main hangar. Blast of fire rang out as outlaws traded blasts with Sith troopers. Zen went with Barrack as he made his way to secure the engine room. Avaryss made her way forward, eager to secure the captain and anyone else of importance. The ship's crew tried to block her path again. They fired on her only to have their bolts sent back. One of them did get lucky and tossed a grenade. She stopped it in midair, but it still exploded. The flash left her blind. A flashbang. Avaryss snarled and fell back, weaving her blade defensively. She was blind, her eyes burned like they were on fire. Since her student years, her eyes had been left extremely sensitive to bright light. She blinked and shook her head. The Force was still with her, though, and it prevented any of her enemies from landing a fatal blow. Her eyes burned, tears flowed freely. She had not had time to engage the light filters in her mask. "Do not give in to the pain, use it," the darkness whispered. "There is no pain where the power lies." The pain fueled her anger. Despite her blindness, she leapt forward. The Force showed her where her enemies were. Her blade flashed out, striking down 1, 2, and then 3 of her enemies. As one fell, she grabbed him with her left hand. She called on the dark side and drew his life energy into her. The pain lessened, her vision was still a little blurry, but that might have had more to do with her tears rather than the effect of the flashbang. She watched as the man's body crumbled away and found herself facing a pale green-skinned Rodian, 2 short dueling swords in his hands. She smiled beneath her mask. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked dryly. The Rodian did not answer with words. He attacked. He got inside her guard, stabbing and slashing viciously. He was fast, not as fast as a Force sensitive, but still quite fast. His blade caught a glancing blow beneath her breastplate. As she fell back, he caught her across the left thigh. The cut was not deep, but it did leave her stumbling. Avaryss cursed under breath. Once upon a time, she would not have feared a non-Force sensitive swordsman, but ever since she had lost her arm, her skill with the blade was not as crisp as it had once been. She had trained hard, regained much of her former skill, but she was still not as sharp as she had once been. The weakness sickened her. She snarled, letting her anger fuel her power. She pushed the Rodian back. He once again tried to get inside her guard. She fell back again, tumbling out of his reach. He swung at her head as she pirouetted away from his strike. The two ended up facing each other again. Both had blades at the ready. "You're good," she purred with an eager grin. He started to advance. She reached out with the Force, catching him in a force grip. The Rodian gasped, his snout forming into an O-shaped hole as she began to choke him. The Force tightened around his throat like a garrote. He did not give up. He threw one of his blades at her head. She blocked it with her lightsaber. He stumbled back, his fingers at his throat. He struggled as he tried to free himself from her grip. Too late, she thought with dark satisfaction. Too late. Now I will. "Kira, look out." Ro's voice shook her from her revelry. The Force screamed danger as she whirled around. An ugly human with a tattooed face stood before her, a wicked-looking dagger in his hand. She snarled in fury. If Ro had not called out, she would have been stuck in the back. She would have. Her eyes widened. The Rodian. She did not waste any more time. She blasted the human with Force lightning. He flew back, dropping his weapon. The Rodian, free from her grip, lunged in with his remaining blade. Avaryss did not even bother turning. She brought her blade around and blocked his attack. The cortosis weave of the blade hissed as it struck her lightsaber. Before he could recover, she whirled around, catching the alien by the throat. Her metal fingers tightened around his windpipe. The anger was upon her. She did not have time to play anymore. She tightened her grip. Her metal fingers dug deep into his throat. She did not stop until blood was flowing down her fingers, darkening her sleeve. She did not let go until the swordsman stopped squirming, and when he did, she flung him down hard. She sneered down at the body, a most satisfying kill. More, the darkness within her whispered. "I want more." She wiped her hand on the dead Rodian's tunic. As she did, she looked down and saw the dagger that the human had tried to use on her. She frowned. The weapon felt strange. The Force flowed strangely around the blade. She reached out for it with her human hand. "I wouldn't do that." She jumped, once again. Ro was at her side. He was quite stealthy for one so big. He gingerly picked up the dagger by the hilt. His eyes narrowed. He sniffed the blade. "Kuba venom," he informed her. "It is a neurotoxin, a strong one. A nasty way to go. A single cut and you will die screaming and frothing at the mouth within an hour." He shook his head. "He did not cut you, did he?" She shook her head. "Good," he said. A minor scratch would not kill outright, but it would leave you brain dead within 15 minutes if you were lucky. He gave her a sick look. As I said, it is a nasty way to go. She nodded as Ro pulled the sheath from the man's belt. He took the blade and slid it back inside. He handed her the dagger. She took it and put it on her belt. An interesting weapon, she thought. It could prove useful. She smiled. Much like Ro Wilkes himself. I did not know you knew about poisons, she said. One of the former Southern landowners hired an assassin to kill Imperial officers that claimed his land a while back. He liked Kuba venom. I saw several bodies, got used to the smell. Lucky me, she said. Avaryss paused. It was in that moment that she remembered the fight. She remembered what Ro had shouted when the man had come up behind her. Kira, she thought. He called me Kira. She looked at him. He must have guessed what she was thinking, because he looked down. It was hard to tell in the dim light, but he might have blushed. What did you call me? She asked. He shrugged. His expression turned nervous, almost shy. Your name, I guess. Considering how you responded, I'm guessing that I was right. He managed a weak smile. You're alive, he said. I had always hoped, but... Praise the Emperor. You're alive. She blinked, grateful for the mask she was wearing. He could not see the shock on her face. You know, she said. He shrugged again. I had a suspicion, but I was not sure, not until this moment. He smiled shyly. It is you, isn't Kira? You're alive. She winced. She was suddenly feeling very uncomfortable. How did he know? How had he figured it out? The sound of battle drew them back from their conversation. Two men emerged with blasters drawn. Before they could recover, Chilled was there. The Twi'lek slashed with her lightsaber. Its blade was shorter than a standard blade, its hilt thin enough that she could spin it like a baton. The outlaws died quick. The Twi'lek giggled and pranced around happily. Such a party, Mother, she said to Avaryss. All we need now is the ice cream. Avaryss frowned. Make sure that you do not kill all of them, girl. I still want prisoners. The green-skinned creature laughed and gave her an exaggerated bow. She pranced away with her lightsaber in hand, off to hunt down more victims. The Dark Lord rolled her eyes. She now knew why Sadi had not collared this one. She was not right in the head. She was unstable, possibly insane. The Sith Lord would need to watch her very, very carefully, and that was not all. Roan Wilkes knew who she was. How he found out, she couldn't say. She shook her head. Damn. We need to talk, she said. Sounds like a good idea, he agreed. The sound of blasters once again drew their attention, this time towards the front of the ship, likely close to the bridge. Avaryss sighed. Later, she said, heading towards the sounds of battle. Yeah, she heard him say as he followed in her wake. Later. Chapter 24. The two holograms shimmered before her, one an Imperial officer standing straight and proud, and the other a robed figure sitting on a throne. Avaryss frowned as she stared down at the hollow plate in her quarters. This message had been waiting for her, having been recorded less than an hour ago. The content came at no surprise. So much for her order for there to be no communications until after the matter on Fallis was resolved, she thought. Glask, damn that man. She had only just returned from the interrogation suites. She had neither ate nor slept for almost 3 days. Now she was functioning on nothing but her will and the power of the Force. The battle over Fallis had ended 9 hours ago. She had barely had time to meditate and refresh her mind before word had reached her that her prisoners were ready to be questioned. The Sith had managed to capture 9 prisoners, 5 from the freighter that Avaryss had boarded, and 4 fighter pilots whose craft had been disabled. The rest had fled into hyperspace. The carrier had collected what few fighters remained and retreated. It had been no match for 2 Sith destroyers. The 2 freighters that had aided in the destruction of the Sith's water transport had both been disabled. The one she had boarded was now being examined by Sith intelligence officers. The other was destroyed. Its shell was now just wreckage orbiting Fallis. We won the day, Avaryss thought, but she suspected that they could expect little more than that. The prisoners that had survived the battle were mostly common thugs and crewers. They knew little about the motivations of those that hired them. We will get little out of this scum, she thought glumly. These men and women weren't real rebels. They were guns for hire, a pirate gang that had been hired through a go-between to destroy a ship in orbit of Avaryss. She had interrogated that freighter's captain herself. It had been a successful endeavor, mostly. It was rare that she got to enjoy the art of information extraction. The memory of her own interrogation, after the death of her first love back on Corbin, usually killed any joy she found in the act. Today, however, she had felt nothing. Her anger at the embarrassment she had been suffering at the hands of these rebels ensured that she did not lose focus. She had indulged every dark impulse she had, and in the process extracted a name that might prove useful going forward. It should have been enough, but it seemed that Glass did not care, and he had went running to her master. The Dark Lord shook her head. She was not surprised, just annoyed. Her temper continued to burn. Your apprentice's response to this situation leaves much to be desired, my lord, Colonel Glass said with disdain. The man sneered coldly. It is my opinion that she lacks the commitment for her current post. Darth Fear laughed. His white teeth shone, even in the hollow field, his golden eyes glittering from beneath his heavy cowl. What would you have had her do, Colonel Glass? The Dark Lord inquired. Should she have blasted all of Avaryss for what happened? Should we have sacrificed such a valuable world just to make a point? Fear smirked at the mere thought of the idea. I'm sure Avaryss is doing what she feels is necessary, but if that should change, I'm confident that you, one of my most loyal of servants, will inform me straight away. The loyalty officer stood a little straighter, basking in his master's slight praise. Avaryss rolled her eyes. The fool, she thought. If Fear truly had any real respect or affection for him, he would not have put him in such a precarious position, spying on a Dark Lord, not the safest job in the galaxy. She pursed her lips in disgust. If the man was not careful, he would find out just how precarious his situation truly was. For the moment, his family name and powerful relatives protected him, but there was more than one way to skin a nerf. Accidents did happen. She looked down at the dagger she had recovered during the fight on the enemy ship. Ro had been right about the neurotoxin coating the blade. She had decided to keep it. It was a spoil of war. Who knew it might just prove useful? She pulled the weapon from its sheath and looked hungrily at the blade. She imagined cutting Glass with it, watching his painful end. She tried to imagine using it on her master, but she just couldn't see it. She sighed. When Darth Fear did die, it would not be from the cut of a simple dagger. It would be something far more dramatic. And I will be there when it happens, Avaryss thought. I will make it happen. It would happen. She had foreseen it. It would be done. She returned her attention to the conversation between her master and Colonel Glass. She did not have time for daydreams right now. She required actions. Avaryss' response as Inquisitor has been half-hearted. My lord, Glass continued. She was sent to crush the rebellion in the system, and so far all she has done is travel around and speak with people. She has done nothing to deal with the criminals hiding in our midst. I take it that you feel that brute force is a better answer here? Fear inquired. The loyalty officer nodded. There are many settlements on Ordana and Avaryss that the Empire does not require. She could have made an example of any of them. She could have shown these peasants that the Empire will not tolerate this talk of succession. She could have left the scarred ruins as an example for good and all. The Emperor's wisdom has more than enough firepower to carry out such an action. Brute force is not the only way to deal with an enemy, Colonel, Fear reminded him. Subtlety can be a useful tool if properly applied. Subtlety is often overrated in my book, my lord, Glass added. These are troubling times. Examples serve best when dealing with the rabble. They do indeed, Avaryss thought, leaning back in the chair. Glass had no idea that she had bugged his personal hypercom. He likely didn't know that she was aware that he had one. He had taken measures to ensure his privacy, but those were for naught. The officer that was over the wisdom scanning crews did not really exist. He was simply Commander Holly in disguise. The changeling was more than capable of handling both her own duties and the requests of men like Glask. Avaryss smiled. She wondered what the loyalty officer would say if he knew how she had outplayed him. Her master would have likely applauded her cunning. Her eyes narrowed as she stared down at the hologram of the loyalty officer, her temper barely contained by her will. Perhaps she should make an example of Glask, to show the various spies and informers on the Emperor's wisdom the price of informing on her to another Sith, even one that she called master. It would be so easy, she thought, satisfying too. Her temper continued to rise, the urge to march straight up to Glask and crush his windpipe with the force while everyone else watched was almost impossible to resist. She shuddered and took a deep breath. It would be satisfying, but it would also be counterproductive. No, she thought. Glask still had his uses. She tried to focus on that. Coward, Kira hissed from her place in the back of Avaryss' mind. The Dark Lord snarled, her fury still very close to bubbling over. Be silent, she spat out loud. Save your commentary for someone who cares. Kira quieted as Avaryss continued to watch her master's conversation with his pawn. How much longer, she wondered, how much longer will I have to tolerate this? How much longer will I have to continue playing the role of the loyal apprentice? She had no answer, and that lack of answers made her temper burn that much brighter. Her fingers curled into angry fists. She had just about had enough of Darth Fear and his games. I still do not see why Darth Mars saw fit to make her a Darth, Glask said. He had his reasons, Fear said dismissively. It is not a choice that I would have made, but it has been done, so now I make the best of it. Fear leaned in. She felt his gaze harden as he looked down upon the loyalty officer. It might have been her imagination, but Avaryss thought she saw the man cringe. It is not for you to question such things, Glask, Fear warned him. Avaryss is Sith. How she has risen is no concern of yours. I mean no disrespect, Lord Counselor, he added quickly. I merely wonder if your apprentice's ascension was too soon. It should have been your choice to elevate her, not Darth Mar. Fear sighed and leaned back. Too early or not, it was done, Fear said. I do not doubt she would have achieved such a goal in time, how could she not? The Dark Lord chuckled. I made Avaryss, Glask. It was I that lifted her up and let her join the Sith in the first place. It was I that guided her training from afar. It was I that saved her when she should have died on Korriban. All that she is, all that she has, and may yet become is because of me. It is because I made her. She is mine. Avaryss hissed as she listened to her master's boast, his claim that she was, and always would be his. You know nothing, my master, she thought. And one day, you will be nothing. She hates you, my lord, Glask said. I can see it in her eyes. The way she speaks about you when she thinks that you cannot hear. The loyalty officer pursed his lips. He looked upon his master with concern. She would kill you if she thought she would get away with it. Of course I would, Avaryss thought. That is the way of things. Master versus apprentice. When the time was right, that was the way of things. The way it had always been. Of course she wants me dead, Fear replied. But it is not out of hatred, not fully anyway. Avaryss craves my power, that is as it should be. Her desire is what gives her her passion. It is what makes her superior. Fear smiled fondly. My dear child will challenge me one day, and on that day, she will lose. She will do so because she is mine, and as you said, she is not ready to be a Darth. She had the potential, but not the will. She will never surpass me. She will never. Avaryss had heard enough. She leapt from the chair and flipped the hypercom over. The recording glitched and began to repeat. She will never. She will never. She will never. Avaryss' lightsaber was in hand and ignited. She chopped at her master's image, and it vanished in flash of smoke and sparks. Avaryss turned her eyes wild with rage and hate. The exhaustion and frustration of the last few days had been too much, far too much. She had had enough. She started towards the door. She would go to Colonel Glask's quarters and kill him. If anyone tried to stop her, they would die. If anyone found themselves in her path, they would die. If anyone even looked at her the wrong way, they would die. She would. Avy, stop. Kira's voice penetrated the haze of red and hate, but Avaryss did not even acknowledge her. She would not be stopped now. She would. Avi. She reached for the door control. As soon as it opened, the guards outside would die. They would be just the first. She would cut a bloody path to the loyalty officer's quarters. She would. Stop. Kira reached out, her strength increased by the rage and hate of her other half. Avaryss tried to shrug her off, to push her back down where she belonged, but Kira would not be denied. She seized control of Avaryss' hand. The two fought for control. And then it happened. Agony. Avaryss cried out and sank to her knees. Her lightsaber fell from her grip. She clutched her head with both hands, but the pounding continued. She could not move, she could barely think. No, she thought. No. 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 I won't stop. I won't. Go away. Leave me alone. Leave me. Another spike of pain went through her brain. She fell whimpering to the ground. Everything spun away. She was falling. Darkness rose up to claim her. Darkness and sweet oblivion. Stop, the voice in the back of her head cried out, but it was fading fast. Stop. Avaryss said nothing. She could not speak, and she couldn't move. She no longer wished to. The pain was too great. The darkness rose up and buried her. Cold. Sweet. Oblivion. And then nothing. She was not sure how long she lay there, how much time had passed. The chime on her door beeped again and again, drawing her back from the nothingness, back from the shadow. She sat up and shook her head. What, she thought to herself. What happened? She looked around, feeling strangely disconnected. She knew this place, knew that it was hers, and what had almost happened. She blinked and shook her head, trying to clear it. The pain was gone, and with it, something else. Avi, she said under her breath. No response. Avi, can you hear me? Again, nothing. She blinked. What happened? She thought. What is going on? Kira rose to her feet, rubbing her temples with her fingers. She felt strange, but at the same time, better than she had in a while. She looked at the mirror in her quarters. She saw only her reflection there. She had expected to see Avaryss' ghoulish face and breathing mask staring back at her, but it was not there. It was gone. She let out a shuddering breath. Avaryss was gone. She took a wobbly step and almost fell, just managing to catch herself before she took a nosedive into the deck. It had been a long time since Kira had her head to herself, that she did not have to fight Avaryss for control, to wait to be let out, or fight her way to the surface and take control. It felt strange. She was not used to the silence. Avi, she repeated out loud. Avi, are you there? Kira. She heard the voice. It whispered through her mind, but it was not the cold Dromund Kaas accented tones of Avaryss. No, this was different. Someone was reaching out to her through the force. I hear you, she said. Who is there? She sensed amusement. You are so close now, sweetheart, so very close. She could almost see the image of a smiling face. She could sense the joy through the connection they now shared. You have finally freed yourself, dear, and now you must come to me. I'm waiting. We are waiting. Kira's eyes narrowed. Who are you? She asked. Where do you want me to go? Come home, Kira. You are needed. She needs your help. Again she felt a flash of joy. Come home, Kira. Come home. Kira Lilith shook her head. She thought she recognized that voice, but she could not be sure. It had been such a long time. Mother, she called out. Mother, can you hear me? There was no answer. The connection was gone. Kira shivered. She was alone, but for that one moment, it had felt like. She swallowed hard. Her mouth was suddenly very dry. Impossible, she thought. My mother is dead. She died years ago. Yet, she heard someone that had sounded like. The door chimed again and again. Kira looked over, her confusion finally clearing. She was in total control. Yes, she called out, trigger the door calm. What is it? Lord Avaryss, a familiar voice answered. It is Bleeze, my lord. Kira shook her head, waiting for Avaryss to emerge and respond. She did not. Kira blinked. I guess I'm Avaryss now too, she thought. How messed up is that? Yes, War Master, she said. What is it? Your transport is ready to take you down to the surface, my lord, Bleeze informed her. Your gift for the Fa assembly is ready as well, and it is stored in the cargo hold, awaiting its delivery. The War Master chuckled. I assumed that you would wish to deliver this particular gift yourself. Kira nodded. Yes, she remembered now. Avi had something special planned for the Fa. Something to remind them that they were still vassals of the Empire, and that their continued cooperation was still needed. She took a deep breath to steady her nerves. It was not the kind of gift that she would have chosen, but she saw the value in what it would mean when the Fa leaders saw it. She could have told Bleeze to forget it and leave it behind, but at the same time, she knew the value of symbolic gestures, and this one was sure to show the Sealmen that the Empire meant business. I'll play this the way that you would Avi, Kira murmured to herself. Then we will see just what our Fa allies think of our commitment to their continued safety. Kira did not hesitate. Avaryss had already dressed in her robes and cloak. She used the Force to summon her helmet and mask. Kira would have rather not worn it at all, but it was what the Fa would likely expect. The mask had become Avaryss' face. It was one the Fa would be expecting. She would not disappoint them. She snapped the helmet in place and secured the mask. Once again, she expected Avaryss to try and reassert control, but again she did not. Kira's thoughts were her own. No other voice rose up to complain or tried to regain control. Is it over? She wondered. Was Avaryss truly gone for good? If so, then she was truly free. Free! All that Avaryss had was now hers to do with as she saw fit. The mission was now hers. She found the prospect a bit daunting. Avaryss had a cold way of looking at the world. She had kept her apprentices and underlings at arm's length. Was that the best way of doing things? Or should Kira try something new, something more fitting with what she believed to be right? She thought about the strange contact she had felt through the Force. She would need to find out who had done it. She would need to find out where to go, but first, she needed to reassure Avi's allies that nothing had changed. First, she had to accept the fact that in the eyes of others, she was Avaryss. She could not afford to wait for Avi to return. She had to be Avaryss. She took another deep breath and made for the door, her cloak swishing behind her. I can do this, Kira Lillis thought. I am a Dark Lord of the Sith. I am now Darth Avaryss. She smiled beneath her mask. It was time to find out just what that meant. The Fa assembly had offered to meet her on the Sith space station in orbit. They had offered to come to her. Avaryss had declined. If they wished to meet with her on the station, she would go to the surface. The Sealmen needed to learn that it was she that had the final say in such matters. That she stood above them, and that they would meet her on her terms and her terms alone. Kira did nothing to change that plan. She simply sat in her seat aboard the shuttle as they broke through Fala's atmosphere and began their final approach to the capital city. She looked out the nearest viewport. The shuttle broke through the clouds, revealing the glacier-covered landscape that was Fala's. She smiled. It was an amazing sight to be sure. Though they could move on land, the Fa were an aquatic species by nature, their bodies perfectly adapted to live comfortably in the planet's frozen seas. Most Fa settlements were underwater villages and towns. Their people divided into 28 separate clans that shared power and maintained a sense of peace among the populace. Not peace, Kira reminded herself, order. Peace was a lie. There was only passion. In the past, the Fa had often been the target of aggressive outsiders. Pirates and raiders had preyed on the Sealmen, forcing them to pay tribute or suffer the consequences. The coming of the Empire had changed all that. The Empire had brought opportunity to Falas. The Empire had brought the Fa a chance to stand among their galactic peers and not have to worry about being taken advantage of faceless aggressors. All the Sith had asked in return was that the Fa provide them with fresh water for their worlds and war machines. Falas could have ended up as another supply world, but that had not happened. The Imperials had developed a taste for pho culture. The Seal men's cuisine, music, and art could be found on many worlds in the Sith Empire. They may not have been Sith, but the pho were respected. They provided a necessary service. They were a resource that the Empire had come to depend on. It now fell to Kira to make sure that they understood that rebellion would not be tolerated. Today, she would make sure they understood that. "We are approaching the capital city, my lord," the pilot informed her. She nodded and came up beside him. The sight that greeted her was a wonder, to be sure. The Seal men had built few cities on the rocky surface of their world, but what they had were said to be breathtaking to behold. The city was called Arab by the locals, but to the Empire at large it was known simply as the Shining City. An interesting title, but one well-deserved. The pho city had not been built in the traditional sense. It had, in fact, but cut out of the crystal formations that were common on the planet's surface. The city shone in the bright sunlight throwing of rainbows along the rocky cliffs and distant glaciers. It was so bright that Kira needed to darken her mask's optics. Her weakened eyes could not take such brightness. The crystals shone like stars. It was these crystals that first drew the Sith. They had hoped that they might have found a cache of crystals that could be adapted for lightsabers. That had not turned out to be the case, but that did not mean that the planet had not been valuable. The freshwater stores on this world alone made it worthy of becoming a Sith protectorate. And now it falls to me to make sure it remains that way, Kira thought. She hoped that she was up to the task. Beric and Ro had accompanied her. They both looked up as she returned to the shuttle's main cabin. Both were clad in winter combat suit armor, not that she expected them to need it. She could feel Ro's gaze on her as she sat back down. They would still need to talk about what had happened on the pirate freighter. She glanced towards him. He did not look away, and she could sense curiosity, interest, attraction. She looked away quickly. Now that he was sure that it was her under the mask, he did nothing to hide his feelings. She admired his bravery, if nothing else. She would deal with the matter later, once the pho had been reminded of their place. Zen and Chilled sat silently in their seats. Kira wondered if they could sense change in her. She doubted that Chilled could. The Twi'lek had just met her. Zen was another matter. Kira's eyes narrowed. She did not like the fact that the former Jedi harlot had her brother wrapped around her little finger. Avaryss may have been fine with it, but Kira was not. If Zen did anything to hurt Beric, she would kill the little shuttle without hesitation. She would need to arrange it first, though. She did not want to hurt her relationship with her brother, but it could be done. As Avi had once said, accidents did happen. Kira would just have to wait for the right opportunity. It would not be that hard to arrange. Chilled looked up at her, her golden Sith eyes sparkling with a mix of curiosity and merriment. "So many people," she said. "Are these nice people?" Kira shrugged. "They are allies," she said. "That is enough for now." Chilled grinned hungrily. "Are we going to kill them too? The ones on the ship were fun." She giggled. "I want to have more fun." "I doubt that it will come to that," Kira replied. "If blood needs to be spilled, I will let you know." She gave the Twi'lek a cold look. "Until then, maintain control, do you understand?" The girl responded with an exaggerated bob of her. "Yes, Mother Avaryss," she said. "I will be a good girl, you will see." Kira sniffed. A good girl. They would see. The ship did not bother landing at the city's main spaceport. It made straight for the main assembly building, the one the pho used the Sith Center representative to speak with them. Normally they would have held this meeting in one of their underwater chambers, but since a human would not survive very long in the icy waters, they held the meeting on the surface. Just as well, Kira thought. According to the shuttle scanners, Follis was enjoying a particularly cold day today. A human without protective gear would not last long on the surface. Fortunately, what she had to say would be brief. Just a few words, and then she would present them with Avaryss' gift. Her point would be made. The pho would understand. The central building was one large crystalline dome. Rainbows danced on the floor around her as Kira and her entourage arrived. She looked around, nodding to all those attendants. the leaders of the planet, the greatest among the Fa. The council members were not like the common seal men she had seen on the streets. They were larger and far whiter. The skin glistening in the light, their thick yet still slick bodies hinted at the power that they were capable of. They may have been a bit slow on land, but in the water few would wish to challenge them. Kira nodded, pleased by what she was seeing. She was grateful to have such creatures as allies. Though he was not physically in attendance, Lobvec appeared via hypercom. He introduced Kira as Lord Avaryss, of course, High Inquisitor of the 80 system. She smiled and stepped forward. She recognized the need to put her best foot forward. No doubt Darth Sadi was either watching this meeting live or would see a recording later. Kira intended to give her no ammunition to use against her. She intended to be the perfect Sith. Honorable delegates, she said, nodding respectfully, I thank you for allowing me to come to your most beautiful world. You flatter us, Inquisitor, Chairman Boltier said, returning her nod. A large brown skin Fa. The chairman's large face was almost hidden beneath a beard of thick tan whiskers. He might have seemed comical, if not for his large size and thick muscular arms. Pacifists the Fa might be, but they had the potential for violence. Kira intended to make sure that potential was all it would ever be. Your reputation precedes you, Inquisitor, the chairman continued. I do hope that you will see that you have nothing to fear of our people. We remain loyal to the Empire and the Dark Council. I am certain that the Council will appreciate that sentiment, Chairman, she replied, but have not come for simple assurances alone, especially after the tragedy that took place in orbit 2 days ago. A rustle of noise went through the gathered Fa, the leaders barking to each other. The chairman stopped any argument with the raised large flipper. We had nothing to do with the loss of the Empire ship, Lord Avaryss. We hope you can see that. Of course, she said, I would never dare question the loyalty of your people. It is not you that I mean to discuss today, but myself. She smiled broadly beneath her mask. No doubt you have all heard many wild tales about me and my master, some of which, though true, are greatly exaggerated. We Sith are capable of great violence, but we are also capable of great generosity as well. She let her eyes drift over the gathered leaders. She reached out with the force, trying to sense any anger or tension. She sensed no more than what she might expect from such creatures. Lucky them. As a representative of the Empire and the Dark Council, I wish to assure you all that the Empire has no intention of letting your world slip back into the chaos that it experienced before our arrival. The Sith take care of our own and protect valuable resources, whether they be people or resources that they offer us. She chuckled softly. We may stumble along the way, but that does not change our commitment to keeping your world and people safe. It is for that reason that I'm here. She stood straighter. I'm here to protect you. Again, a series of barking comments. She did not speak the native tongue, but she did not need to. She could sense the skepticism in these creatures. She did not blame them. Words were cheap. She preferred action. Action was why she had come. She snapped her fingers. Two Sith trooper emerged carrying a large black case about as wide and as tall as a person. She had had Bleez prepare this little gift personally. She wanted to make sure it came as a surprise to the Fa. After all, surprises often worked best in making examples. What is this? One of the council delegates asked. A gift of sorts, Kira responded. Something from Avaryss to you, the good and honorable leadership of the Fa. She nodded to Barrack, who motioned for his troops to move forward. They went to the case and opened it, holding it up for all to see. Kira smirked. The response was just what Avaryss had hoped for. A series of surprise barks. Some of the seal men looked away quickly, perhaps wanting to vomit when the first of the smells reached them. Voltaire gasped, his dark brown skin paling at the sight of her gift. What is this? He demanded. Why have you brought this to us? Kira grinned. She thought he would never ask. Consider this a promise, she said, from me to the honorable people of Avaryss. The Sith hate fine allies, but we can be deadly enemies if provoked. She chuckled. Just ask these gentlemen, she said, motioning towards the case. They will all tell you that we mean business. Voltaire whimpered. She did not blame him. It was kind of gross. The case contained the heads of the 9 prisoners they had taken after the space battle. Some of those heads were in worse shape than others. Sith interrogators were not known for being gentle. Some of the heads were missing ears or eyes. One was actually missing his nose and lips. Kira could not say which of her people were responsible for that, and did not really care. These people had been enemies. She knew how to deal with enemies. She met the chairman's gaze. It was important he understood what this meant. The Empire is at war, she said. We can't afford no interruptions in our supply lines. These men tried and they have answered for it. Know that we are not above making other such demonstrations in the future. A ripple of fear went through the gathered assembly. Kira watched them closely, with both her eyes and the Force, hoping to identify any troublemakers right away. She sensed fear, but no anger, for now the Fa leaders were not motivated to act against the Empire. She hoped that it would stay that way. I wish that I could stay longer. Sadly, the business of protecting the worlds under my charge draws me away. Kira bowed respectfully to the gathered leaders. The seal men looked a little ill, but seemed to have gotten the point. Good. The Empire remains a friend of Follis. I will speak with Darth Fear himself, make sure he understands that the current quotas should remain where they are. I see no reason to gouge your world if we do not have to. You would do that for us, my lord? The chairman asked. She nodded. As I said, you are both an ally and loyal member of the Empire. We take care of our friends, and, she said, motioning to the heads on display before them. Our enemies. The Fa said nothing, but she thought he understood. Friends could become enemies so quickly. It was important that the consequence of such actions were understood. We thank you for your actions on our behalf, Lord Avaryss, the chairman said. You, are a credit to both your race and your order. She laughed dismissively. You are too kind, she said, but such pleasantries are most unnecessary. As I said before, we were, and remain your most loyal of allies. She grinned as she looked down at the heads, remembering what she had learned before they had been prepared for this meeting. We are here to keep you safe, she repeated. Never forget that. After all, we shall not. Her eyes sparkled with the predatory light. We shall not. The Fa nodded their heads. She could feel the sense of fear and submission. They would have nothing to worry about the Fa leadership, at least for now. The Empire's point has been made, and the answer has been received. Good. May my next visit be longer. I would like to see more of your beautiful world. You will always be welcome here, Tyr said quickly. A Sith is always welcome. Kira tried not to laugh. Being Avaryss was easier than she thought, at least in this. A Sith was always welcome, the Fa had said. And they were right. How nice that they understood. How very nice. Chapter 25. In Nar Shaddaa. It was a world of many names. Some creatures called it the land of opportunity. Other creatures called it the last stop of the desperate soul. The Hutts called it necessary, saw it as a place where they could carry out their business without disrupting their lives on Nar Shaddaa, the world that in Nar Shaddaa orbited. To Kira Lilas, now called Darth Avaryss, it was a world she had never hoped to see again. The young Dark Lord frowned. Nar Shaddaa had been one of the first planets that her master had sent her to during her training. She and her crew had spent that trip trying to protect a droid head from several of the moon's most unsavory elements. Now, she was forced to return again, to investigate the name that the captain she had interrogated had given her. According to the now-dead pirate, the go-between that had hired them to attack the Sith's water shipment was based here. And because of that, she thought glumly, once again I must wade into this neon-draped cesspit of a world. I must find this go-between and make him talk. It would be a most interesting job, to be sure. Of course, there were advantages to going on this journey. It would give her a chance to clear her head, to get away from the politics and games that was her homeworld. It was also a chance to get away from Ro, to put some distance between them, and that was not a bad thing. The fact that he had deduced who she was had left her shaken. She needed time to clear her head, to regroup. Killing the filth that called Nar Shaddaa home might be just what she needed. It would be a chance to forget about Ro for a while, to forget the attraction she felt every time he looked at her. These desires, they left her, unsettled, puzzled. She frowned. I thought I dealt with this long ago. I thought that this part of my past was no longer a factor. Now might be a good time to try and contact Finn, she thought to herself. Yes, she had decided not to, but that was before Avaryss had all but vanished from her consciousness. Her dream friend might be just what she needed now, a reminder of the things she truly wanted for herself. The thought made her smile, but that smile died just as quickly as it sprang. No, the darkness within whispered, you do not have time for that now. You still have a mission to complete, a world to save. You do not need Finn, and that cute smile of his distracting you from what needed to be done. Forget about love for now, focus on your duty. She nodded grimly. Yes, she thought. I still have a mission to complete. She needed to go to Nar Shaddaa. She had decided not to use the Emperor's wisdom on this journey. The relationship between the Empire and the Hutts was not the best right now. The Slugs had tried to reawaken their own empire recently. They had tried and failed. Their scheme had involved them trying to lay claim to a valuable resource that the Sith had desperately needed. Mar had dispatched the Emperor's wrath to deal with it. She had managed to both preserve the planet and defeat the Hutts, and by doing so, won a major victory for both the Empire and the Cabal. The Slugs could have considered that a breach of treaty, but they hadn't. The galaxy continued to spin, but no one could deny that matters between the two powers were tense. Kira decided not to risk provoking the Hutts any further. A smaller combat vessel entering Hutt space would not attract the attention that a fully armed destroyer would. The Fury-class interceptor was a ship she was more than familiar with. It was the primary ship of choice among Sith apprentices. She had commanded one herself during her time dealing with Saidar Ben and his rogue Jedi conspiracy. It would serve her needs just fine. As for a crew she was bringing along, two of her Ardanan volunteers, she wanted the story of what was about to happen to circulate through the ranks of both the peacekeepers and the soldiers that defended Ardana. She wanted her people to understand the length she was willing to go to protect their home. It was the best way to keep building on the foundation that she created. Beric had not been happy with her choice. He felt it better that they descend on Nar Shaddaa in force. He had been equally hesitant when she informed him she intended to carry out this mission alone. I'm not going to fight, she informed him. I merely wish to converse with the go-between that the rebels used to hire the pirates that attacked Fallis. And if he decides he does not wish to talk, her brother had inquired. Kira grinned. Then I shall ask again, more forcefully. She did not need to elaborate further. He knew how forceful she could be when she wanted something. He insisted that she allow him to come with her, him and Zen. It was their job to keep her safe, and he did not like the thought of his little sister alone on Nar Shaddaa. Kira had smiled at that. Dear Rick, she thought. My sweet brother. She was grateful they had been alone for that conversation. It had made what she wanted so much easier. She had thrown her arms around Beric, embracing as she had wanted to do for so very long. Avi had always against showing any affection for him. She had been afraid that it would be noticed, and that her enemies would come to see Beric as a weak link, a lever that they might exploit. It had been frustrating for Kira. Beric was her last living relative. She loved him, and only now was she finally free to show it. As she felt his strong arms wrap around her, returning the embrace, she smiled. It had been far too long. What are you doing? He asked. He sounded confused. Can I not show that I love my big brother? She inquired. It is not like anyone is around to see. She heard him chuckle. Okay, he said. Who are you, and what have you done with the real Lord Avaryss? She tensed at his question. She feared that in that moment Avi would come roaring back, that she would be furious enough that she might even attack Beric. It did not happen, luckily. Her mind reminded her own. Is it truly over? Kira wondered. Had she won? Was Evie really gone? Or was she simply hiding, lying in wait? She decided not to worry her brother. She gave him a small, shy smile. I've been dealing with a lot lately, she said to him, giving him no clue of her current worries. It has made me reconsider some past choices. She shrugged. I'm trying to be a better person. Her brother smiled. Then I wish you luck then, he said. May you become the person that you have always wanted to be. She almost laughed at that. The person she had always wanted to be. She was not quite sure who that person was. For the longest time she had been so focused on becoming a Lord of the Sith, but once she had done that, she had discovered it was not quite what she expected. She had been forced to make so many choices, so many compromises. The thought of some of them made her blood boil. She had gone too far more than once. She would not do that again. She found herself thinking about Darth Fear, what she had done to stay close to him, how many times she had let him punish her, try to break her down. She was done with that. The old husband will never sit the imperial throne, she thought. If it was the last thing she did, she would destroy him before he ever got the chance. Even if it means losing your chance to sit there, the darkness within whispered. Is that truly the way of the Sith? She could not say for sure. She had had a vision once of ascending to the seat of the Emperor, of ruling a unified galaxy not just as the Sith Empress, but as sovereign of a unified galaxy, the first true Galactic Empire. Helping Fear might have been the first step to achieving that goal. But it would not have worked, Kira thought. There is always another angle with my master. There is always a hook. After my victory over Tarek, I should have been named Lord of all of his holdings, but he had not done that. He denied me my rightful place, divided what should have been mine among lesser servants, people like Sadi, people that are not fit to sit on the various thrones that should have been mine. She pursed her lips. The road of the Sith was not an easy one to walk. Nothing is given in this life, she thought. Power is never surrendered. It must be taken, ripped from the still grasping hands of a dying master. A shiver ran down her spine. Perhaps it was time for Darth Fear to get on with the dying. She backed away from Barrack, wishing that he could see the change in her, the desire to finally avenge their family. No more games, just the justice that they deserved, a justice long denied. She hoped that he would welcome it as much as she. The fewer people that know about this trip, the better. She informed him, I need you and Zen to keep matters rolling back on Ardana. Bleeze and Dime will aid you. Make sure that Sadi does not jeopardize what I'm building. If she makes any audacious moves, contact me immediately on Holo Communicator. Her brother nodded. He was still not happy, but she sensed that he was willing to see sense. Praise the Emperor. Okay, he said, I'll do my best. That is all that I ever asked, Rick, she said, starting to back away. Again, through the force she felt his hesitation, his worry. She sighed. She was not going to get out of this without making some concessions. Fine, she thought. I will bring help. I will take Holly along if it makes you feel better. It has been too long since I used her real talents. Kira smiled. It will likely come in very handy. He nodded. He seemed okay with that choice. Just be careful, he said. Our people still need you. If something were to happen, who would stand up and help save our home world? Kira nodded. She was grateful for his confidence in her. She would do her best not to disappoint him. Sorry to drag you away from your duties here, Lou Jane, Kira said as the two made their way to the hangar bay. She smiled at the changeling. Her face might have been hidden by her mask, but Holly would no doubt hear the affection in her voice. I need someone that I can trust on this one. It is no problem, my lord, Holly assured her with an eager smile. It has been too long that I got to play the engineer again. Being an officer is all well and good, but... Her friend chuckled. Just let me get a bit of engine grease beneath my fingernails again, and I will be super fine. Kira chuckled. She and Holly were not that different after all. Command was all well and good, but there was something satisfying about handling matters yourself. Both of them understood that, and had missed it to some degree. As they emerged into the hangar, they saw the Fury-class interceptor just finishing its final approach. The ship fired its docking thrusters as it settled gently down onto the deck. Seeing the ship brought back many memories for Kira. They may have technically been Avi's memories, but that did not take away the deep connection she felt for seeing the familiar-looking ship. It was not her original ship, of course. That one was currently in the hands of her servant Thranton Rink, but it was still a fury, and seeing it again made her remember the joys of a simpler time, before her life as a Darth had taken away some of the freedoms she had enjoyed as just another Sith apprentice. She missed being able to flit about the galaxy, answerable to no one but her master. Being a Darth was nice and all, but a lot of strings went with it. It would be nice to be rid of those for a while at least. The sublight engine sounded a little rough, Holly said with a hint of a frown. I'll take a look at them as soon as we enter hyperspace. Make sure they're purring like a feelings before we reach our destination. Do what you think is necessary, Kira said. I don't expect any problems, but why take the chance? She nodded. It never hurt to be prepared. The loading ramp hissed steam as it lowered. The ship's flight crew emerged. Kira had asked for volunteers from among her Ordanan allies. Both men wore the uniform of her homeworld security force. She recognized the first only in passing, but the second. She frowned. What in the name of the Emperor was this? Lieutenant Wilkes, she called out, trying to hide her disbelief. Isn't this a surprise? Roan Wilkes smiled at her. You did ask for volunteers, my lord, he reminded her with a shrug. Well, I volunteered. She and Holly approached them. Kira cursed silently under her breath, grateful once again for the fact that the mask hid her features. He just had to do this, didn't he? He just had to. She sized her old friend up. She had not even realized that he could fly a starship. I trust that you can handle this type of vessel, she said coolly. It is not the type of ship trusted to amateurs. He chuckled. Have no fear on that point, my lord. I'm fully trained and certified to fly most of the Empire's light vessels, from interceptors like this one all the way down to our starfighters. His smile brightened. Magistrate Hissa insisted that at least some of our forces were trained to do so. It is a dangerous and uncertain galaxy. It never hurts to be prepared. Kira's eyes narrowed. Had she known about such training, she would never have asked for volunteers. She had hoped to use this mission to give herself some distance between herself and Ro. Now they would be traveling together. The thought made her gut twist nervously. It was hard to avoid someone on board a Fury. It was a very small ship. Being in such close quarters, it could make things uncomfortable. Still, she refused to show any weakness. She was the Lord here, not him. She would not be intimidated by her past. I had not realized that Hissa had taken such an interest in expanding the knowledge of our security forces, she said. I take it you are impressed, he asked. She frowned. I do not impress easily, she replied. His smile morphed into that familiar smirk she remembered, the one that he had given her more than once in the last year they had known each other, that look of interest that had always made her heart flutter. She tried to ignore it. Trust me, my lord, he said. You will be most pleased with my performance. She sneered at the weakly veiled attempt to flirt with her. You can turn off the charm, Ro, she thought. I'm immune. Satisfy me, she told him. Then we shall talk about your performance. She moved past him and into the ship. Holly remained at her side. Ro and his co-pilot followed after them. Kira frowned. She just realized what she had said, and how someone like Ro might have misunderstood it. Satisfy me, then we shall talk about your performance. She winced. It had not sounded so suggestive in her head, but now that the words were out there, a shiver ran down her spine. She had not meant to say something so. She shook her head. Damn it. What the hell am I doing? Is everything okay, my lord? Holly asked. You seem tense. Kira stood a little straighter. I'm fine, Holly, she said. Everything is fine. Except for the fact that Ro and I are going to be shut up together on this ship together for several hours. It will be very hard to avoid him. I will need to stay in my quarters. Kira took another shuddering breath. They still needed to talk, but was she ready to do this now? It was not really a good time. Her indecision was both frustrating and annoying. Why was being here such a big problem? What the hell was the matter with her? She was a Dark Lord of the Sith, damn it. She would not be intimidated, not by Ro Wilkes, not by anyone. The past was in the past. She would let it go. They were several hours out when she finally sensed his presence. After providing him with the coordinates for Nar Shaddaa, she had left him to his own devices. She had gone to the officers' quarters and shut herself in even before they had made the jump to hyperspace. She had to admit the transition had been smooth. There had been barely a bump as the two Ordanas got them underway. Holly was even now back in the engine compartment, taking a look at the sub lights so that they would be ready when they finally made the transition back to real space. Kira had settled down on the floor of her quarters and meditated. She still had no idea what awaited them on the smuggler's moon. She needed to be sharp when they finally arrived. Her thoughts needed to be clear, her anger and rage sharpened like a stiletto. She tried to focus on the mission, but every time she tried, Ro's face seemed to appear in her thoughts. Damn it, she thought. Damn that man. She had tried to get some sleep, but when she tried, the nightmares were waiting for her. She dreamt of the night her family had died, only this time she could hear a voice calling out to her from the fires. A voice telling her that she was almost there, and that she needed to come home. She managed only about an hour of actual sleep, and finally, realizing that any more was impossible, rose and turned back to meditation. She would not allow her personal weaknesses to affect her mission. The Force would both restore and refresh her mind. She would be ready by the time they made planet fall. The ship, now moving through hyperspace, would not need a pilot's attention until they were finally ready to emerge. This meant that Ro had some time on his hands. She frowned. He was now approaching her quarters. She could sense him and his emotions. She was not sure what to make them. He seemed nervous, but she was used to that. Few would say it was wise to disturb a Dark Lord's meditations, but that was not what he was concerned about. What she was sensing had nothing to do with the Dark Lord she had become. Ro was focusing entirely on the girl she had been. Ro's thoughts were full of images of Kira Lilas, of their time together before her life took her down the dark path. What does he think is going to happen? She wondered. What does he want from me? She found herself wishing that she had the talent of forced persuasion. It would be so much easier if she could make Ro forget who she was by simply a wave her hand and a few words. Sadly, her talents had always lain elsewhere. Her lightning, Sith magic, and telekinesis would do her little here. She could plant nightmares into someone's head with a spell, but when it came to making them simply forget, she had no way to do that. A Sith curse escaped her lips. The Force had a funny sense of humor sometimes. She felt his presence outside her quarters. She could feel his hesitation as he stood outside her door. His hand was up, prepared to knock, but again he hesitated. He wanted to see her, to speak with her, but at the same time, he was afraid, and it had nothing to do with her being a Sith. His weakness should have sickened her, but it did not. If anything, it was comforting. It was nice to know that she was not the only one troubled by what had come before. She took a deep breath and opened her eyes. She was still armed and armored, her mask and helmet still hid her features. That fact comforted her. What was about to happen would be a battle of sorts. She felt safer going in fully armored. She gestured towards the door. It hissed open, surprising Ro, making him jump back. She smiled. So the first point goes to me, she thought. Good. Come forth, Ro, she said with a hint of amusement in her voice. Trust me, I don't bite. He entered her quarters, his hands behind his back. The nervousness she had felt when he stood outside her door remained, but now that he was here he had full control over it. His will held it in check. That level of control impressed her. Most Medanes lacked the discipline to hold their emotions in check. She was pleased to see that he could. He has full control over his fear, she thought. What he is feeling now is not about fear. It is a need to connect, a hope that there is more here than what she was willing to show. Her mouth felt very dry in that moment. Hi, he said, trying to hold her gaze. She did not rise, she simply watched him from behind the safety of her mask. Hello, Ro, she said, trying to keep her voice cool and even. Do you need something? He took a deep breath and centered himself. You said we should talk, he reminded her. He shrugged. I have time, if you do. You can say no, the darkness reminded her, You can tell him to go back to the cockpit and leave you in peace. I could, she thought, but I won't. She pursed her lips. She would not remain a prisoner to this. She would deal with it now. The past had too much of a hold on her. The time had come to free herself. Through victory, my chains are broken. She would no longer be bound by these chains. She refused. Are you sure you want to do this now? She inquired. You may not like what you are about to hear. He shrugged. I'm used to hearing things that I don't like, he said. It is a big part of my job. Maybe you should find a new one, she said dryly. Some answers can be painful. Ro's brow furrowed. His features took on that stubborn look she remembered from their childhood days. Can you take that thing off? He said. I already know what is under there. You don't need it. Direct, aren't you? She chuckled. You are in here only a few moments, and you are already asking me to undress. She had expected him to stammer, to be embarrassed and retreat. He did not. He held his ground. Take off the mask, Kira, he said. You don't need it. Not around me. She sighed. And what do you think you will see if I do? The face of the girl I. She tilted her head slightly. The face of the girl you what? The girl I knew, he added. The one that I grew up with. He stood a little straighter. I want to see the face of Ander and Maya Lila's daughter. She tilted her head. Aren't you afraid that the face beneath this mask is not what you remembered? Perhaps I'm horribly scarred beneath this mask. Perhaps the dark side has left me a shadow of what I once was. Perhaps I look like a gray-skinned, misshapen monster under this mask. Do you? He asked. Is that what you look like? She shrugged. Some Sith would consider me ugly. They would see my features as a reflection of weakness. Are you sure that you want this? Do you really want to see my face? Yes, he said, no hesitation. Are you sure? He nodded. Please, Kira, he said. No more hiding, no more games. She sighed. You will be disappointed. She raised her hands, hitting the release catches on her mask. What are you doing? The dark side whispered. Killing the past, she thought. Freeing myself. Kira sighed as she lifted the helmet from her head and sat it on the deck before her. She said nothing as Ro took in her features for the first time since they had last parted almost 5 years ago. Not a pretty sight, is it? She said, gesturing to her face. Ro did not answer. He just kept looking. She frowned. What was he doing? She could see her face reflected in the mirror in the corner. What she saw did not please her. It was not the face of a Darth, that was for certain. The healthy glow of her skin, her nose freckled like the farm girl she had been almost half a decade ago. The slight pink of her cheeks, the color rising thanks to Ro's regard, not to mention her eyes, the dark purple a mix of the blue eyes that she had been born with and the crimson left by the damage done during her integration after the death of Fel. What would Ro say about that? She wondered. Would he think less of her knowing that she had been so easily caught by her masters, or would pity her for her loss, the damage that had been done? He could no doubt see the implants in her ears, the sonic bafflers that compensated for the damage done to her hearing. How about her arm? Red durasteel and crystal was not the same as flesh and blood. She had been maimed, crippled. Cybernetics did not change that. Her eyes narrowed. Surely he could see the signs of her weakness. Another Sith certainly would. Surely seeing what she had become would make him realize that he needed to turn away, forget the past. I'm not the girl you remember, she thought. I'm something far worse than anything she could have been. She glared at him. There, you have seen my face. Now go, she wanted to shout. There is no reason for you to leer at the signs of my weakness. She expected Ro to flee, to understand that she was not the same girl she had been. That he would let go of the past and move on. He did not. She sensed no pity, no revulsion in his gaze. She sensed happiness. No, that was not it. It was too small a word. She shifted uncomfortably. Hope, she realized, that is what she was feeling. He never gave up hope, she realized. He somehow knew that I wasn't dead. He did not accept it, not in his heart. Now, that he sees my face, realizes that it is truly me. She shifted uncomfortably under his gaze. What are you staring at? She wanted to shout. What do you want from me? Well, she said, say something. Ro smiled. She felt only warmth, desire, and need. It made her uncomfortable. Hey stranger, he said. It has been a long time. Kira Lilo sighed. Why did he have to say something like that? Your eyes are different. I know, she hissed. They are hideous. He shook his head no. They suit you, he purred. You are beautiful. Despite her desire to let the past end, to move on, Kira blushed. She could not help it. She looked away, unable to meet his gaze. Damn you, Roan Wilkes, she thought. Damn you. Chapter 26. Nar Shaddaa had gotten worse since the war had begun. The crowds on the various streets had grown, the lost and the hopeless were everywhere. So many had been driven from their homes by the renewed war, or had simply looked for a place to try and escape it. Nar Shaddaa did offer some opportunities for a new life, but if a person's skill set did nothing to advance the agenda of the Hutts, that person often found themselves adrift among the rabble, that or possible fodder for the Hutt slave markets. It was not a pretty picture. Nar Shaddaa was not the type of world you wanted to be lost on. The various humans and aliens looked up as they passed by. The two kept their eyes forward and moved with purpose. No one tried to stop them. Most moved quickly to get out of the way, as if sensing that these two were predators, and they did not wish to draw any more attention than what was already there. The lost followed them with their gaze, their eyes reflecting many fears, and the desperate acts that had drawn these people here. Kira did her best to ignore them. It had nothing to do with her mission. She tried to stay focused on that. As she moved through the streets with Ro at her side, she could feel it, the increase in the desperation, and the sense of hopelessness that had all but swallowed many of the people here. She could feel the pain and the loss of the various refugees and travelers that had been displaced during the latest round of fighting between the Empire and the Republic. Such is the fate of the weak, the darkness within her whispered. If they do not serve, they must get out of the way. The Empire has no time for them right now. Ro moved at her side. She had feared that he might be distracted by what he was seeing, that the suffering around him might distract them from why they were here. Again, he surprised her. She could feel his horror and what was going on around them. He clearly was shocked, but she also sensed a grim acceptance. These people were not servants of the Empire, not yet. When that changed, they would be able to do more. The two of them followed the direction given by the pirate captain that Kira had interrogated. Both were clad in plain gray robes, no markings or clues that might suggest their origins. Technically, the Empire and the Hutt still had their neutrality treaty, but why take chances? Kira had no desire risking picking a fight right now. All she wanted was to speak to the go-between the pirate had told her about, and leave. What was happening on Nar Shaddaa was the Hutt's problem. She had no desire to get caught up in it. They sidestepped a pair of Celestins. The aliens chittered nervously, trying to get out of the way. Both looked like they expected Kira and Ro to try and attack them. When they didn't, the relief that radiated off the pair was almost visible. Ro shook his head. Is it like this everywhere? He asked her. Kira shrugged. Is this your first time outside the Empire? He nodded. I remember what we learned in school, he said, but... Kira almost laughed at that. School. If Ro only knew. She had never realized growing up how much Imperial propaganda she had been fed. It was easier to say that the Republic kept its people in squalor and needed to be removed for the good of everyone. That, and the safety and security of the Empire and its citizens, so that the nightmare that was the Sith Holocaust never happened again. The truth was not so black and white. She could have continued to feed the lie to Ro, tell him that the Republic was no so different than this, but in the end decided against it. Ro was quite clever. She would not insult his intelligence. Do not believe everything they taught us, she said with a smile. People are people wherever you go. Leaders abuse their power, and the people beneath them suffer. Even the most beautiful of worlds that I visited have suffered from the same power games that plague our own empire. So what is the alternative then? He inquired. The alternative is that there is no alternative. The Republic will eventually collapse from the rot and power games of its senators, because the Jedi are unwilling to do what is needed. The Sith, at least, have a way to deal with those that play power games and hurt the people. If a merchant or Dark Lord is caught working against the Empire, he is destroyed, just as I destroyed that fool Tarek. She smiled at the memory. The rule of the strong ensures that we will not be defeated. The cream always rises to the top, and in the end, we will finally be in a position to end the Republic and free its people from the chaos that consumes them. We will bring stability and order to the galaxy. And the galaxy will finally know peace, Rose said. Again, Kira had to keep herself from laughing. Peace was a lie. There was only passion. The Sith Order did not bring peace. It brought stability and security. Yet, its enemies were always there, both from without and within. The overly ambitious always needed to be dealt with, but that was good. It kept those in power on their toes, ready for war. The Empire would always have to remain on its guard. It was the only way that it could survive. The war had already seen the removal of many overly ambitious Sith. Darth Thanaton, Darth Barriss, even Lord Malgus had needed to be removed. His attempt to create a splinter empire had been a distraction at the worst possible time, and he had paid for it. It was a shame, she thought. Malgus had been a true hero once. Oh well, he is dead, and as a result best forgotten. The Empire needed new heroes, men and women like her and Darth Mar. Avi's choice of joining the Cabal was one of her few good ideas, an idea that Kira was determined to see through to the end. The Empire would be saved. The Cabal would ensure that. We will bring order, she promised. What else can we do? Rose shrugged. As you say, my lord, as you say. Kira frowned. She did not like what she was sensing. Ro was humoring her. Why? Did he not believe in what they were doing? You don't trust the Sith Order? She asked. Trust is earned, Kira, he replied. She sniffed at that. And who told you that? Your father actually, he said with a smile. He understood the dangers of serving the Order, and of accepting what they say at face value. Ro shook his head. If anyone understood that, I thought it would be you. Kira winced. She did not think that Ro meant to hurt her with that comment, but still. Ouch! I'm surprised you've risen so fast in the ranks with that kind of attitude, she said. It was not my attitude or opinions that people are usually interested in. I get results and those in high places like that. I've also made sure that I only talk to the right people. I didn't agree with my dad on much, but he did know who was on the way up and who was on the way down, and made sure that I could recognize that too. Kira nodded. She was starting to get that, both from what they had said back on the Fury, and what was passing between them now. You could say what you wanted about Ro Wilkes, but one thing was for sure, he was not stupid. Perhaps he was a bit too trusting revealing so much of himself to her, but, given their history, it was not like she would betray him, not without a really good reason. She could no longer deny it. He was impressive for a mundane. He was most impressive. He knew how to play the game. He had proved that, not only by his rise through the ranks, but by deducing who she truly was. It was impressive to say the least. He was smart, skilled, and cunning. Any one of those traits would have been enough for him to rise quickly in the ranks, and he had all three. It was no wonder he had gotten to where he was now. Ro Wilkes was far more than a mere peacekeeper. He was far more. After she had first removed her helmet, they had spent a good 2 hours talking. Ro had sat down across from where she had been kneeling in meditation, much as he had years ago when she had been studying or doing her chores. They had often sat together and talked. Seeing him here, finding herself in such a situation was strangely soothing. It had been a long time since she had had a chance to just sit and talk with someone. Usually any conversations she had were all about business, or because the person she was talking to was trying to advance an agenda. Ro was not like that, at least, that is how it seemed on the surface. He was simply grateful that she was alive. He had missed her. She was not quite sure how to respond to that. The affection he felt for her felt strange through the Force. She had felt such affection when talking to Finn, but that was always filtered through his sense of Jedi calm. It was hard to get at the emotions that he kept buried beneath the surface. Ro was not like that. He was completely open, and his emotions warmed her like the light of a star. It was different to say the least, but it did not explain how they had gotten here, did it? She needed that answer. How did you know? She had asked. What gave me away? You did, he said with a shrug. You told me everything that I needed to know. She had glared when he had said that. No Sith wanted to be told that they were without guile and be read so easily. Ro, likely realizing that he needed to say more, quickly expanded on his comment, not wanting her to get angry. He was smart enough not to make such a mistake. I happen to be very good at my job, Lilas, he said. A big part of that job is observation, trying to figure out what is being said by not being said. In your case, I've known you since we were kids. I had a lot of time to study your various tales and quirks. He smiled proudly. Don't you like the fact that you garnered a young man's complete and undivided attention? She had smirked at that. His arrogance amused her more than anything else. He had thought to put her off guard by the use of her last name. It had annoyed her during her younger days, but now it meant little to her. Her emotions were her power, but she was not some unthinking animal. She knew how to direct them, to harness their power. She would not be provoked so easily. He may have known her past, but that was not the same as knowing who now sat across from her. He did not know her, not anymore. She had done things that would have shocked him. She was tempted to let him know just how different she had become. How long? She inquired. When were you certain it was me? Since we visited Aura together, he admitted. When Hissa told me about you, about the female Dark Lord who had been taken from her world and now returned, I had hoped it was you, prayed that it was you. I tested you several times. You evaded my questions, but still left me with the strong sense that it was you underneath that mask. Finally, you confirmed my suspicions and Orid. It had to be you. My every instinct was screaming that it was you. But how? She demanded. Little things, they add up quickly in my line of work, and I've learned to trust them. He smiled again. When you are bored, you trace circles on your thigh with your finger, which you were doing during your meeting with the mayor and his staff. When I tried to catch your gaze, you often looked down and to the right. It is something you used to do when we were children, particularly when you were uncomfortable or your dad caught you doing something you shouldn't have been. Ro chuckled. Since I was usually at your side when that happened, I saw you do it many times, probably more times than I should have. When we did get caught, it always did seem that we were together, she admitted, looking down and to the right, the memory of many such situations suddenly flooding back. Ro grinned. See, you are doing it again. Kira's eyes narrowed. Almost on reflect, she looked down and to the right again. She hissed out an angry breath. Damn. I read your file, she told him. It said you hunted down the outlaws that destroyed my family. Since none of the people that did it survived, I must ask who it was that you destroyed. If you suspected that I lived, how did you know who to go after? Who were they? Ro sighed. That is a bit of a long story, he said. We have time, she said, giving him a cool stare. He took another deep breath and began his tale. After that night, there were many changed on Oridana. So many officials died mysteriously or simply vanished. When we heard about your family, I wanted to go with my father to see for myself, hoping that I might find at least one of you alive. Ro shook his head. He refused, telling me that it was too dangerous, that he would see to the matter himself and let me know what had happened. We did not speak again for almost a week. Everything was confused. No one seemed to know what was going on, only that people were resisting Darth Fear's rule, that outlaws loyal to the old lord were attacking people. It seemed impossible, or Danans were never the type to get involved in the games that the lords play. That much was true, as she thought. As long as the quotas were met, Oridana had always seemed to remain distant from imperial affairs. When did you find out that your father had been named overseer? When he finally came home a week later, Ro said. He seemed changed by everything that had happened. It did not seem that he was enjoying his new position. Later, when I finally started going out in public again, I got the feeling that not everyone believed the story about what had happened to your father. So there was some resistance, she thought to herself with surprise, and Lilos had always been respected, at least was the impression she had gotten when being out in public with her family. The thought brought a smile to Kira's lips. Ro's father might have been named Overseer, but it was by no means a transition that the people had respected. She took a bit of pleasure from that. Careful what you wish for, she thought. You just might get it. What happened next? She asked him. I take it that things did not go as smoothly as Darth Fear had hoped. I can't speak for all of Ordana, but I can tell you what I saw in Ord. There was a lot of anger after the death of so many of our leaders. Those that had taken their place had to deal with that. Father was always traveling, meeting with merchant or that official. He dragged me along so that I could get a chance to meet them. I had just enlisted in the Peacekeepers, and he wanted to make sure that I knew who to talk to if I needed something to advance our interests. Ro sighed. Once I would have been bored to tears by those meetings, but after what happened to you, I learned quickly to take nothing for granted. I listened and I watched, and surprisingly enough I learned that my dad was right. Those contacts he was making were necessary. Of course, it was about that time that Mom left, not that I blame her. I think she was worried that what had happened to your family would happen to us. Ro shook his head. She never came out and said it, but I think she blamed Dad for what was happening. They argued during that last week, more than I had ever seen them, and then one day, she was gone, took the others, and didn't look back. She did not try to convince you to come? Kira asked. She did, but at 17 I was considered an adult, a peacekeeper recruit, and after I finally got to read the official report of the attack on your family, I did not want to leave. I wanted to find out what happened. He shrugged. So I stayed, and dealt with the outlaw band that killed me and mine. She said dryly, you must have been very proud. He gave her an arch look. I know those men didn't do it, he said flatly, but I also understood that according to official records, they had. I did not have the authority to question, and would not have tried if I did. I was trying to make a name for myself among the peacekeepers. Dealing with those men, it helped me do just that. Ro leaned back and gave her an appraising look. Those men were far from innocent. They may not have attacked your family farm, but that did not mean that they were not guilty of plenty of other crimes. The few that I did manage to question did confirm my suspicions that they had had nothing to do with deaths of your family. It provided me with another piece of the puzzle. That was what had happened that night. I didn't question, and when those men were executed I simply stood and accepted my accolades. He gave her a cheery grin. Would you have not done the same? Kira nodded. Perhaps the two of them were not so different after all. He had made the smart choice, the Sith choice. She would not fault him for that. What was the official story of what happened to my family? She asked. What did the report say? Outlaw attack. Imperial troops responded only to be killed by a superior enemy force. The farm was destroyed by high explosives. Only a single body recovered. Your body, or so the report said. Ro winced. I almost gave up hope when I read that last part. I almost accepted that you were gone. Yet, you did not, she said. Why? As I said, I learned long ago to read between the lines. The body that they found was of a young woman badly burned, and between 15 and 16 years of age, black-haired with an athletic build. It could have been you, but the fact that it was there at all set off alarm bells. The explosion that destroyed your family home vaporized the other bodies, and if the blast didn't, the heat alone was enough to turn anybody into ash, or so the report claimed. So finding a single body among the wreckage seemed odd. It was enough to give me hope. And why is that? She asked. The fact that the Imperial mission was mentioned in the report, that one of the sisters had found your body. Missionaries rarely leave the settlements. For one to be out with a military detachment suggests high-level Imperial involvement, possibly by a member of the Sith Order. If that was so, why didn't the Sith or the officer in command sign the report? Why would a missionary go to such trouble? The young man shook his head. I still remember what we said to each other that morning. I also remember that little stunt of yours, that flip you did off the collection tower. I remember saying that you should be lucky that no one from the mission was there to see it, that they might have taken you into custody if they had. Kira smiled. She also remembered that conversation. It was one of the few from her past that stuck with her, even after everything else she had done. Clever boy. He had managed to piece together most of what had happened, though he said nothing about his father's involvement in what had happened that night. How the Sith enforcer that came for her family had intended to bring her back as a gift for the new overseer. Ro did not seem to know anything about that. Maybe he didn't. At least, he had not admitted that he knew anything about it. She was about to tell him, to tell her side of the story. After all that he had done in trying to figure out what had happened that night, he deserved to know. Before she could say anything, her comlink beeped. It was Holly, letting her know that they were on final approach to their destination. Kira nodded and scooped up her helmet, snapping it back into place. She rose quickly, and he followed her lead. Any sense of camaraderie faded. They were both once again fully back into their official roles, he as a peacekeeper and her as a Sith Lord. H will follow my lead if he knows what is best. We will need to continue this later, Lieutenant, she informed him. For now, duty calls. Looking forward to it, my lord, he said. I think there are still a few things that we need to clear up. Perhaps, she thought. Normally she was not the type of person that dwelt on the past. The Sith teaching said that such things should be tossed aside, but at the same time, how could she move forward if she did not deal with what had come before? Avi had not wanted to return to Ordana, but they were here now, and had to deal with the mess that Darth Fear had made. She intended to do just that. She would no longer be a slave to her past. She would deal with it and move on, and then she would finally be free to face the future, Fear, and anyone standing in her way. She welcomed that confrontation. Fear is a part of my past too, she thought. She welcomed the chance to be rid of that too. Soon, my master, she promised herself. Soon. I'm sorry, Sith, but I cannot help you. Kira's eyes narrowed. She had hoped for more than this. Can't or won't, she asked the creature lounging on the pile of pillows before her. It was taking all of her self-control not to reach out with the Force and throttle this puffed-up, self-important fool. Does he not realize what he is saying? She wondered. Does he not truly understand what I am? The go-between she had been sent to find was a creature named Tosuba, a crimson-skinned member of the Dug species. The Dark Lord had never encountered his kind before, but immediately found the thing repulsive. Small in stature, the Dug species seemed to have bodies built in reverse, their legs attached to their shoulders while their small grasping arms extended from their hips. Dressed in a fine silken robe, the Dug continued to lounge on his pillowed throne like he was some type of monarch. A gold monocle glittered over his left eye, while his right arm leg held a fine cigar holder. He seems not to have a care in the world, Kira thought, that he can just dismiss me because he enjoys the protection and patronage of the Hutt clans. She was extremely tempted to teach him otherwise. Rose stood silently at her side. Before entering the Dug sanctum, he had asked her how she had wanted to play this meeting. He had offered to play the heavy if she desired to play the more patient master, the one open for negotiation. He had thought such a game might serve them well, that it would leave their quarry more open for negotiation. She had refused Rose's offer, thinking that between the credit she could offer and her past relationship with Lord Vaga of the Hutt, the Dug go-between would not dare deny her what she wanted. It seemed that she had been wrong, and now Ro was giving her that I told you so look. It was a look she knew so well from their childhood days. She frowned. She had no desire to see him proved right. She could do this no matter what her old friend thought. She could do this. All around them stood the Dug sycophants, a collection of creatures typically found in such scum dens. Gamorrean, Weequay, and Rhodians watched her carefully from shadowed alcoves, and all the while several slave girls lounged on pillows of their own, Twi'lek, human, and several other species she did not recognize watched with glazed bored eyes, oblivious to the confrontation between the Sith and their master. She did her best to remain patient, Vaga the Hutt had made this introduction for her, for old time's sake, but he had made it clear that Tosuba was not to be harmed. He was still a useful tool of the cartel. He would die only if the cartel said so, not before. We know that you served as a go-between before pirate gang and someone from within the ID system of the Sith Empire, she repeated. The Sith do not care that you did that. There will be no reprisal against you or your operation. She smiled innocently. All we want to know is who was your client, who wanted these men. All we desire is a name. The Dug snorted and took a long puff on his cigar. He blew out a smoke ring and gave the young Sith a toothy grin. Such dealings are confidential, my lord, as I've already told you. If I was to give you that name, no one would ever be able to trust my services again. I might profit in the short term, but in the long run it would be bad for business, very bad. He leaned forward, the golden monocle glittering in the low light of his hideaway. Certainly you can understand why, he purred. Reputation is everything to creatures like us. As I said before, I can't help you. Kira's temper continued to rise. She had come too far to leave empty-handed. The Dug would talk, she would make sure of that. Perhaps it would be better if we discussed this matter in private, she suggested. There is no reason for your servants to be involved. I'm sure that we can come to some sort of arrangement. The Dug gave a barking laugh. You think I'm foolish enough to be alone in a room with you? You think that you will be able to just wave your hand before my eyes and get me to say anything? The little alien sneered. No, my lord, no, I will not put myself at risk in such a way. You claim that a dead pirate gave you my name? It is a shame that he is dead then. There is no one else to verify that we ever met. He might just have given you my name to throw you off the trail of the real person that you are looking for. By the time he gave me your name, creature, she hissed, he was beyond lies, as you will be if you continue to try my patience. The Dug's orange eyes narrowed. Was that a threat? He sneered. It was a statement of fact, she said with a cruel smile. I don't make threats. The little alien growled. All around them, Tosuba's servants started to place hands on their weapons. Kira cursed silently. So much for this being a simple negotiation. If this turned bloody, it would not be good for her. She had given Vaga her word. If she broke it now, it would cause even more harm to the neutrality that the Hutts and the Empire enjoyed. She did not wish to be the one responsible for breaking the peace, not when the Empire had so many other enemies to deal with right now. Perhaps we can offer you something in return, my lord. Kira blinked. Ro had stepped up next to her. She had not given him permission to speak, but... And who might you be? The alien asked. Are you the one holding the Sith's leash? I'm merely a humble representative of the ID system, he said, and as such I'm prepared to offer you what is necessary to help us deal with the matter of the attack on my home. Kira glared at her old friend. She had not asked for his help. She had not needed it. He had no right to step in. And what exactly would you be willing to offer? The Dug asked. You would be surprised, Rose said. ID has much to offer an ambitious gentleman, such as yourself. Kira fell silent. She could not believe that he was doing this. You forget yourself, Lieutenant, she hissed. This is not a matter for one born on Dromund Kaas. My lord, he replied, it was my home that was attacked. If I succeed in finding out who, then we both profit. Is that not what we both desire? Kira almost responded and angrily, but stopped. Please, my lord, Rose said, let me do my job. Kira looked back and forth between the alien and her old friend. What she felt surprised her. Despite his refusal, the Dug was not above bargaining, but he would only do so from a place of strength, not fear. She had not shown him the proper respect, and it had nearly cost her. Tosuba clearly expected her to try to trick the information out of him, that or use the threat of physical violence to keep the price low. Rose's choice to undercut her when he did amused the little alien. She could sense the Dug's joy in seeing them fight for his attention. He liked to think that he had power over her. Now that he had, it sounded like he was at last willing to deal. Plus there was Rose's little comment about her place of birth. He knew that she had not been born on Dromund Kaas, which meant he was not being entirely honest to the Dug. We're just playing a game, she realized, and if Ro had proven anything, it was that he was good at the game. Damn, she thought. He had outplayed her yet again. He offered to play the heavy, but I refused. Now that I found myself playing the role, he might just be able to swoop in and get what we want. Perhaps he had been right about how they should have played this from the very beginning, she thought. She shook her head. Damn it. I'm never going to live this down. There are things that I could use, Lieutenant, the Doug admitted. Perhaps we could come to an arrangement. Your Sith friends are not known for their generosity. The Moff of the Indie system would be most grateful, and we would be more than happy to provide you with what you desire, provided that your information is good. Oh, it is good, I promise you that, he replied, taking another puff from his cigar. Then let's bargain, Ro said. Let us start with the name. The alien snorted with amusement. I hope you are ready to pay handsomely for it. We are prepared to do just that, Ro promised. What he can't cover, she said morosely, the Sith will provide. She glanced up at Ro. We do know how this game works. Ro nodded. He did not need to say anything. He understood. Good, the Doug said, rubbing his little hands together. Then we can do business. I did not get the client's name, but I can tell you where he is staying. He is. There was a flash of light from outside the Doug's officer. The alien's head vanished in crimson spray. His monocle struck Kira in the chest as his body slumped over. She stood there, dumbfounded. What? She thought. What happened? She cursed under her breath. Vago was going to be furious. For a moment there was silence. You could have heard a pin fall in that room, but then. Betrayer. One of the Weequay bodyguards raised his blaster. He aimed at Kira's chest. Ro drew his weapon and shot the creature down. Kira tried to restrain him from further violence, but it was too late. Blasters and blades cleared their sheath. From outside the window of the now-dead go-between's office, a voice rang out. Darth Avaryss, Inquisitor Chang sends his regards. Another shot pierced the window. Kira drew her lightsaber. That was all that it took. Blaster bolts flew as curses and screams filled the air. Damn it, Kira spat as she cut down one of the Gamorrean guards. Shit. Chapter 27. You stupid nerf herder. No one told you to shoot. Kira was furious with Ro. They had finally managed to give the many hunters on their tail the slip, but in the meantime, they were currently hiding in an abandoned apartment, one just outside the district they had just fled. Through the dirty windows, an Nar Shaddaa sky now was tinged with orange and red. It is amazing we made it out alive, Kira thought. The Force must have been truly with them for sure. The flight from the go-between's dwelling had been complete and utter chaos. Bodyguards shooting at them, bounty hunters and assassins shooting at them, and also trading fire with each other. It had been madness, complete and utter madness. It was amazing that they had managed to escape at all. Surprisingly, Kira and Ro worked well together. She shielded him with her blade while shot down their enemies. When an enemy was under cover and could not be hit, she would deflect Ro's blaster bolt so that it would bounce and cut inside the enemy's cover. We fit well together, she thought, like a hand in a glove. If only he was not so foolish, she thought. If only we were not in this mess because of him. They had managed to make it back to the ship just in time to see it explode. Several of the bounty hunters had brought shoulder-mounted rocket launchers, and the weapons had been brought to bear before Holly and their other Ordanan volunteer could manage to get the shields up. The Fury had exploded, throwing shrapnel, and flame the Nar Shaddaa night had turned into day for that one brief moment. Holly had come down the boarding ramp to try and shield Kira and Ro, otherwise the changeling might have died in the blast, died as Ro's fellow pilot had. It had been too much, Kira thought, far too much. They had tried to stop her with their pathetic weapons, but they had underestimated her power. It was a power that had nearly consumed both her and them. Yet, somehow, she had made it back with only a few scrapes and burns. How she had managed that she could not say. Even now the young Dark Lord was not sure how they had made it out alive. The dark side had answered her call and given her the power she had needed to survive, but still. It should not have been necessary if Ro had simply stood back and let her handle things. Her fingers clenched into angry fists. Damn it. Damn it to the darkest pits of hell. She looked up at Ro. Both of them were sooty and dirty, their robes scorched by the fires they had used to cover their escape. Kira had torn off her mask when they were finally out of sight of their enemies. They had survived, yes, but it had been a very near thing. They had been very close to death. Their continued survival had been as much blind luck as it had been about the Force, and yes, despite everything she had seen and heard, she did occasionally recognize the value of chance. Here, both it and the dark side had aided them. They were most fortunate to say the least. Still, she did not like cutting things so close. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. She should have been in control from the very beginning. Now that they were finally able to stop, she had turned her attention to Ro, to the mistake he had made back there. It had been foolish, and unforgivable. Even with the death of Doug, it might have been possible to deal with the remnant of his followers. Perhaps his successor was already in the room. Perhaps she could have turned him to their side. They should not have had to fight so hard to escape. She could have done it. She knew that she could have. Her vision was tinged with red, her heart pounded in her ears, and her lip trembled with barely restrained anger. She could sense Ro's emotions. He felt no shame and only a touch of fear. She frowned. Did he not understand what had happened? Did he not realize what she could do to him? Did he not know how she had rewarded failure and stupidity in the past? Damn this man, she thought. Damn him. You had no reason to shoot, she hissed, her purple eyes narrowing dangerously. It was stupid. She sensed his temper rise. Clearly he did not like being called stupid, not even by his superior. Too bad, she thought. If the shoe fit, he would wear it. I was protecting you, he snapped back. The creature had a blaster. He was pointing it at you. You think that is the first time that has happened? You think I don't know how to defend myself from a blaster? I couldn't take that chance, he spat back. I wouldn't. It doesn't matter now, she hissed, turning away from him and pacing. The realization of what had happened washed over her. Not only had she failed to discover who had hired the pirates, but she had also caused a chain reaction that was even now burning at least 2 neighborhoods on Nar Shaddaa. She could feel it from here. The dark side was rising, and people were dying in agony. If she was not so concerned about the consequence she might face, she might have found it all breathtaking. She might have been standing somewhere basking in the power she had unleashed. Instead, she was here, trying to think of what she was going to say when she got out of here. Her master would not be pleased, and neither would Lord Mar. It was twice the failure. Surely she would be punished for it. I must find a way to salvage this, she said, pacing, her mind working at near light speed. Someone will need to answer for this outrage, she said, and it will not be me. Well there, Rose said, slow down a minute there, Lilas. She looked up at him, angry at the use of her family name. He frowned. She felt a sense of disdain radiate from him. If you're looking for a sacrificial lamb, he said coldly, turn your gaze from me. It was you that those bounty hunters were after. I heard them shout your name, that in the name some inquisitor. Rose shook his head. If you are looking for someone to blame, then take it up with him. Otherwise you will simply have to admit that it was your fault. Your enemies followed us here somehow, and now we're stranded. He crossed his arms over his chest. Now you are going to have to find a way out of this. She glared at him. She was almost speechless with rage. How? How dare he? Did he not know what she was? You blame me for this, she growled. No, I blame whoever hired those bounty rats. If not for them, we would likely be on our way by now. Instead, we need to find a way off this world and hope that no one realizes that we are here, and that we made it out of the damn fire. A fire that you set, by the way. She sniffed. Of course she knew who set it. She had had no choice. The hunters had chased them all the way back to the ship, and when it had exploded when they had been within sight of it, she had lost it. It had been too much, far too much. She had let the dark side take her fully in its embrace. It had been so easy. The anger within her had multiplied 1,000-fold, fed by the hate and frustration in her heart. The dark side had fed her almost untold amounts of power. She had used it, much as she had done back on Terrace years ago. Pyrokinesis was an ability she did not use very much, but at that moment she had both the will and the rage to fuel it. She had reached out to the burning wreckage that had been her ship. She had poured the dark side into the flames, and in that one sweet moment of pure dark side ecstasy, she had let flow freely through her. The various hunters, assassins, and thugs that had been pursuing them had not been paying attention. They had thought her cornered, and were fighting among themselves almost as much as they were trying to kill her. It had not been a pursuit at that moment, it had been a riot. So many armed fools fighting for the chance to kill her and take her body back to whoever wanted it. They had been fools. You did not count a Sith as dead until the Sith lay bloody and broken at your feet. She had made them pay for that arrogance. She had made them pay dearly. The spell fell from her lips like a lethal venom. The flames around her turned from orange and red to blue and violet. They began to reach out to anything that would burn, growing stronger, responding to the call of the dark side. Soon the burning ship was no longer a burning ship at all. It was this massive multi-headed serpent made of dark side flame. It was death incarnate. It was a firestorm. Kira did not need to direct it. It had taken all of her rage to will it into existence. Plus, she found she had no desire to try and direct it. All she had needed to do was unleash it, and that she did. The thing lunged forward. The hunters and thugs fired their weapons at it. But it was pointless. It was simply flame. There was nothing to blast. All they could do was burn. It fell upon the bounty hunters and hired killers. They were swept away in the inferno. But even that was not enough. Kira's rage needed victims. Months of frustration boiled over. And as the thugs retreated, the flames reached out for whoever and whatever they could touch. The spaceport began to burn, and then the warehouses around it. Everything was being consumed. Everything. Kira stood within the flames, watching them spread, feeling the waves of pure dark side energy flowing outward, only to come back and drown her in their icy cold depths. She had giggled. It was glorious. Intoxicating. I can do it, she realized as her eyes blazed with power. I can make the greatest example of this miserable moon and its inhabitants. She laughed. Tears ran down her cheeks. She could kill everything on this moon. What a wondrous thought. She giggled again. Glorious. She was not sure how it happened, but she found herself scooped up in a pair of strong arms. She had been so intoxicated by the destruction she had unleashed she had even tried to resist. Ro was carrying her. They were moving away from the fire, away from the glory she had unleashed. No, she thought. No. I must stay and kill a world. You can't stop me. Kira, wake up, she heard him shout. She reached out trying to claw his face with her hands. She snarled like a feral animal. She had fallen from his arms. She began to rise and draw her lightsaber. He would pay for dragging her away from what she had unleashed. He would. He slapped her. It had not hurt. She had still been wearing her mask, but at the same time the force of the blow had woken her up. She found herself rising from the depths of the darkness she had unleashed in her fury and frustration. She found herself standing next to Holly and Ro. She blinked, confused. What just happened? Come on, Ro had shouted, grabbing her by her flesh and blood hand. Come on. She had not resisted. The darkness was still singing in her head. She felt that if she just listened a few more moments, she would understand that song, that she might reach some great and undisputed truth. She let him lead her away, and while they had been fleeing, that had been when she had first started to grow angry with him, focus on the fact that he had shot the weak-way guard, that he had set off mad dash that had sent them fleeing in the first place. New here he was standing before her, thinking that he had saved her life. It was. Arc. She had almost no words to describe it. The fire worked, didn't it? She said haughtily. I covered our tracks. That you did, he admitted, shaking his head, but now everything is burning out there. You really think the people on those streets deserve the fires? Don't you think you went a little too far? Kira frowned. Ro did not understand. He likely never would. The people of Nar Shaddaa were nothing to her. They were less than nothing. Those people were not citizens of the Empire. They had no real value. They were weak creatures that existed only to serve the needs of the strong. If they were to die so that she could find a way to escape this moon, then they had served their purpose. It was not the first time that a Sith had sacrificed their lessers to survive. The great Naga Sato had done so during the final moments of the Great Hyperspace War. Why should she be held to a higher standard? He had ruled an empire. She had refused to die. The people of Nar Shaddaa did not matter. All life in the galaxy existed to serve the needs of the Sith, and in exchange the Sith gave them stability and order. The people that were burning right now served to keep her alive, so that she could give the galaxy the empire and order that it deserved. What those people were doing now is what they were born to do, to die for the will of the empire, the continued reign of the Sith. It is what they had been born to do. Now, Ro was questioning that, and in doing so revealing his own weakness. It was beneath her to care about what was going on. She had gotten what she wanted. She was alive, and he was blaming her for what happened. I did what was needed, she repeated. I don't blame you, he said in a soothing voice. It just got a little out of hand. He gave her a hopeful look. Can you stop it? Give those people out there a chance. She considered what he said. It is no longer being fed by my power. It is just an ordinary fire now. The Hutt should be able to bring it under control. As for me, it has gone too far. She shook her head. There is nothing I can do at this point. He gave her a look that suggested that he thought she was lying. It did little to improve her mood. Fine, he said, nodding. I'm not blaming you. He sighed. It was just a little extreme, that's all. A little extreme, she nearly rolled her eyes. He had no idea how hard it had been not to let go and kill this entire wretched moon. A little extreme. He had no idea. Kira's blood continued to boil. Ro said he was not blaming her, but at the same time that it what it felt like. Still, he made a fair point about the bounty hunters, had they not been hired to kill her. She thought back to what she had heard when the Dug had been killed. Darth Avaryss, Inquisitor Chang sends his regards. Her scowl deepened. It was the second time she had heard that name. The first time had been on Corbin. The assassin that she had left in several pieces should have been proof enough of what happens when someone tries to come after her. Whoever this Inquisitor Chang was, he should have gotten the point. She took a shuddering breath. She had done nothing after Corbin, which had been a mistake, or rather, Avi had done nothing. She should have sent Zen or Dime on the hunt. They could have dealt with this matter in her name. Now, things had gone beyond a simple issue between two Sith. The man was actively interfering in Imperial operations. She would need to deal with that soon. She stared into Ro's eyes. He was not sorry. He felt that he had done nothing wrong, which was not entirely true. He was doing something wrong right now. He was opposing his lord. She was tempted to do something about that. Her emotions were raw and close to the surface. The layers of control that she normally had been stripped away by the chaos she had wrought. Her emotions were like an exposed nerve, and the dark side was feeding off of them. The sensation made her heart pound. She was excited. She was still thirsty for blood. Why not take it out on him, she wondered. Why not? He was arrogant and insolent. How best to punish him for that? She decided to reach out with her feelings, find whatever torments that Ro hid in his mind, what fears he had. He had to know the danger of angering a Sith. What did he fear that she would do to him? As she stepped closer to him, he met her gaze and held it. Her senses were razor sharp thanks to the Force. She could hear his heart beating, his warm breath on her face. It was easy to breach his mental barriers. He was a mundane. She had slipped inside his head without any resistance. She could not control his mind. That power was beyond her, but... Her eyes widened in disbelief when she made contact. What? She thought. Oh my. They were so close now. She would have to stand on her tiptoes if she wanted to stand eye to eye with him. He looked down upon her, and at that moment his emotions were an open book. Her own heartbeat quickened. She had not expected this. Ro was thinking about what she could do to him, to discipline him. But it was not only fear that he was feeling. It was need as well, need bordering on lust. The sensation washed over her like a blast from a heat furnace. It nearly took her breath away. He thought about the past, their past. He thought about the girl he had known, and the woman she had become. He thought about all the things he had wanted to do with her, not simple life things, but darker things, more intimate things. Her mouth went dry. It had been a long time. Far too long. It seemed that Rowan Wilkes had more of an imagination than she realized. Some of the things he wanted to do with her would likely have made a pleasure slave blush. She should have been angry at his presumption, but she wasn't. She felt warm, very warm. She took another nervous breath. Why was it suddenly so hot in here? They were so close now, so very close, the space between them barely non-existent. Ro, she purred hungrily. She had had her fill of violence. She wanted more. She wanted everything. She was acutely aware of the room, this vermin trap apartment. She was aware of the bedroom. She was willing to risk it. Want? She trembled. I want. Kira, her old friend said in a husky voice. Ro, she whimpered, part lust, part surrender. He leaned down as she closed her eyes, her lips drifting closer to his. Oh, Ro. The sound of a polite cough interrupted them, breaking the spell between them. Holly stood behind them, her uniform stained with ash from the fire and grease from the engines. My lord, the changeling said. Kira stepped back. She shook her head. What? She thought. What was that? She cleared her throat and stepped past Ro. Yes, Commander, she said. What is it? Holly shifted uncomfortably. No doubt the changeling had seen what was happening, what she had interrupted. For the best, perhaps, Kira thought, trying to avoid Ro Wilkes' gaze. I found what looks like a hypercom, the engineer informed them. I think I can get it working. Good, Ro said. Then we can call for a rescue ship. The Empire does have a presence on this moon, right? It does, Holly agreed. Then we are safe. Kira's eyes narrowed. If only it were that simple. I'm not sure who currently hold Imperial power on Nar Shaddaa, she informed him. I would rather not simply call for help only to find a rival ready to take advantage of me. She turned back to Holly. Do we have long-range comms? Can we contact the Emperor's wisdom? The setup I found is short-range only, I'm afraid. Kira cursed under her breath. See what you can do about that, she ordered. I will not look like some fool agent forced to call for help because of a minor hitch in my mission. It will be done, Holly said, bowing, returning to her work. Kira dared another glance at Ro. She was back in control again, her emotions finally back in check, pinned beneath her will. I'm going to go outside and keep watch, she informed him. See if you can find something to help Holly. We will need supplies if we are to get out of this. I will see what I can do, he promised, but at the same time, he leaned in closer. She shivered, still feeling the heat from him, knowing what they had almost done. It is okay, she thought. She had done nothing. Holly had saved her from making a big mistake. She was grateful for that. Help Holly, she repeated, slipping out through apartment door. She tried to ignore the pounding of her heart and the desire that she had denied. I don't need this right now, she thought. The galaxy seems intent on testing me. She took another breath. It should have calmed her, but it did not. The anger and frustration remained, and in those emotions the dark side continued to burn inside of her. Don't step away, the darkness within seemed to whisper. You have been hiding from your emotions for too long. You want answers. They are right here. What do you mean? She thought. The voice was not Avy's. It was too strong to be Avy's. Look upon your works, it advised. See for yourself. Kira did not resist. She made for the roof of the apartment complex. She would do as the darkness advised. She would look upon the chaos she had wrought. Perhaps then, she would find the answer she sought. You will, the darkness promised. You will. The entire eastern horizon was burning. Kira looked upon the flames, the red and orange glow that lit the sky. She could just make out the fire ships and droids fighting to keep the flames from growing any farther. She shook her head. She should have felt sorry for what had happened. She could sense the death and agony in those flames. She could feel the pain even from here. She should have felt shame, sorry for what she had done, but she did not. It was as she had told Ro. These people were dying for a purpose, assuring her continued survival. She saw her reflection in an oil slick near her feet, how the fire turned her skin a gentle gold, how the light played off her purple eyes. Glorious, she thought. Beautiful. In her head, she was already starting to compose an explanation for Vaga the Hutt. He would no doubt ask her what had happened. Fortunately, both her and Ro's helmets had built-in cameras. She would be able to show that the bounty hunters outside had set these events in motion. Yes, she would blame them. If they had not bothered to attack her, she would not have needed to unleash her fury on this world. Why are you apologizing? The darkness whispered. We still need the Hutts, she thought, the Alliance. Politics, the darkness spat. Fool girl, you have forgotten who and what you are. You have been trying so hard to act like a politician, like a Darth, that you have not been acting like one. A Darth is death incarnate. People fear you, not the other way around. She blinked at that thought. Was that true? Had she been neglecting what it truly meant to be a Lord of the Sith? She wanted to deny it, but the more she thought about it, the more she realized that it was true. She had been playing the fool. She had been so worried about offending those around her, the Dark Council, Lord Mar, and the Cabal, the Imperial governors, Darth Sadi, and even her own master. Her eyes narrowed, her anger building again, but this time it was directed at herself. I've been playing the fool, letting myself be manipulated by those around me. I've been letting them use me as a punching bag, reacting when I should have been acting. She shook her head. Master Daz would have been ashamed of her. She could almost see his face, the pure-blooded Blade Master of Fury 9, the Sith that had helped her begin her journey down the dark path. You're not a politician, girl, Adaz seemed to say with a scowl. Sith, like fear and Mar, like their power games and schemes, that was never your strength. You can play the game, but it is an action where you excel. You don't want to manipulate others to doing your bidding. You want to do it yourself. You excel at taking the matter into your own hands. Yes, she murmured. I always preferred the more hands-on approach, she thought, staring into the distant flames. I did this. I destroyed those people, that place. The thought made her smile. She felt the darkness within her swell. She felt her pride swell. I've been an idiot, she thought. I've been a fool. She looked into those rising flames. How desperate the Hutt's bully boys were to put them out. In the future, hunters would not be so quick to try to corner her. They would know fear, and they would know doubt. But it was not enough. She would need to make an example of the one that hired these hunters. This Inquisitor Chain needed to die slowly and painfully. His death would need to be a statement. Much like the statement she had made by destroying the district around the spaceport. Kira was not to be taken lightly. Darth Avaryss was not to be taken lightly. She would offer Vaga and the Hutt clan's payment for what their thugs had forced her to destroy. But she would do it from a position of strength. If they did not accept her apology, she was sure their rivals would be willing to accept her patronage. She would make sure the Hutt understood that. Why have a dangerous enemy when you can make a powerful friend? And yes, she intended to become much more powerful. As she watched the flames rise, she came to an epiphany. She knew how to save Ordana. She knew how to end the rebellion, and how to destroy her master. It was all so simple. How had she been so blind? She almost laughed. Emperor save me, she thought. How could I have been so foolish? My lord. She had been so lost in her excitement, she had not even heard Holly, not even realized she had been approaching. She needed to be careful with that moving forward. Yes, Lu Jane. The engineer smiled. I have good news for you, my lord. You managed to contact the Wisdom. Even better, she said, motioning for the Dark Lord to follow her. Kira did? They passed by Ro, still hunting through the apartment for supplies. She would need to decide what she was going to do with him. Would she satisfy her desires, or move on to better pursuits? She would need to choose. But that was for later. For now, she was eager to see what Holly had found. I was trying to piggyback a call to the wisdom over a local channel, a call using your personal frequency. I was too late to make the connection, but someone picked up on the frequency, our frequency. Someone, Kira said, not seeing how that was a good thing. An old friend, Holly said, pressing a button on the holocom. A figure materialized on the hollow field, a young dark-haired man dressed in an ill-fitting Imperial Fleet uniform. Even from here, Kira could sense the man's insolence, his resistance to authority. She smiled. Holly was right. This was good news. "Hey boss," Thranton Rink said with that cocky grin she knew so well. "How are tricks?" Kira almost laughed. Mr. Rink, her personal pilot and driver, was on an Nar Shaddaa, which meant her original Fury was here somewhere. Her ship was waiting somewhere on this wretched moon. She was not stranded. She was not a failure. The dark side was right, and that was not all. She now knew how to save her homeworld. The dark side had just confirmed it. It was offering her a chance to do it, to complete her mission. There was only one way to save Ordana, both from the rebels and her master. She would play to her strengths. Sometimes you needed to tear something down before you could build up again, better and stronger. She could not save her home as it was now. There was only one answer, the right one. Ordana must be destroyed. She would kill the mockery that fear had made of her home. She would burn it away, and from the ashes she would build a new world, a world fit to be the throne world of a Sith Lord. Sadi would die. Bill would die. Moff Gallic would die. Darth Fear would die. She giggled. Rink would take her off this world, and back to Ordana, and then, the dying would begin. It is time, she thought. Master Adaz was right. Ordana needed to burn. A firestorm is coming. And she was the spark. She would ignite the inferno, and when everything was consumed, Ordana would be free. She would be free. Free to rule her people, free to rule. With both shadow and flame. Chapter 28. The cantina was called the Buffer Zone. It was a strange name, to be sure, Kira thought, but no less strange than other watering holes throughout the galaxy. This particular cantina had been Thranton Rink's home for the last few months. He had found himself back on an Nar Shaddaa hunting a lead on his lost love, the Twi'lek girl that Kira knew as Tia. Thought the two had never met. She did know a little something about Rink's relationship with her, the desire he felt for her. During their first meeting, Avi had used a Sith glamour to disguise herself as the girl, to get some information out of Rink. The gambit had failed, but it had brought the former Nar Shaddaa street rat into the service of the Sith. Kira hoped to see him return to that service. Her plans were just starting to take shape in her mind. Rink would be a most useful tool in carrying out those plans. The cantina was halfway across the planet. Kira could have ordered Rink to meet them, but quickly decided against it. She did not doubt that at least a few hunters were still looking for her. Not everyone would be certain that she had been consumed by the flames that she had unleashed. Yes, it was better to be safe than sorry. They would go to Rink, and from there, Kira would be able to plan her next move. There was still a chance of salvaging this mission. The Dug might have been dead, but he was hardly the only go-between on the smuggler's moon. Kira was willing to bet that one of those go-betweens might have been watching the Dug, either to aid him in his work or seek to replace him. She would use Rink to seek out whoever this being might be. As she thought about that, she realized how badly she had handled this mission from the start. She should have realized that the opposition would be keeping an eye on the Dug. He may have just been caught in the crossfire of the hunters trying to bring her down, but it was also possible that her enemy, whoever it was, had taken steps to keep the little alien from spilling what he knew to the wrong people. It is what she would have done if she had been caught in that position. She was clearly dealing with someone who knew what they were doing, whether Ordanan rebels or someone seeking to use the rebellion to their advantage. I need to be more careful moving forward, she thought. The enemy is far more skilled than anticipated. She would have to be much more mindful. After salvaging what they could from the apartment, the young Sith and her allies started off. They would need to rely on public transport for the time being. Spreading too many credits around was suspicious, especially given what was happening with the war. It was not safe to draw too much attention to themselves. Of course, that meant that they needed disguises. A Sith and 2 Imperial officers would be recognized. Fortunately, Nar Shaddaa was a civilized world, sort of. They had no trouble acquiring the items they needed. Holly had proven invaluable in that arena. Once again, her shapeshifting served her mistress well. She had left the apartment disguised as a male Rodian and returned a few hours later both with clothing and the proper clearance for traveling on the planet. Kira had needed to throw a few credits around, but that was okay. Her interest in Thun cyber systems made sure that she was never in the need for wealth. She was probably one of the richest Sith on Dromund Kaas, not that anyone realized that. She did not advertise that wealth. It was yet another weapon in her arsenal, one that she preferred to use like a scalpel rather than a bludgeon. Ro had been surprised, of course, not with the ease by which the proper clearance could be purchased, but because he learned Holly's secret. The engineer had been hesitant, understandably, but Kira reassured her friend. Ro Wilkes was many things, but he would not betray them. His loyalty to the Empire and his desire for Kira would serve to make sure that he did nothing foolish. Of course, that did not mean that he had nothing to say. You do remember all those stories we heard about changelings when we were kids, right? He had asked her. Kira chuckled. Holly has saved my life several times, even when it would have been easier for her to simply leave me behind. The Sith shook her head. No, you have nothing to fear of Lujane Holly. She is a loyal Imperial and a friend. She turned to him then, her eyes pinning him coolly in place. I trust that you will keep this secret. As I said, Holly is a friend, and she values her privacy. I would be most displeased should anyone in the Ordana government learn about her condition. Most Imperials would have heard the threat in her words, perhaps Ro did too, but if he did not acknowledge it. He merely shrugged. No one will hear anything from me, he promised. A friend of yours is a friend of mine. Kira smiled. It was nice to know that some things didn't change. Ro had always had her back when they were children, perhaps he still did. It was refreshing to say the least. She reached out and stroked Ro's cheek. He closed his eyes and leaned into her touch. Thank you, as she purred. He reached up and touched her fingers. She felt a spark at the gentleness of his touch, the merest of caress. It made her heart skip a beat. Again she felt his desire through the force. A mix of affection and lust washed over her, making her shiver with anticipation. Her body warmed with thoughts of what they might do when they were not on duty. What he might do if she allowed it. Such thoughts made her mouth grow dry. Why not? Desire before duty, young Sith? Not yet. The darkness within her whispered, you need to stay focused on your mission. Later, there will be time for such revels later, don't be weak. She took a shuddering breath. Yes, she thought. Anticipation will make the final surrender that much sweeter, that much more exciting. Plus, when she did give him what he desired, it would bond him to her in strongest and most intimate of ways. It would be a gambit that they both would enjoy, and useful to her plan. She did not even need to worry about Finn. What would happen would simply be a part of her agenda, a move to advance her plans. It would be fun, and it would slake a sense of curiosity she had possessed since she had been a little girl. Finn wouldn't need to worry, not that she ever expected him to find out. It would be pleasure, but that was it. In the end, it would mean nothing. She stepped away from him, enjoying the hint of disappointment that radiated off of him. Was he already so deeply drawn to her? How truly useful that would be. I need to go change, she said in a husky voice, the disguise that Holly had found for her in her hands. I'll be right back. He grinned that boyish grin she remembered from when they were children. She could feel his eyes upon her as she walked away. She put a little more sway in her step, giving him something to watch. She smiled to herself. Yes, he would be most useful when the time was right. I will be counting the seconds, he said. She looked back and gave him a sly grin. We will need more than seconds, she assured him. His grin widened. I will hold you to that, Lilas. She laughed lightly, her expression coy. Of course you will. I would not have it any other way. The journey to meet with Rink took most of a day. The three moved from transit car to transit car. The farther they got from the fires, the less notice they attracted. Not that most people noticed. Everyone was looking for a Sith and her entourage. The three no longer looked anything like that. Ro wore the trousers and shirt of a common Nar Shaddaa bully boy. He mussed up his hair and added a bit of grease both to it and his fingernails. His experience hunting criminals on Ardana had taught him not only how such thugs dressed, but walked and talked as well. On first glance, Kira would never have suspected that Ro Wilkes was a peacekeeper. He certainly did not look the part. He now looked like any other barely tamed ruffian wandering the back alleys of the smuggler's moon. Surprisingly, seeing him like that, it only excited her further. It would be fun to explore where the peacekeeper ended, and the rough and tumble road she saw now both began and ended. Discipline was important in every relationship. She would be most interested in disciplining the young lieutenant, finding out just what a bad boy he could be. Stop it, the darkness whispered again. Not now. Again she was forced to hold back her own desires, to try and remain focused on her mission. There would be plenty of time for pleasure later. For now, she had work to do. Holly's disguise was as always impressive. Gone was the red-haired Imperial engineer, and in her place stood a 7-foot-tall brute of a creature covered in shaggy fur, with a long face and a pair of short tusks jutting out from her lower lip. It is called a whiffet, the changeling had informed her in the creature's gruff gargly voice. Tivon, a skilled hunter of the species, often had need of my family's talents when I was a girl. The engineer snuffled with pride. He died years ago, but his form should serve us well now. Few people would dare get in the way of a whiffet. Kira had nodded. She had no problem understanding why. As for herself, her transformation was even easier. She had rarely taken her mask off in public these last few years, and even when she did, she no longer looked like the Sith who had stood before the Dark Council on Korriban and been declared a Darth for her actions at the Battle of the Inferno Nebula. If anything, she looked like the farthest thing from a Darth, which in this moment was an advantage. The gown that Holly had found for her was pricey, but not so extravagant that it would attract hungry thugs looking for a mark to shake down. Deep blue with black diamond patterns. It was kind of dress that some Lord's emissary might wear, fitting for high society, but with just enough common touches to suggest that the wearer was not high society herself. It was slightly off-shoulder, showing only a hint of skin, loose-fitting in parts, but still revealing her curves, attractive, but not over the top. A dark blue cape with silver lining completed the look, hiding much of her form and features. Goggles traditionally worn by business beings slumming on Nar Shaddaa completed the look. At first glance, no one would guess that they were looking at a Sith Lord moving among the rabble, which was of course the point. If anyone official looking asked for her identification, she had that ready too. As of this moment, she was simply Kira Lilas of Terrace, a low-level executive of Thun Cyber Systems. She was currently visiting the Smuggler's Moon on behalf of her employer Seagull Thun, who was looking to purchase droid upgrades that were not considered entirely above board in Republic space. It was as good a cover story as any. She had spent the last year reading reports from her Droid 1A, K3. It had taught her much about the current situation in the droid manufacturing business. She was by no means an expert, but what she knew would be more than enough to pass any cursory inspection. Yes, the cover story was good enough to fool most, and if it wasn't, if someone did force her hand in any way. The sleeves of the gown were quite wide and puffy, more than enough to hide her lightsaber up her sleeve, and if the need came to draw it, the person who saw it would not be telling anyone about it. She would make sure of that. So it was that the young executive and her 2 bodyguards made their way across Nar Shaddaa. The cantina that Rank had directed them to was in a more civilized part of the planet. According to Rink, several corporations had the Hutt's good money to use their own security forces in the sector, which meant that anything the corporations did here was golden. If anyone tried to act against corporate interests, they would vanish with little or no chance of anyone turning up any evidence of wrongdoing. They would simply be gone. Kira could respect that. She would not blame anyone for protecting what was theirs. The buffer zone was not far from several corporate offices, both connected to their own guard barracks. Troopers wearing no governmental symbols watched the three as they passed, but did nothing. As far as they knew, the young hooded woman had business with their corporate masters. They would not dare interfere with such business, not if it risked hurting their pocketbooks. As for the cantina itself, it was a plain, nondescript building. The only decoration it bore outside was the name in neon light, that and a flag containing both the symbol of the Empire and the Republic. Interesting, Kira thought. Rink had warned her not to lose her temper when she arrived. What she would see in the cantina might not agree with her Sith sensibilities. She was not sure what he had meant by that, but as she stepped through the door, she understood. What is this, she thought, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Traders. Like many cantinas scattered across galaxy, this one seemed to cater mostly to soldiers. Unlike most cantinas, this place was not exclusively Empire or Republic. She saw soldiers from both governments. Sith and Republic officers drank at the bar while off-duty troopers from both sides played Pasic and Sapic. Excusable diversions, but that was not the only thing that caught her eye. In one of the back booths, she thought she could see a Republic lieutenant making out with the Sith ensign. The girl was practically sitting in the man's lap. Traitors, she thought again. Enemies. She could feel her fingers curling into fists, could sense the lightning wanting leap from her fingers. I should kill them, she thought. I could kill them all. A few heads lifted as she entered. She half expected the Sith troopers to leap to their feet, to stand at attention, and beg her mercy and forgiveness. Not a single one did. Their curiosity satisfied, they returned to their games and diversions. She almost howled in fury. Blind fools. Did they not know who stood before them? She would make them pay. She would. She felt a hand on her shoulder. The touch was warm but firm. Row. She glanced over her shoulder. Low profile, he murmured. Remember? Whether it was his touch, his words, or the connection growing between them, she was not sure, but the result was the same. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her rage went with it. The red haze faded, and with it she was thinking again. Now she understood why Rink had warned her. She thought. Speaking of Mr. Rink. She reached out with the force, nothing too invasive, merely a gentle mental touch. Ah, she thought, her smile returning. There he was. Threnton Rink sat at one of the back booths, his back to the wall, and his eyes on the entrance. The dark-haired young man had not changed much since they had last seen each other. He still wore his Imperial uniform, the coat both open and far too big to be considered standard issue, but fitting the sense of insolence that seemed to radiate off the pilot. A shadow of a beard graced his jaw. His black hair was a bit longer than she remembered, but beyond that, through the force he was much as he had been. Rink had always had an odd force signature. It flowed strangely around him, and sometimes it was a gentle breeze, other times it blew like a hurricane. It was blowing like a hurricane right now, no doubt affected by what choices she would offer him. She was determined to see that the swirling force was turned to her advantage. Rink had served her well in the past. She would not let him do anything less now. Unlike the other patrons of this place, his attention was fully settled on her. Despite the cloak and gown, he clearly recognized his master when she entered the room. He did not rise, of course, but, given the people here, that might draw unwanted attention. Rink was smart enough not to do that. Instead, he gestured her forward. She moved to his side. The few patrons in her way moved aside to make way for her two guards. Kira did nothing provocative. She did not wish to reveal what she truly was. She did not think that a Sith Lord would be welcome in such a place. These men and women had come here to forget the war. Seeing one of the Sith Masters would definitely not appreciate that reminder. Rink's grin widened when he saw her. Boss, he said, bowing his head slightly. She removed her hood, letting him see her face. Mr. Rink, she said, it has been a while. Rink's eyes widened slightly. What? Kira demanded. What is it? Nothing, boss, he said quickly. Just, you look so different. It is just, wow. You look great. She should have been angry, but she was not. In fact, she could not entirely kill the blush that crept into her cheeks. Still, she should not have been surprised. The physical changes she had experienced had only just begun when Rink had left her service. Back then, she had still had the bone-white skin and red eyes that she had had since Fel had died back on Corbin. "I take it you approve," she said. "I have no complaints," he smirked. "Is it some kind of illusion, one of your spells or something?" Kira frowned. If only it was. She still had no real idea why the change in her appearance had occurred. Most Sith viewed the signs of dark side necrosis as a mark of power. They did not pity the Sith that showed such physical symptoms. If anything, they envied the power within them, the power that could reshape the very flesh of their body. It was like an ancient Sith scholar had said long ago. The dark side was one sickness that no Dark Lord would wish to be cured of. It was what they sought and coveted with all their heart. Power was power. Some Sith sorceresses did use glamours to appear unaffected by the changes. Darth Zash had been famous for hers. Kira, or rather Avi, had never really cared. Her vanity was not something that concerned her. Beauty was fleeting, power was eternal. When the changes had first began, Avi had blamed Kira for them. She feared that Kira's presence was pulling them towards the light, but that had never been the case. Kira had no interest in the light. Its lies had no sway over her. She remained as committed to the dark side as she since her days on Fury 9. As for the weakness of Avi's powers, why so many of her spells had failed in the past few months, Kira knew why that had happened. She had caused it. She had fought her other self tooth and nail. She had drawn strength from Avi, denied her wherever and whenever she could. She had desired only to weaken Avi, emerge from the shadows, and reclaim control of her body, and it had worked. She was finally back in control. It was just a shame that she and Avi had come to an agreement before it had finally happened. Had she fought to the end, Kira would respect it and win more. She did not miss Avi, but she did feel slightly cheated. I should have torn control of my body from Avi, ripped it from her grip, just as I will rip the power from Darth Fears when our final confrontation happens. A victory easily won did not taste as sweet, but it was a victory. She tried to stay focused on that. She sat down at the table across from Rink. Holly and Ro took defensive places next to her. Rink smiled up at the Whiffet. "That you, Lou?" he asked. "What do you think?" The Whiffet growled back. The former street rat chuckled. "Yeah, that is you," he said. His eyes fell on Ro. "And who might this be, boss?" he asked. "New boyfriend." Again the blush flooded her cheeks. Ro was. She swallowed hard. It was complicated. Roan Wilkes of the Ardana Security Volunteers, he informed her old ally. He gave Rink a dirty look. "I'm here to protect her." Rink chuckled at that. "If you saw her fight, you would know she does not need protecting." He turned back to Kira again. "You said on the holo that you needed help." She nodded. "My ship was destroyed. I will need transport back to the Empire." Holly leaned in closer, her breath hissing over her tusks. "I trust the ship is still space-worthy," she growled. "I trust you have taken good care of my baby." Rink laughed. "Same old, Holly," he said. "Don't worry, the ship is in perfect working order." He turned back to Kira. "You know me, boss," he said, "always ready and willing to help, but..." She gave him a dirty look and stopped him in his tracks. "But..." His grin returned, but it was not as cocky as it had been. He likely knew he was skating on very thin ice. He was not a total fool. He knew to pick his words very carefully. "I need to take care of something first. It has taken me almost a year, but finally I've managed to track her down." Rink grinned from ear to ear. "Tia is here, boss. I found her. Your little Twilla girl is here." He nodded. She returned to Nar Shaddaa. "Not by choice," he added. "The people she is involved with never stayed anywhere too long, but with the war on, they needed to return to Nar Shaddaa far sooner than they would have normally. They needed supplies." He shrugged. "If you need something, no better place to go than the Smuggler's Moon. Everything is available here." For a price, she added. Yeah, he agreed for a price. Kira nodded thoughtfully. Time is of the essence, she said. I need to be off this moon as soon as possible. She sighed. You have been away from my service for too long, Mr. Rink. I find myself with enemies all around, and I could use a few trusted allies. Have I ever steered you wrong, boss? Rink asked. I would be grateful if you helped me with this. We always seem to pull off the impossible with you around. He grinned. Perhaps we can do so again. She frowned at that. Is finding your friend impossible? The people she travels with don't leave many tracks, and they don't let their associates go easily. Ro gave him a suspicious look. Is this girl a slave or a willing ally of these people? Rink shifted uncomfortably in his chair. I can't say for sure. She was a willing ally when she left, but I've been hearing things about these people. They are not the kind of people you walk away from. If these people were so dangerous, why try to deal with them on your own? She asked. The friendship of a Sith can open many doors. She shook her head. Why did you wait? Why did you not come to me first? I already owe you a lot, boss, but I thought I could handle it. He admitted. You were fighting a war. I didn't think you would leave whatever mission you were on to help me. Plus, I didn't want to get any deeper in your debt, and she did not push any further. She understood the desire to do things unaided. Self-determination was a Sith trait, and she would not deny another's need to handle their private matters. Still, as I said, she repeated, I cannot afford to wait. I will aid you in this mission. Tell me, what is your plan? Rink grinned. Thanks, boss. I really appreciate this. Think nothing of it, she said dismissively. Now, what are we doing? Rink nodded and took a deep pull of the drink in front of him. She could feel his gratitude. It pleased her. There is someone I need to talk to, he said. He's an information broker. He is expensive, but... And he knows about your ladies' friends? She asked. If what I hear is true, he knows pretty much everything that goes on here. Every shady deal that happens on this moon, he knows about them all. That news made Kira smile. Every shady deal, he had said. How about a deal between a Dug go-between and an Ardanan rebel? She almost laughed. It seemed that the Force was with her again. Rink and her had once again found themselves drawn together. The Force that swirled around him had drawn exactly what she needed into her orbit. How wonderful, she thought. It seemed that her gentle touch in dealing with her allies once again would pay off. Rink had exactly what she needed, not just a ship, but the means of completing her mission. Once again, the Force provides, she thought. She smiled hungrily. I will trust in the Force. It will be done. Chapter 29. Thranton, my dear boy, it has been too long. The alien gave Rink a wide-toothy smile. Are you here to pick up your order? I just finished it an hour ago. Kira looked around the creature's shop. Her expression was guarded, but could not entirely hide her sense of surprise. When Rink had told her that they would be meeting with an information broker, she had thought that they would be going to some shady cantina or perhaps one of the moon's many casinos. She had expected a scum den, a den like the one where she had encountered the Dug go-between. Instead, she had found something quite different. The information broker lived only a few blocks from the cantina. Rink had led the way while the rest of the group had followed. The pilot had taken them down a small side street, an alley off the main transportation route. The alley had led into a small roundabout filled with 5 small shops. Unlike most of Nar Shaddaa, these establishments did not seem run-down or illegitimate. In fact, they seemed like the type of businesses you would find on a Republic core world, or in one of the smaller settlements on Dromund Kaas. A flower shop, a butcher, a tailor's shop, a droid repair bay, and what looked like a small cafe filled up the tiny alley. All 5 shops were well-lit and had signs that told what service they offered, both in Huttese and in Basic. The alley as if it belonged on another world, certainly not in the heart of Nar Shaddaa. Ro and Holly remained outside to keep watch and make sure that she wasn't disturbed during her meeting. Ro was not happy about that, but was smart enough not to question. When it came to an Imperial superior, an order was an order. Rink made for the tailor, A neon needle and thread shone in silver and gold light. A small chime sounded when they entered. Kira looked around. Once again, it was not what she expected. The place was clean to the point of being brand new. The air smelled of leather and warm wood. Several holographic figures modeled what clothes were on offer, while a single, one-wheeled, servant droid clucked softly to while it dusted the various racks around the store. Cozy, Kira thought, and unthreatening. She smiled slightly. Looks, she knew, could be deceiving. The proprietor had appeared a few seconds after they had entered. It was a brown furry alien with a squat tan-colored face and two long pointed cones rising from his head. The fact that he had addressed Mr. Rink by name hinted at the fact that he was the creature that her pilot had brought her here to meet. Large brown eyes watched her with a mix of curiosity and concern. "Hey Feltapern," Rink said to the alien, "I am here to pick up my order, but also to provide an introduction." He grinned and gestured Kira forward. "Feltapern, I would like to introduce you to my boss. Boss, this is Feltapern Kaas, the third finest tailor on Nar Shaddaa." "Second," the alien said, correcting him. "Kinsa Fardreamer left for Coruscant a month ago. Poor dear wanted to try applying our trade in the Corps. I wished her well, but I had no problem absorbing her patrons into my own." Rink laughed at that. "Good for you," he said. "And better for my clients," the alien agreed. Poor Kinsa, her fingers were not what they once were. Those who went to her have seen a definite improvement in their garments since I've come into their lives. The alien gave Kira a gentle smile. "But I'm sure you are not here to discuss clothes. I've seen the look on your face before, and many of my customers. You are not here to close the body, you wish to close the mind. You seek information? Yes. I'm more than willing to provide, my lady. Or perhaps I should say, my lord." The creature's smile widened. "It has been some time since a Sith Lord graced my humble establishment with their presence. I do hope that you find what you are looking for." She glanced over at Rink, who shrugged. Clearly he was as surprised as she was that the tailor had recognized her. "And how do you know that I'm Sith?" she asked. The alien laughed a strange bleating sound that was not entirely unpleasant. "These are not simply for show, my lord," he said, pointing to the cone-shaped horns on his head. "The Gato people have long had an affinity for sensing the Force. What I sense around you is all that I needed to guess what you were. Plus, considering the fact that Rink looks to you as a superior and is wearing an Imperial uniform, it is not hard to guess your occupation, even if you were trying to hide it." Kira's lip twitched. This creature saw much, that was clear. "So you are both a tailor and an information broker," she said, looking around his shop, an interesting choice of dual professions. She gave him a cold smile. "I trust that your information-gathering skills are as fine as your skill at hemming pants and dresses." Her words had been dry, almost insulting. If the Gato was offended, he did not show it. He simply smiled and chuckled. "The tailor's shop actually came later," he confessed. "I find the work soothing. In my youth, I was something of a troublemaker. I grew up to become an excellent thief. Of course, it was not until I was out of my teens that I learned that a person's data pad could be twice as valuable as anything he had in his pockets. Sadly, I learned that lesson too late. I made mistakes and was forced to answer for them, but it was for the best. It was during that time that I learned of my skills in the tailor business, during a brief vacation from my home." Vacation. Kira smiled slightly. In other words, prison. Still, she was not to question a being's origins. Rink seemed to think this Feltapern Kaas could be useful. She was willing to entertain that idea a while longer. "Rink informs me that you were tasked with finding out some information," she said, inspecting a rather lovely silken dress. "I'm here to clear his debt, and to seek a bit of information of my own, if you are not already engaged in other matters, of course." "Not at all," the Gato said with a shrug. "As I said, information is a part of my business. I'm more than happy to discuss what I know, if the price is right, of course." Of course, she agreed. She had never expected to get something for nothing. "What is your price?" "That depends on what do you wish to know, my lord. Some things are more expensive than others." She nodded. Very well, then, she thought. We will see just how good this creature is. A few minutes later, she found herself standing on a holographic pad, while the tailor took her measurements and overlaid holographic versions of his various wares over her body. She had to admit, the man was not wrong about his skills as a tailor. Some of the things he offered were quite beautiful. It was a strange way to conduct a meeting, but both Rink and the Godel insisted. This was the way he preferred to conduct business. In case anyone unforeseen stopped by, all they would see was the tailor helping design a gown for a young woman, nothing more. Of course, it was more than that. Kira could hear a slight hum in her sonic dampeners. They primarily protected her oversensitive hearing, but could also be used to detect dampening fields. The pad she was standing on likely was for jamming any recording devices that Master Felteprin's customers might have had on their person. Likely it was to ensure that someone did not escape with some information that they had not paid for. A careful being, Kira thought with a hint of a smile. She preferred to do business with careful beings. They were less likely to make mistakes. As he worked, she told him about what was looking for. She told him of the attack on Fallis and the fact that the go-between, Tulsuba, had hired the pirates involved. Now she wished to know who had commissioned the outlaws for that attack. The Dug had died before he had a chance to tell her anything. Raise your left arm, please, the Godel said. She complied as he took more measurements, entering them on a data pad. Is it possible? She asked. Could you find the information that I seek? I think so, he said with a nod. I will need 24 hours, but I think that I can accommodate your needs. Excellent, she said. Then all we need to discuss is the price. How much do you want? The Godel smiled at her, his large flat teeth shining in the light of his shop. His large dark eyes twinkled with a bit of mischief. Credits are all well and good, but considering what I found out from Mr. Rink, I believe that a favor would be a more appropriate form of compensation. A favor, she said, glancing at herself in the mirror, admiring the way the dress would look when it was done. What sort of favor? Something that only a Sith could provide, he said, pressing several buttons on his pad. The cut of the gown shifted slightly, become more off the shoulder. Threnton came to me at a most interesting time, the tailor explained. He was looking for information on an old acquaintance and those she was traveling with. Ironically enough, he was not the only one looking for girls' friends. Several other clients have come to me lately wishing to know more about them. So the Godel was trying to use Mr. Rink, she thought. Interesting. From the familiarity with which you speak of him, I'm guessing you have had past dealings with my dear pilot. We've had dealings over the years, the Godel admitted. I make sure that the children that live around here know that I pay decently for anything useful that they might hear. Both Thranton and poor little Tia have worked with me in the past, mostly when they were first cast out onto the streets. They, and other children like them, found things out when I needed them. Perhaps that is why Thranton came to me, and at the time that he had made an ally in the Sith Order. The tailor grinned widely. Quite a useful coincidence, don't you think? I would say it was more the will of the Force than anything else, she said with a shrug. Still, you have not answered my question. But it is all related, you see. I found our dear Tia for Thranton, but the situation is not as simple as it might seem. Those that she is traveling with will likely not let her go lightly. And who are these people? She inquired. Droid supremacists, the Godel replied with a hint of distaste. Cultists really, they view the return of the Sith as a sign of the end of everything. They believe that the war between the light and the dark will destroy the galaxy, and that a new world is about to be born, one ruled over by droids. An interesting idea, she said. Yes, the Godel said, and one made even more popular when the war resumed several months ago. Since that time, these cultists have been gathering supplies and components. Some of these components were stolen from customers of mine, customers that would like to know how such people knew what they were building in the first place. And that is the favor. The favor is retrieving an experimental icebreaker that the cultists have designed. My sources have informed me that that is how they have managed to raid the various companies here on Nar Shaddaa. Do understand that these droid supremacists are not fools. They are highly skilled in matters of programming, slicing, and droid modification. The group finds intelligent, yet directionless people, and gives them something to fight for, a goal to work for. Droid supremacy, Kira said, still not really understanding, but as organics, aren't they worried that they will be forced to live as slaves in this new world if they get to live at all? They are willing to accept the role as servant. It is much better to stand at the conqueror's side than to stand in his way. They feel that they will survive the coming Holocaust by being useful to the new masters. Kira nodded. Fanatics, she thought. Wonderful. But why not handle this matter yourself? She asked. You seem to be a most skilled and intelligent being. Why not simply hire some independent contractors and retrieve this icebreaker yourself? The tailor sneered at that. I assume by contractors you mean bounty hunters. It would not be wise to hire such people to handle this, considering where the cultists have chosen to hide. And where is that? Shadowtown, the Gato answered, and in that moment Kira understood. Ah, she thought. No wonder the creature needs a Sith Lord's aid. Shadowtown was an open prison on Nar Shaddaa, a prison that was run by the Empire. It was in Shadowtown that Sith kept people who they considered dangerous, but also still useful. If the cultists were hiding there, are the cultists allied with the Empire? Is that why you needed a Sith's help? I've seen no evidence to suggest that they people are Imperial allies, he assured her. It is more likely that they have bribed their way in and are using the fear of Sith to protect their interests. Kira's eyes narrowed. So they are using us as a shield. It was not impossible. Most of the best and most loyal of the Sith army were now fighting on the front lines. Those that had been left behind to handle operations like Shadowtown were far from the most trustworthy of the Sith's Imperial allies. Her sense of patriotism roiled at such an idea. It would be one thing if these people were contributing to the Imperial war effort, but if they were simply hiding like rats within the Sith's walls. She pursed her lips in distaste. They would need to be educated on what happened to those that did not pay the Sith Masters their proper due. I know where the cultists are based, the Gato said. That is the information that Thranton wanted. Tia is among them, as far as I know. I will give you this information as a sign of good faith, and as a means of paying for the information that you require. The Gato gave her another toothy grin. Bring me the icebreaker, and I will tell you everything you want to know. Kira considered his offer. You do not have to pay if you don't wish to, the darkness within her whispered. You can hurt this creature. Hurt him until he complies with your every demand. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Why bother jumping through hoops at all? You can't take what you want. She was tempted. She could not deny that, however, doing so would waste a potential resource. Did she truly wish to do that? Yes. It would be amusing torturing what she needed out of the Gato. But what if the Force drew her back to Nar Shaddaa again? What if she needed Feltapern Keys' services again? Avi had never believed in wasting what was useful. Kira liked to think that she didn't either. Mindless fun was not the point. Every resource she had access to made her that much stronger. And speaking of resources, she understood something else as well. You wanted me here, she said to the Gato, or rather, someone like me. When Rink came to you wearing an Imperial uniform, you hoped that he would involve a Sith Master. You needed a way into Dark Town. That is why you did not simply make Rink an offer for the information on his girl. The tailor smiled pleasantly. I am a businessman, my lord, and like most businessmen, part of my life is looking at both long and short-term gain. I hope that young Thranton would be able to bring a Sith here, and I also hope that the Sith would see the value in what I could offer, that they would choose not to squander what I offered them. My network on Nar Shaddaa is quite extensive. I hear many things. He shrugged. I took a risk involving a Dark Lord, but I thought it was a smarter option. You could have killed me for what I know. Perhaps you are even still considering it. He bowed his head respectfully. I hope you can see the value in having a working relationship with me, if not simply for the information that I can provide, then perhaps the skill of my hands as well. He chuckled again. A good tailor is hard to come by in these troubled times, do you not agree, my lord? She gave the tailor a sly smile. He had manipulated Mr. Rink into bringing her here. He had counted on the fact that her pilot still had Sith connections. It was a risky move, considering how many of her brothers and sisters would have reacted. She let the alien sweat for a few moments. She said nothing, letting him think that she liked the idea of simply killing him or torturing him into giving her what she wanted. She waited until she felt the first hint of fear before finally responding. She laughed dismissively. "I have no desire to waste a perfectly good tailor, Master Feltepern." The Gato sighed. He tried to hide his relief as much as he could, but she could sense it. She turned back to the mirror again, inspecting his work. "I think that I like this design," she informed him. "I will take it black. I think, with red trim, yes. I think that will be most daring." The Gato grinned at her response. "May I suggest royal purple instead? It would match your eyes, and most human males would find it most appealing, I believe." She considered that, a gentle smile on her lips. "Yes," she nodded, "that would be nice." The tailor bowed respectfully. "I will get started immediately," he promised. "Both it and the information you seek should be ready by the time you return from Shadowtown." Kira grinned. She was not quite sure what sort of welcome she would get when she arrived in Shadowtown. If the local Imperials were on the take, they might try to deny her entrance. They may even think to block her from getting what she wanted. She found herself hoping that they would. She was eager to test out her more aggressive philosophy. The tailor had had use, and had been spared. These random Imperials did not. There was always a lower-level Imperial officer looking for promotion. Her smile turned predatory, the dark side saying at the thought of the blood she would spill. She had played the punching bag for far too long. Now, she would go on the offensive. An emperor saved anyone who stood in her way. Anyone. Chapter 30. "I'm sorry, my lord, but there is little that I can do." The Imperial General gave Kira a helpless shrug. "My orders come from the Dark Council, from Lord Voron himself. Shadowtown is to be sealed to all, no exceptions, and for that, I am sorry." The young Dark Lord responded with a cool smile. She had not worn her helmet and mask for this meeting, despite recovering both it and her armor and robes before entering Shadowtown. "I would rather this not turn into a fight. I would rather that the Imperials here did not have a chance to pass along that I'm here." It was still possible that bounty hunters remained on planet, looking to collect the price on her head. A price that she would need to see removed. Given Avi's decision to always wear a mask and helmet in public, it seemed the smarter move not to do so, though that did not mean that she was willing to let just anyone see her face. She still wore a cloak and hood, and by doing so, only the lower half of her face was visible. You could see her eyes glinting from beneath her cowl. But that was it. It should have been enough. The gaze of Sith Lord was not something you wanted when you were doing things that went against their interests. She wanted to make sure these Imperials understood that. She had also wanted to make sure that this particular Imperial knew exactly who and what he was dealing with. So far, she had not been disappointed. He was responding exactly how she had been warned that he would. "The General will do whatever it takes to protect his interests," Feltepern Kaas had informed her. "Be ready, my lord." Though the General had received the moment she had announced her arrival, she could not deny the feeling that he was doing so only of a sense of hope that she would not look so closely at what was going on around her, namely, the side operations that this man was carrying out while he was supposed to be doing his duty. He would not even consent to speak with her in person unless she did so alone. Her people were to remain outside. There was no reason for them to attend this meeting. She had consented to this request. If things went badly, she would not need Holly and the others to kill for her. She was quite capable of doing that herself. If only the General realized that. Oh well, it was his head on the block, not hers. Kaas had told her what would likely happen at any such meeting. Yes, she had been warned of this, so she was not surprised. That did not mean that she was not disappointed. She liked to see herself as a loyal Imperial. It always got under her skin when she realized that those around her were not. "I understand your desire to fulfill your orders, General," she replied, regarding the crystal nails on her left hand, "but at the same time you must understand my position." Her smile became colder, and it did not touch her eyes. Those remained dead, and as cold as a grave on the planet of Hoth. I will be entering Shadowtown. My mission is for the good of the Empire, and I will not be denied. The general nodded thoughtfully. He kept his face bland, and seemed to be acting without a care in the world. It was a lie, of course. She could sense the man's fear. It radiated off him like a sour-smelling sweat. She was not surprised. Master Feltepern had warned her about this too. She would find little help if she sought it from General Vandicus, the current military commander and warden of Shadowtown. The man was less than trustworthy. According to Feltepern Keys, the man had been on the take since he had first stepped off his ship on Nar Shaddaa. Though he did maintain imperial interests here, he was as equally interested in collecting rents and tithes from both the inmates in his care and the local business interests that profited from the continued existence of the Sith's open prison. And with the war on, no Sith had raised a finger to stop him, to make sure that the Empire's needs remained of paramount importance. Kira's smile remained. So things had been, until now. She needed to enter Shadowtown, find Rink's girl, and acquire the icebreaker that the Gato information broker required. She would not be undone by something as petty as imperial corruption. She would not. Her mission would come first. The general's office reflected what she had been told of the man. He had been a loyal soldier once. Various commendations and awards held places of honor on his walls. He had been a bit of a hero during the last war, but now found himself relegated to protecting the prison. It was likely not the career move he would have chosen, but that is how things worked out. On the flip side of things, the office's furnishings were far above and beyond what one might find in the office of a professional soldier. The rug beneath their feet was likely Alderanian, imported, and likely to cost no small fee. The desk at which the officer sat was made of finest fishy wood, not the kind of furnishing one got from Imperial Supply. The liquors in the cabinet across from them, if she was not mistaken, were all of rare vintage, and likely cost more than a month's pay for a mere general, especially one serving out his tour as the warden of a prison. Such beverages could be purchased at the Nexus room on Dromund Kaas, but on Nar Shaddaa they were a luxury that a common soldier should not have been able to afford, which of course took her back to what the tailor had told her. General Vandicus was not above accepting donations from anyone who offered. The general's aide stood behind him, a man named Tierce. He had barely said a word since she had arrived to meet with his commanding officer. Unlike his commander, this man wore his nervousness on his sleeve. He understood what a Sith Lord visiting their little operation meant. She could not say if he was as deeply on the take as his commander, but it did not really matter if he was. She would not be leaving here without what she had come for. I'm most certain that we can come to an arrangement, my lord, he said. After all, I understand the needs of doing what is expected of me during wartime. Then allow me to enter unimpeded, she said with a dismissive gesture. As I've told you, these droid supremacists, these cultists, offer nothing to the Empire as a whole. Her smile became more predatory. You owe them nothing. They do not enjoy the protection of the prisoners here. They are squatters just waiting to be removed, and a waste of space as well. She leaned back and pinned him with her icy gaze. Her voice may have been pleasant. Her eyes were anything but. All you have to do is let me in, and I'll deal with this problem for you. Your offer is most generous, my lord, but I'm afraid that I cannot violate the lockdown order given by Counselor Voron. Those orders were quite clear. No one gets into the prison, and no one gets out. The man chuckled dismissively. Plus, if you forgive me, I do not believe that these droid supremacists, as you call them, even exist. I have heard no mention of them in my reports, and my agents do keep a fairly good eye on the prison population. I would know if such rabble had found their way inside. Kira nodded, but again, she did not believe the man. His mouth said one thing, the Force said something different. His discomfort had grown considerably since she first mentioned who she was after. Not only did she think that the general knew about these people, but he likely invited them in. The Taylor Keys had said that these cultists had access to great wealth and were not above spreading it around. If the general thought them worth his life to protect, who was she to argue? The thought sent a chill down her spine. Oh, how she would love to make an example of this fool. Regardless of what you have heard, she continued, I do believe they are here, and that they have some information necessary for my investigation. She laughed lightly. It would be most wise of you to step aside and let me complete it. Again she felt the man's concern blossom through the force. He had to know that he was skating on very thin ice with her. Whether it was a matter of her youth or her gender that drove him to try and stall her further, she could not say. She had been more than patient with this fool, but that patience was quickly reaching its end. A Dark Lord's orders must be obeyed, he said finally, and I shall, once I've conferred with Lord Voron. By all means contact him, she said. I'm certain that he will rule on my behalf. Perhaps it is so, the general said pleasantly. I shall send word to his senior advisor to contact me. Her eyes narrowed at that. His senior advisor? She asked, her voice both silky and full of venom. The general nodded. Perhaps he did not notice the change in her voice and her posture. That was his mistake. It may take time to speak directly with the counselor. If you desire it, you are welcome to remain here as my guest in the meantime. By either tomorrow or the next day, I should be able to speak with Lord Voron directly. Then you can, The general paused mid-sentence, his eyes widened in surprise. His hand went to his throat, not quite touching it, but feeling the air around it. Kira's smile widened. She had had enough. Oh, I'm afraid waiting several days while you confer with Lord Voron is not going to work for me, she informed the general, his cheeks already starting to go red. She had not moved from her chair, but her right hand had gone up, and now was formed into a claw, reaching out and gripping tightly with the force. The general's response was what she expected. He rose from his chair, his hands now at his throat, trying to pull away the invisible garrote that Kira was now strangling him with. The man's eyes bulged as he tried to draw breath. He looked over at his aide. The colonel did not move, though from the widening of his eyes it was clear that he realized what was going on. The man's hand started to drop to his belt, where his sidearm was holstered. Kira pinned him with a cold glare. Draw that weapon and you will share his fate, she promised the colonel. His hand fell away. She nodded, pleased that he had seen reason. She shook her head. If only his superior had had similar good sense. She sighed. There was a time, General, she began, a time not so long ago that I would have taken your offer. That I would have waited for you to contact Lord Voron. I would have waited patiently, secure and confident that I was doing the right thing, that by following the chain of command I was being not only a good Darth, but a good Imperial as well. She shook her head and laughed lightly. Oh, what a fool I was. The general did not respond. He was too busy turning blue. He looked at her pleading with his eyes, practically begging for mercy. She merely smiled back at him. The Force has revealed to me what would happen if I followed your advice, if I played the good Imperial. I would leave this place and wait for you to do your duty and contact the counselor. You, in the meantime, would contact the droid supremacists we were just discussing. You would warn them that I was coming and that they would need to take steps to make sure that I did not find them. The man shook his head. No, he was still trying to breathe to no avail. Kira continued. I would be kept waiting just long enough for you to make sure that they were away. I would arrive at my destination only to find it abandoned. I would search for some clue to where my quarry had fled, but in the meantime I would be made to look like a fool, not only to my prey, but to Lord Voron, and the Dark Council as well. Kira sneered at the man. Avaryss would have been content to wait, to try and make a deal with you. The Dark Lord shook her head. And she always said that I was the weak one. How funny is that? The general could not respond. He was too busy trying to draw breath. Kira rose from her chair. She leaned in to make sure that the choking man could hear her. She had lessened her grip just enough so that he would not lose consciousness, not yet. She gave him an evil smile. I'm no longer trying to act like a Darth, she hissed. I'm acting like one. A Darth is death given form. You should have remembered that, General. The man stumbled away from the table, perhaps trying to get out of range of her powers, perhaps to simply flee and hope that she would let him go. She would not do that. She was not feeling merciful today. She turned to the man's aide. Colonel, tears. Was it? The man stood at attention, ignoring his suffering superior. Pierce, my lord, he corrected. Colonel Pierce. Very well, Pierce, she said with a hint of amusement. You will make arrangements for me and my party to enter Shadow Town. I will need some equipment from your stores, if you don't mind. Whatever you need is yours, my lord, the man replied, ignoring his former superior still choking at his side, trying to slip out of the office's back entrance. Kira laughed lightly. The man would not make it. You will make no mention of my entry into Shadow Town, she informed the colonel. Once I've returned and left in Nar Shaddaa, you may contact Lord Voron and thank him on my behalf. Let him know that I was pleased with the speed and professionalism of the garrison station here. The former general looked at his aide. He could not speak, but it was clear that he was begging for help. Pierce wouldn't even meet his gaze. As you wish, my lord, he answered, still trying to ignore his superior's blue face and pleading eyes. How the man had not fallen yet, Kira did not know. She was impressed. The colonel is smart enough to know that he cannot save the man, she thought. More than enough proof that he is ready to be promoted. I trust that you can handle what comes next, she said, raising her hand towards the general. Her curled fingers became a fist so tight the leather of her glove cracked. Every vertebrae in the man's neck snapped. You could hear the break sound from anywhere in the room. The doomed general let out one final wheeze and a death rattle before finally collapsing loudly on the floor of his office, and then the smell of death filling the room. Kira smiled. She felt invigorated by the murder. The dark side sang in her blood. No more shall I be a punching bag, she thought. No more shall I look the fool. No more. See that my orders are carried out, General Pierce, she informed the newly minted warden of Shadow Town. You are in command now. To his credit, the officer did not even blink. He simply stood at attention and saluted, despite the body that now lay at his feet. Thank you, Lord Avaryss, he said quickly. I will not disappoint you. I know, General, she said sweetly as she turned to leave. I'm sure you are aware of the consequences if you fail. Yes, my lord, he replied, not even acknowledging his former superior's body in the room. I understand. Kira nodded as he left the office. A few moments later, the newly promoted general summoned the door guards to remove the waste from his new office. Kira could not stop smiling. The general understood. How nice. His smile widened. That was good. She understood too. She finally understood. After a brief stop in the prison armory, Kira and her little group set off inside the prison. General Pierce had offered her an escort, but she refused. She still hoped to complete this business quietly. Marching into the prison with a full military guard would do little to hide her presence here. No, between her allies and the force, she was well protected. Now, they simply had to acquire what they had come for. The prisoners did not emerge as the group made its way past. As the former commander of this installation had said, Shadow Town was currently under lockdown. Kira could sense people watching as they passed by, but no one came out to challenge them. The group followed the map that the Taylor information broker had provided them. The cultists had made their dwelling deep in the sector, in a series of buildings that had once been used for droid storage. No surprise there, Kira thought, given what the people thought and what they worshipped. She reached out with the force, trying to get a sense of what might await them at their destination. The dark side was very strong in this place. She could sense at least 2 dark side nexus burning either in or around their destination. The realization of that surprised her. The prisoners here were being kept alive because they had value to the Empire. A few of them were even force sensitive. It seemed strange that the Empire would choose to isolate them in a place where they may have access to a nexus of power. Of course, she might be misreading what she was sensing. The nexus she was sensing might actually be force-sensitive prisoners, the area around them being affected by their presence. It was possible, she supposed. Regardless, it did not matter. She had an item to retrieve, and had promised Rink to bring his little Twi'lek back to him. She intended to do both. Of course, as she thought about it, she realized that that goal might not be as easily accomplished as she had hoped. She glanced over at Rink, Her pilot was now clad in a breastplate and helmet of the Imperial Army. In place of his usual sidearm, he now carried an ion blaster, one of several they had liberated from the prison armory. "Tell me about your friend," she said to him. "What is Tia like?" Rink smiled fondly. "We knew each other for years, grew up together for the most part. We were just two street kids trying to make our way in the world." He shook his head. "She was smart though, very smart. She used to scavenge droid parts for the local jump shops. The owners rewarded her with food and lessons in droid construction, so that she could find them more and better parts." "A self-educated girl then," Kira said. "Commendable." Rink's smile widened. It made him look more like the young man he truly was. "She was incredible." "I see," the Dark Lord said, trying to get a sense of what was about to happen. The dark side revealed nothing to her. The future was cloudy, too many possibilities to pick out the right one. "Were you two together before she left?" "Together, boss." It might have been her imagination, but she thought that Rink was blushing. She rolled her eyes. That was not what she was asking. Did she consider herself your woman? Did she leave you willingly, or was she taken? Rink pursed his lips. Clearly the question had caught him off guard. "I wanted that," he admitted. "She was part of the reason that I got caught up in the droid scheme that I was pulling when you and I first met." Rink sighed. "She asked me to come with her. The people she went with said they needed her abilities, that they could teach her more in a month than she could learn in a year here on Nar Shaddaa." "You chose not to go with her," Kira said. "Why?" "I wanted to be more than simply the guy hanging onto her robe. I wanted to prove myself worthy of her, that I was more than just some street rat." Kira smiled fondly at him. "You have certainly done that, my friend," she said. "A commission in the Imperial Navy, a ship of your own, and the ear and respect of a Darth of the Sith Empire." Kira nodded to him. "You have nothing else to prove, Mr. Rink. Surely your lady will see that." "Yeah," he said, chuckling. "Thanks, boss." "Don't mention it," she replied. She was grateful for Rink's loyalty, but he had not really told her what she had wished to hear. Was Tia a true believer of these people's cause, or was she simply in it for the experience? "I want to say that she was just in it for the experience," he said. "Why do you ask?" She was grateful she was wearing her mask again. She could not entirely hide her frown. She had always assumed that Rink's girl had been sold off of Nar Shaddaa, but what if that was not the case? What if she was a true believer in the cause? What if she served these people's cause? What if she did not want to leave? What if they chose not to give her what she desired? What would Rink say? What would he do if his girl was not who he remembered? "It does not matter," the darkness within whispered. "If the cultists do not give you what you want, you will take it from them. And if they resist, you know what to do." She nodded. Yes, she did. She did not want to hurt Rink. She hoped to keep her promise and restore his girl to him. But if she resisted what Kira desired, there were consequences to every choice. She hoped that Rink would not suffer because of the choice that some Twi'lek girl had made. They made their way down the darkened street, to Imperial soldiers, a Ordanis security volunteer, and a Dark Lord of the Sith. Kira was the first to become aware of the fact that they were being watched. Through the Force she could sense the regard of many people as they passed. "I don't like this," Rose said from behind her. "Yeah," Holly agreed. "I have a bad feeling about this." "Stay sharp," Kira hissed. "We are not." The Watcher sprang upon them from the shadows. One moment the street had been empty, the next they were surrounded. There were 8 of them, total, all clad in robes and hoods. Faces both human and alien peered out at the new arrivals. She noticed that more than a few seemed to have been mechanically enhanced, droid optics glowed, and mechanical limbs peeked out from beneath the sleeves of robes. Kira smiled beneath her mask. It seems that they had found their quarry. "Halt!" The leader of the group shouted, a human man in plain gray robe. His voice sounded strange, like it was being partially processed through a droid vocalizer. Kira smiled. "I seek those who believe in the ascension of droids," she said calmly, holding up her hands. "I have business with them." "What business could you have with us, Destroyer?" the leader asked. She gave the man an arch look. Destroyer. Sith are the end of everything, the leader said. We know what you are, Dark One. You have no place here. I go where I choose, she said. I destroy only what and who I choose. She laughed coldly. You don't want to find yourself on that list. The threat was implied, but clearly the fanatic understood. She heard the mechanical whir of artificial limbs as the cultists tried to back up. Preparing to attack. She raised her hands. I only wish to speak with the one in charge. She called out, let me pass, and I will. The leader paused. His eyes were focused on Kira. No, not on me, she realized. The fanatic was looking at her arm, her left arm. Her mechanical arm. The crimson metal glinted in the dim light from the street lamps. You have begun the conversion, he said. I was wounded in battle, she informed him. My arm needed to be replaced. And in doing so you have taken your first step towards being a part of solution to the grand problem, and a servant of the true masters. The man bowed his head to her. His fellows followed suit. The age of metal and steel speaks through you now, as it does through all of us. The man removed his hood, revealing a human face with many cyborg enhancements. The man's ears were gone, replaced with audio receptors. One of his eyes was gone, and a simple black lens now flickered in the socket. Perhaps you are ready to hear the call, the leader said. We shall take you to the true master. He will decide if you are ready. By all means, she said, lowering her hands. Lead the way. The cultists lowered their weapons. They became an escort leading Kira and her companions. She gestured for her allies to follow. Rink looked around nervously as Ro drew up closer behind her. I don't like this Kira, he said. She nodded slightly. He was right to be wary. She was not entirely sure about this either. She sensed only confidence from the cultists. Clearly, they did not see Kira and her allies as much of a threat. The thought amused her. They knew nothing. If they were not careful, they would learn. The cultists led them into a large warehouse, one that looked to have been gutted by some fire in the past. The leader held up his hand. A tone sounded from inside his arm. A turbo lift platform lit up as they approached. Only when all of their little party was aboard did the lift descend. Kira took a deep breath and centered herself. Whatever they were about to face, her prizes awaited her down below. She began to play the mental games that she had played since she began her Sith training, preparing herself for what was about to happen. It is time, she thought. I'm ready. Chapter 31. Impressive. It was the only word that could describe the cultist's little enclave. Kira had expected this place to be a scum den, a haven for desperate creatures so lost in their obsession that they had no time for anything else. She had been wrong. Inside the run-down structure was a series of labs and workstations that would have any amateur droid designer drool. Fabricators hummed as old droids' parts were broken down to be configured into something new. Diagnostic stations beeped and whirred as they filled connected droid heads with new programming. To the left, gray road cultists worked with droids, teaching them to walk, sort, and lift. Interesting. You are building your own masters, she said to the leader of the group that had taken them in. How industrious of you. The man did not respond to the sarcasm in her voice. We prepare to survive the coming storm, he said dismissively. The new masters will require much of their servants as they build their new world. Kira smiled slightly. Slaves who beg for their master's leash, she thought with disdain. How pathetic it is to give up on life without a fight. Her allies said nothing as they walked past the labors of the fanatics. What was there to say? Rink caught Kira's eye. He motioned for her to act. She smiled slightly. In this, she would grant his request. Is there a Twi'lek among you? She inquired. A female named Tia. The leader nodded. Sister Tia is amongst us. She is one of our most talented programmers. The man laughed lightly. She had helped enlighten many of our converts. I'm sure they have benefited greatly from her talents. Indeed, the man said, they have. What he meant by that she could not say. He led them to Turbolift, taking them down another floor. This next room was also interesting, but not in the same way. Once again they found themselves in lab space. Only here, It was not the droids that were being upgraded. It was the cultists themselves. 8 medical droids were working on 8 different patients connected to diagnostic consoles. Kira recognized the machines. She had been connected to one herself once. They helped program artificial limbs to function better with the being's nervous system. She looked down at her artificial arm. For almost 2 weeks she had spent 3 hours a day plugged into such a device. She had lain on the table while moving her new fingers and wrist, and while doing so, the computer took readings and made improvements. When it was over, her new arm responded almost seamlessly to her thoughts. It had sped up her recovery time drastically. What should have taken months took only a matter of days. Those devices were not cheap, and the fanatics had 8 of them, but that has not caught her eye. None of the creatures laying on those tables needed limb replacement, or had not before they laid down. She watched as one of the medical droids cut into a man's shoulder with a laser scalpel. It removed a perfectly healthy and functional arm from the man. But that was not the most shocking thing she saw down here. No. That came in the next section of labs they were led through. The cry of infants and the hum of droids filled the chamber. Kira heard Holly gasp. She understood why. This room appeared to be a nursery and a tribute to the cultist's vision for the future. 12 pods contained 12 babies, and all appeared to be recovering from surgery. Kira frowned. Unnecessary surgery. She used the Force to enhance her vision, make sure that she was seeing what she thought she was seeing. You are upgrading their brains, she said flatly. Those look like droid processors. The next generation needs to be able to hear the command of the masters, the leader said. Here they begin the journey of enlightenment. Unlike others that come seeking answers, these will grow up with the knowledge. It is now a part of them. Kira glanced back at Ro and Holly. Both looked horrified by what they were seeing. She did not blame them. We need to find Rink's girl, quickly, and get the icebreaker these people have developed. She shook her head. The Gato had not known everything apparently. These people were not simple fanatics. A Jedi would call them monsters. Kira smirked. She called them fools, limited. They thought that by embracing technology, they would rise above their mundane existence. They thought that the light and dark side would destroy the galaxy, and that they would be at the ground floor of New World, that by cutting away parts of themselves, they would be able to be more than the rest of the rabble, a bridge between their new masters and what had come before. They were so inept. Their feeble technology was no match for the power of the dark side. A droid limb could be stronger or faster. A cognitive processor could allow your brain to work quicker, but that was a matter of toys. Toys were insignificant next to the power of the Force. Your technology is impressive, she said. We do what we must to prepare, the cultist said. Perhaps we can make a deal regarding some of your preparations. The cultist whirled around, his one human eye blazed with hatred. Our work is not for you, destroyer, he spat. She smiled coldly beneath her mask. Oh, how little this one knew. The galaxy itself existed to serve the Sith. She was looking forward to teaching this upstart that. He turned away from her with an angry hiss. Your show of enlightenment has granted you a chance to speak with the guide, destroyer. Do not waste this opportunity. She smirked. Oh, she never wasted an opportunity. Never. So, this guide, he is your leader. The man did not respond, not that she really expected him to. Fine, she thought, try and be mysterious. It all ends the same. Again she looked down at her metal hand. The loss of her flesh had not been her choice. She had done what she could to make up for any weakness her new limb had left her with, but she did not consider that enlightenment. It had been simple survival. She was many things, not all of them good, but one thing was certain. She was a survivor. The group left the labs behind and found their way into a large meeting room. Kira counted at least 20 more cultists here, hooded and cloaked. They moved with their heads down, cowed by their allegiance to their grand cause. Kira shook her head. She found their commitment laughable, pathetic. They did not understand what true power was. She was tempted to teach them. What had awoken inside her at the spaceport was still there. It was like a wild animal that had been caged for too long. It had gotten its first taste of freedom, and was now thirsty for more. It took all of her self-control not to let it out. She had not felt this in touch with the dark side since her days as a hopeful on Fury 9. She could not say what had changed, what had made this possible, and to be honest, she didn't care. She had missed the freedom of simply using the dark side to satisfy her own appetites. She was most eager to indulge that hunger again. Part of her hoped that these people would not be reasonable, that she would be able to let the animal off the chain again. Part of her hungered for it. The leader and his honor guard led them into the center of the chamber. The group dispersed, leaving the Sith and her allies alone. Kira looked around, seeking to find one standing above these others. She doubted that such a group had survived this long without someone of singular vision. One being, if you went high enough you always came to one being. That was how rule worked best. She stepped forward when no one stepped up to address her. She would not play games with these people. She had come here for a reason. She would not be denied. "I seek your leader. We have things to discuss," she said. "Let your great one come forth. Let him address me directly." None of the fanatics responded. They simply kept their heads down, their eyes on the floor. Beneath her mask, Kira sneered. "Am I so terrifying to you?" she asked. "Is the great destroyer, the one who will bring about your new world, so daunting?" She shook her head again. "I seek your leader," she repeated. "Let him step forward." Darth Avaryss, real name, Kira Lilas, birthplace the Eddy system, planet of origin Ordana. Kira turned. The voice that had spoken was cold and mechanical, the processed voice of a machine. Its knowledge was surprising, but not unexpected. The Sith had records too, and if the Gato was to be believed, then these people were very good at gathering information. If the cultists thought to intimidate with such knowledge, they were fools. The guide approached her, the cultist parted, revealing his presence. She smirked. She should have known. These people believed that droids were destined to take over. Who else would they choose for a leader? What else? She almost laughed. The leader was a droid, though no ordinary droid. Most interesting. It stood before her, bipedal, cast in the shape of a man, but no one would mistake this machine for being any type of living being. She had seen models like this one before, images of them in books back on Korriban. She recognized it immediately, the clawed feet and hands, the skeletal bodies that radiated a sense of malice, the head, human-looking, seemingly innocent, but that was only to put their victims at ease. Its chassis looked more like polished bone than metal. A Jedi would have feared such a thing in ages past. These droids had killed many of their number. Her amusement grew. "I did not realize that any of the Krath's war droids survived the fall of the Empress Teta system," she said to it. Now she did chuckle. "You are an antique, my friend." The droid did something then that surprised. It made a sound like a laugh. "This unit has been rebuilt many times, Sith, far more than even it can recollect. Still, it continues to function." "So it seems," Kira said. "Most impressive, old one. Most impressive." 3 centuries ago, the Krath had been the terror of the Republic and the Jedi. A coven of bored aristocrats from the Empress Teta system. They had involved themselves in the events that the Jedi had come to know as the Frida Nat Uprising, a war conducted by dark side loyalists on the planet of Onderon. The Krath had emerged from that war stronger than ever, swearing themselves to the power of the dark side and embracing the ancient art of Sith sorcery. They had staged a coup on their home worlds, even managed to conquer and enslave several neighboring star systems. Even back then, the power of Sith sorcery was not easily dealt with, as those nobles had proven. They were not so different than me, really, Kira thought. Of course, I intend for my impact on the galaxy to be far-reaching. Yes, the Krath nobles had managed to conquer their home worlds and the surrounding systems, but in the end they had lacked the ambition and skill to go beyond that. The Jedi had gotten involved and the would-be sorcerers had found themselves outclassed. Their understanding of Sith magic was limited. The sources they had access to did not give them the necessary power to oppose the Jedi Order for long. They had managed to harass the Jedi, however. Droids such as these had been deployed on many Republic worlds, launching terror attacks against the Jedi. Ambitious, but in the end a foolish gesture. In the end they had fallen under the control of the Sith. Ulic Queldroma, apprentice to the Dark Lord Exar Kun, had seduced the Craft's high priestess, becoming both her general and lover, or so the stories went. Queldroma had manipulated the girl, drawing her into the service of the Sith. She was eventually killed for trying to play her own games, trying to manipulate her lover and his generals, but by then her armies and holdings had been firmly under Sith control. It should have been enough, but it wasn't. Kira shook her head. Never send a Dark Jedi to do a Sith's job, and in the end that was exactly what Exar Kun was, just another Dark Jedi. A Dark Jedi that was doomed to fail. It had all fallen apart, like so many of Exar Kun's plans. Ulic Queldroma betrayed his master, fell to the light, and undid all that his master had accomplished. The craft, left without a leader, scattered. Most were hunted down and killed by the Jedi, but a few managed to find their way into the unknown regions, and eventually to the Sith Empire. The stories they told were how Kira's people had found out about the war, beyond the information gathered by their spies, of course. Almost nothing remained of what the spoiled fools had accomplished, just a few names and relics scattered here and there. She nodded. She was surprised to find one of their droids still function. She figured the Jedi would have destroyed them all long ago, as she had said. Interesting. She reached out with the Force. She could sense the magics within the machine, the spells that had gone into making it a more efficient killer, but that was not all. She sensed something else about the droid, something she did not entirely understand. She sensed life of some sort, which made no sense. Craft war droids had no organic components. There was no reason for them to have any. Anything organic would have likely given away what they were to the Jedi. As she regarded the old droid, she could see the improvements that the fanatics had made, upgrades to modernize this ancient weapon of war. She was impressed. So droid, she said, bowing her head slightly, you are the one who leads these good people. If the machine detected her sarcasm, he did not show it. I am the guide. It said in a cold and mechanical voice. I have been programmed to be the shepherd of this flock. I am the herald of the next age, and the emissary to the age of wire and steel. The droid stood up straighter, prouder somehow. My designation is Herald Alpha, and you Darth Avaryss Kira Lilith should not be here. The droid's mechanical eyes flickered. Trouble follows you, Sith, and trouble is not welcome here. She smiled dismissively. I have enemies, she said with a shrug. It is nothing that I can't handle. If the droid was impressed with her bravado, it did not show it. There are currently 2 active bounties posted on you, Sith, it said matter-of-factly. It is only a matter of time until a hunter finds you and delivers you to whomever it is that seeks your life. Let them try, she said with a shrug. They will find me far from easy prey. So it appears, the old war droid said, we have observed you since you entered our territory. Upon realizing who you were, we accessed all viable data on you. You have been most busy in the last few years, Darth Avaryss Kira Lilith. Many eyes are upon you now, and many of them would wish to see your end. She shrugged again. So people wanted her dead. So what? It was nothing that she had not heard before. Does that include you and yours? She asked. She was become more and more aware of the fact that even more of the cultists were starting to enter the chamber. As she looked around, she could see more watching from balconies overhead. If this situation turned ugly, it would be no simple scuffle. She and her followers would likely be in a fight for their lives. Strangely, that did not scare her as it might have in the past. She had not come here unprepared. If this did turn into a fight, these fanatics would find her no easy prey. We have no interest in your problems, the droid informed her and closed the distance between them and touched her mechanical hand. It held it up, regarding the crimson metal and crystals. Kira could not guess what the droid saw when it looked at her cybernetics. They were far from the norm, but that was by design. She had needed more than a simple artificial limb. You have indeed begun the path to enlightenment, Herald Alpha informed her. Perhaps you are ready to move beyond your earthly wants and embrace the coming storm, the chance to endure and enter the new world. Kira shook her head. She had no desire to involve herself in these fanatics' fantasies. She had come here for 2 reasons. She would not be leaving without both in hand. "I've come for 2 things," she said, pulling her arm back from the droid, "an icebreaker program that you have developed, and one of your faithful. I've made a promise to one of my own to see to her safety. I keep my promises." The droid's optics blinked as it digested this information. "A Sith with honor," it said. "Most interesting." Kira frowned. It was not a matter of honor. She had made an arrangement with Mr. Rink. If she could not deliver what she promised her underlings, she would likely not have loyal underlings for very long. Rink stepped forward. "We are looking for Tia Akor," he called out. "She left with your group years ago. If she is here, I would like to see her again." "I want to." Thran. The voice that spoke was familiar to Kira. Avi had used it once while projecting glamour of Rink's Twi'lek girl. The cultists parted, allowing one of their own to step out from their group. She looked no different than most of them, the same dull gray robe and hood. From the way that the hood sat on her head, Kira could tell that the woman had head tails beneath it. Her face was mostly hidden, only her jaw was visible, the skin a dusky orange. "Thran," the cultist repeated, "is that you?" Rink smirked as he stepped forward. "It is me, sweetheart," he said, grinning from ear to ear. "I've been looking for you for so long." The Twi'lek smiled, a gentle thing, her mouth curving prettily beneath her cowl. "Have you finally come then?" Tia asked, her voice all honey and innocence. "Are you finally ready to join us?" "The storm is coming, Thran. We must be ready to meet it." Rink's smile dropped slightly. Clearly, that was not what he had wanted to hear from his girl. "Tia," he said, "I've come to take you away from all this. I've made something of myself. I can't take care of you now." The Twi'lek continued to smile. Through the Force, she felt very far away. It felt like she was not really here, but observing all this from some high and far away place. Kira was not sure what to make of that. The girl laughed lightly. "I don't need you to take me anywhere, Thran," she said. "I'm home. This is where I belong, with my family." She stepped forward. "It is where you belong. We belong together. That is what we promised each other once, wasn't it? Come with us, Thran, we will grant you peace." Avaryss sneered at that. Peace, she thought. Peace was a lie. There was only passion. She tried to reach out with the Force, see the connection between Mr. Rink and the Twi'lek cultist. She could not sense it. The girl was more than just a tech working for these people, and she was a believer, perhaps a true believer. Kira shook her head. She feared that Rink would not be happy with what came next. "You can't mean that, T," he said. "Don't you remember what we used to talk about? How we were going to get out into the galaxy and see everything there was to see. How we were just going to jump in our ship and never look back." Rink reached out his hand. "It took me some time, but I finally can make that dream come true for both of us." Tia shook her head. "The fantasies of children," she said. "Thran, the whole galaxy is ending. Can't you see that? We have to prepare. What we wanted as children is already gone. You must open your eyes and see that." Thran blinked. Kira could feel the hurt radiating off of him. She shook her head. It was rare that she felt pity, or anything close to it, but in that moment. "I'm sorry, Mr. Rink," she thought. "What Thran and Rink saw is no fantasy girl," she said, speaking up for her servant. "What he promises you is not out of reach. A new life, a better one. A life of freedom is yours. All you have to do is reach out and take it." The Twi'lek girl giggled as she regarded Kira. She looked upon her like a parent that looks upon a child that doesn't truly understand what she is seeing. "I have found my freedom," the girl informed them. "I have not only freedom, but purpose. I've let go of my wants and embraced the future." Tia pulled down her hood and opened her robe, letting Rink, Kira, and the others see what it meant for her to have embraced the future. Rink gasped, his eyes widening in horror. Kira's eyes narrowed. Damn, she thought. It seemed that Rink had come too late. The girl's face was untouched, but that was the only part of her that was. Her head tails had been split open, electronic devices now blinked and whirred inside of them. Tia's body was a patchwork of metal and wires. Very little flesh remained below her shoulders. Her hands were mechanical as were her legs and feet. Her chest was a metallic rib cage, and inside, pressed between many different mechanical devices, was a small bag containing the girl's few remaining organs. It was a horrifying sight, to be sure. As once several of the other cultists began to disrobe, revealing their own mutilations. The leader that had brought them here was as mechanical as Tia was. Only his head and neck appeared to be organic, and even that did not say much. Every one of the cultists had a droid processor implanted in the back of their skull. Disturbing, Kira thought. She had always assumed she had seen everything that the galaxy had to offer in the field of butchery. She had been wrong. Rink looked at his love with a mix of horror and revulsion. T, he gasped, what have they done to you? The girl smiled brightly, her eyes a mixture of innocence and fanaticism. They perfected me, Thran, she said, doing a small pirouette. Am I not perfect now? She asked. Am I not the most beautiful thing you have ever seen? Rink was speechless. Kira did not blame him. What they were seeing, words did not do it justice. My lord, Holly said, the tension in her voice starting to rise. Kira looked around. Damn, she thought. Damn it. Even more cultists had arrived. They had the Sith and her group of followers surrounded. The Dark Lord pursed her lips. Not good. It seems that there is nothing for us here, Mr. Rink, she said, to her pilot. She turned to Herald Alpha. We shall take our leave of you once we have acquired the icebreaker that you have created. Grant us this one small boon, and we will leave without further trouble. The droid's eyes glowed a dull red. I'm afraid that your leaving is impossible, Sith, the old war droid said. I've completed my initial scans of your enhancements. I've determined that they warrant further study. The herald of these people stepped in closer. I've calculated that you and these others are worthy of further instruction. You shall all be secured and educated on the coming storm. Your upgrading process will commence immediately. Once completed, you will be beyond the petty concerns that haunt your lives now. The droid stood up straight, radiating a sense of pride. You will be part of us. You shall survive when the great fall occurs. We gladly welcome you into our ranks and offer our love and protection. The droid's eyes flared blood red. You will accept, it said coldly. Any resistance would be pointless. Kira looked around at the forces arrayed against her. They were impressive to say the least. As she had said earlier, this would be a fight for their lives. Holly gently pulled Rink back into their group. Ro raised his sidearm. An ion blaster, useful in shutting down rogue droids or malfunctioning technology. All of her followers were so armed, ion weapons and grenades, just in case they were needed. Apparently they now were. Several of the cultists were now brandishing weapons of their own. Stunners and some very wicked-looking blades emerged from arms and sockets built into the cyborg's hands. Kira was no judge of such things, but considering that the cultists had not taken their weapons when they arrived, it was safe to say that they were not threatened by the armaments that her servants had brought with them. Droids were faster than organics usually. In that moment, Kira got a glimpse at a potential future through the Force. She saw herself and the others shambling alongside the rest of these fools. The back of their heads had been removed, replaced with processors and wires. Their bodies violated, their limbs cut away, and replaced with even more cybernetic devices. It was not a pretty sight. She could see Rink and Tia together in that future, his ravaged body shambling alongside her, his mouth slack, his eyes empty. Not the way that her pilot had wanted to be reunited with his girl. That was for certain. The world seemed to pause. Kira looked around, the dark side rising at that moment. The violence that was about to take place gave her both the chance and the power to slow things down and stay in this moment. She looked at her allies, and at her would-be attackers. The thought of what was about to happen, what these people intended to do to her. It should have horrified her, left her petrified with fear. It did not. She was not focused on what these fanatics intended to do with her. Instead, she was focused entirely on what she intended to do to them. It was a much more entertaining vision. Kira began to laugh. Finally, she thought, finally. I finally found someone worthy of being destroyed utterly. She giggled excitedly. She was so pleased. Her vision turned red, she could already see the bodies, and smell the blood, its copper-like scent mixed with oil and battery acid. These fools did not realize it, but they had just made her a very happy Sith. She was going to enjoy this. She was quickly coming to enjoy scratching this particular itch. It felt good after so much inaction and compromise. In fact, it felt wonderful. In the last few months of the war, she had usually found herself dealing with civilians or those she might have considered innocents. Darth Fear had delighted in sending his apprentice on such missions. He liked to force her into dealing with enemies that had no real teeth, enemies that Avi had sometimes questioned their fate if they deserved what was coming to them. Avi had had no problem destroying for the good of the Empire, but the missions she had often found herself on had offered little good for the Empire. Most of the time those missions were simply to make examples. There had been little use or joy in the deaths she had caused. She did it because she was ordered to do so, but she had felt no satisfaction from it. This situation, however, where she had found herself now, it was different. Kira felt her elation growing. These cultists not only had what she desired, but they also were planning to harm her and her allies. She would not let that pass. There was no negotiation to be had here. She would not be dealing for the icebreaker, if she wanted it, and she would have to take it. As for Rink's little friend, well, she had made her choice, and Kira had made hers. She watched as the cultists began to raise their stunners. In a few moments, Kira and her allies would be overwhelmed and left unconscious. A few minutes after, they would find themselves on operating tables, the fanatics cutting away at their flesh. They are moving fast, she realized. The fact that they could move at all in this place was proof of their speed, but in the end it was irrelevant. Machines were still machines. They were no match for the power of the dark side. They were fast, yes, but she was faster. Faster, and she was far crueler. She had found her prey. Now, she had to make the kill. First thing was first, though, she had to ensure her allies' survival. That was easy enough. She reached out with the force, touching the control of their combat helmets. She triggered the blast shields to engage, covering their faces, that in the sonic dampeners it would shield their hearing. They would not want to hear what happened next. She watched as her people were protected. She watched as the fanatics' weapons continued to rise, even moving in such slow motion, they would be able to fire in moments. She did not give them that chance. As soon as she was sure that her servants were safe, she responded. She made sure that the cultists' attempt to secure them failed. She screamed. She screamed both loudly and clear. The fanatics did not know what hit them. Force Scream was one of the first abilities that Kira had ever used. It had come to her in a moment of panic and saved her life when Darth Fear's enforcers had come for her family. At that time, she had not really understood what was happening. The power had been wild and uncontrolled. That did not happen this time. The sheer sonic force blew out many of the cultists' droid audio sensors. To those that still had organic ears, it had likely shattered eardrums, but a Force Scream was more than just loud. It was the dark side given form, manifested in this world as a terrifying wail. It was a cry that inspired panic and left the soul frigid with fear. Some of the cultists fell to their knees clutching their bleeding ears. Others lashed out violently at their fellows, lifted up by the power of the dark side. The wail was only the first step, the first move in a massacre. The craft war droid tried to stop it. Kira was ready. Cortos's blades popped from his arms as it reached for her, tried to stop her. She did not hesitate. She raised her hands and flung the machine away. It struck the wall behind it hard. Sparks emerged from the back of his head. The cultist that had led them down here screamed and swung his weapon at her, a stun stick on maximum setting. Had it made contact, it might have done some serious damage. It did not. Her lightsaber was in hand. The blade blazed with ruby light, turning the room the color of fresh blood. Kira ducked under the leader's weapon, ducked and struck back. Her blade found his neck, The metal enhancements did little to stop the fiery red beam as it cut deep into the fanatic's body. His head came away in a shower of sparks. Any blood that might have flowed was vaporized in seconds. She did not let the body fall. She flung back into the largest group of cultists. She threw it with such force it might have well been a projectile fired from some ancient cannon. Screams both organic and mechanical filled the air. Kira grinned hungrily. Scream all you want, she thought. Such noise will not save you. She giggled as she raised her weapon and lunged at the closest cultist. You called me a destroyer, she thought. Oh, how limited your view is. This was more than just destruction. She could have used a spell and achieved the same results, but she did not want to. She wanted to use her blade. She wanted to peel flesh and metal from bone. There is no escape for you, she called out, any of you. She laughed. It was a cold sound, a wicked sound. It is time. She used her weapon to cut down another of the cultists. This one did not even have time to raise his weapon. Her allies were joining the fight now. Ion blasters fired and grenades detonated, frying electronics and droid processors. Music to my ears, the young Sith thought. This is what true power feels like. No compromise. No quibbling. All that was left now was action. You are all going to die, she informed them. She lunged for the closest cultist, her next victim. She would kill them all, and why not? Was she not the destroyer? Yes, she was. Chapter 32. Destroyer. Defiler. You will be terminated. Kira danced backward as the droid attacked relentlessly. Herald Alpha may have been reprogrammed by the cultists, but that did not mean that his former programming, had been completely erased. This droid had been built to kill Force sensitives, primarily Jedi. That did not mean that a Sith was safe from his skills. She spun her lightsaber defensively. The cortosis weave blades built into the droid's arms jabbed and slashed at her defenses. She had already been cut once. Blood now ran from her thigh, the result of a strike as she had tried to put some room between herself and the craft-built war droid. The wound wasn't bad, but had she been a fraction of a second slower? Her eyes narrowed. She tried not to think about that. She tried to tune out the pain. The wound had left her with a slight limp, but as the power of the dark side flowed through her, she had no trouble ignoring it. After all, what was pain? It was of the crude matter of the material world. The Force was something far more. There was no pain where the power lies. She used the Force to leap up onto one of the lower balconies. The cultists had all but abandoned them when the fight had started. She found the way clear, giving her a brief respite from the attacks of the fanatics' droid leader. She did not have long to catch her breath. Herald Alpha was already in pursuit, his clawed hands and feet digging into the concrete, scaling the wall like some insect. It would be on her again in a moment. Kira didn't bother trying to call for help. There was none to be had at that moment. Her allies had their own problems. The fanatics' enclave had become a war zone. Blasters and blades flashed as Kira and her crew engaged their enemy. Ion blasts popped as the young Sith's allies fought back against the tide of rogue droids and cyborgs that were trying to overwhelm them. Roll through an ion charge that detonated in the middle of a group of the cultists. Their power systems shut down as electricity danced over their armored chassis. As they twitched, he pulled out his regular blaster and fired into them, ending the lives of the ones that he could. It was not easy to get a quick kill on such creatures. Their enhancements kept them going after wounds that would have finished anyone else. Rink had an ion pistol out and blasted away with abandon at the men and women who had taken his girl from him. The pain he was in was like a beacon in the Force. Feelings of betrayal, anger, and loss radiated out from the former street rat. Seeing what had been done to his woman, the one he had sought for so long, was it any wonder he was in such pain? Kira hated to admit it, but she actually pitted her pilot and ally. Rink had not deserved to have his story end this way. He should have been able to be happy with his little Twi'lek. The two of them should have been able to find a life together, a place where the only destiny that mattered was the one that they charted for themselves. It was unfortunate. She had lost track of Tia. The former girl, had been close by when the fighting had begun, but then she had vanished. Had she been struck down? Kira did not know. Whoa. The droid leapt over a railing that had been offering the young Sith cover. It moved with a speed that was almost unheard of for a machine. Any thought of her allies faded as Kira found herself once again on the defensive. You have no time to think of others, the darkness within warned. Keep your head in this fight, or you will lose it. Good advice, she realized. The war droid may have been old, but that did not make it any less dangerous. This machine had been designed to kill Jedi. Several Jedi Masters had died at the hands of such droids. This machine was not to be underestimated. She needed to get her head back in the game. Recognizing the need for a bit of offense, Kira struck back at her enemy. She performed a quick Makashi lunge, before falling back quickly. Herald Alpha had the move scouted. It moved in, its arms tearing through a collapsed concrete pillar, freeing large chunks of stone and reinforced durasteel rods. Kira fell back again and gestured, using the force to spin the rubble around her and send it flying back at her opponent. The barge pushed the droid back. Its faceplate was struck hard, denting it. Several other large pieces of debris caught it in the chest, sending it stumbling back even further. It was at that moment that one of the rods struck the machine in just the right place. The effect was instantaneous. An electronic scream escaped the droid's vocalizer as the rod penetrated his shoulder, striking at a weak spot where the armor plates had joined. Sparks flew as the war droid staggered back, but that was not all. Kira's eyes widened. She was shocked to see liquid flowing from the machine's torn appendage. It was a mix of oil and blood. The droid tore the rod free, losing a piece of his shoulder armor in the process. What was revealed beneath was as shocking as was horrifying. The young Sith gasped. Emperor, save us. Beneath this plating, the droid's internals had been altered. Blood flowed through lubricant cables, and if Kira was not mistaken, it looked like the cultist had integrated organic tendons into the droid's skeleton. She could see where the flesh had been grafted to the metal, where the fanatics had tried to blend the organic and the synthetic. It was most disturbing. What was worse, she could sense the force in that blood, its power trapped in the metal shell. A realization came over her. Was this why the cultists had chosen to hide within Shadow Town? Had they come here to acquire force-sensitive stock to try and improve themselves? Was this the fate that the fanatics had in mind for her? The realization horrified her, but that was not all. Her eyes narrowed. It also enraged her. She was angry, furious. A shuddering breath escaped her throat. The darkness burned in her breast. They are so limited, these fools, she thought. They had no idea what they were playing with. I will teach them, she thought with a snarl of rage. She would make them pay. Her skill with the lightsaber was limited here. The ion blasts and charges that served so well in slowing their enemy was having an effect on her as well. Her artificial arm was malfunctioning, its internals affected by the same burst. The result limited her to the one-handed variation of Makashi, denying her the power of the overhead strikes that having the use of both hands would offer, but that was okay. A lightsaber was not her only weapon. The dark side was more than capable of being her sword, and she was skilled in using it. She was more than skilled. She raised her hand and tried to catch Herald Alpha in a force grip. She intended to turn the droid's armor into a vice. She would crush its internal components into slag. Sadly, it was not that easy. The ancient spells that the craft magicians had used to protect their toy remained strong. Kira's attempt to use the force was resisted. The force warped around the armor as the droid pushed through her attack. Impressive, she thought. I should really consider bringing whatever is left of this thing back to TCS, or perhaps to my alchemist. The thought made her smile. Yes, her people would learn much from what the craft had done with that armor, who knew it might even serve to improve her own servants. HK Sigma 3 had been complaining ever since he had encountered a newer model HK on one of his missions. He had requested an upgrade, eager to be better than the upstart who saw him as out of date. Kira was willing, and who knew, if her people could crack the secrets of spells built into this droid's armor. HK would no doubt find such upgrades acceptable. Of course, she had to survive this fight first, didn't she? Kira dropped into her Sarisu guard, ready for the next exchange. The cultist herald raised its weapons. You will fall, destroyer, it declared coldly. You will be terminated. She snarled in fury. A wild animal let out of his cage. The droid was impressive, but it would not survive what came next. The tricks of a pack of spoiled, long dead, aristocrats would not stop her. She was Sith. She would not be denied. Below her an angry roar turned her blood cold. Kira dared a quick glance down and looked into the eyes of a nightmare. Early in her training, she had nearly died when a Wookiee prisoner nearly disemboweled her during a fight on the Academy world of Butcher's Clearing. She still had nightmares about it. Even today she would awake hearing the monsters roaring in her ears, her sheets soaked in cold sweat, and the memory of long sharp claws tearing into her flesh. She shivered. She heard that roar again, as loud and as angry as it had been all those years ago. Holly had learned of the incident a few years back. Kira had used the Force to connect them momentarily. It had been part of a successful gambit. But it had also given the changeling knowledge of what had happened to her master, knowledge of what she still feared. Holly was using that fear now. She had taken the ragged, bedraggled shape of the Wookiee, and was using it to terrifying effect. She tore mechanical limbs from shoulder, used the beast's claws to rend flesh from the faces and throats of their enemies. When the cultists tried to retreat, she pulled her ion blaster and damaged them, slowed them, giving her time to close the distance, and tear the malfunctioning things limb from limb. Kira shuddered at the sight. She almost felt sorry for the cultists. Almost. Her allies were fighting for their lives. She did not blame them for giving in to their rage and hostility. How else were they going to survive this? Herald Alpha again tried to get inside her guard, to land a killing blow. Force lightning flashed from her fingertips as she tried to drive the machine back. Its armor held, but it was not as effective against the discipline of the dark side, either that, or the flesh that had been bonded to it offered a weakness that the cultists had not considered. Her attack slowed the droid, and she moved in quickly, eager to take his head, and end this fight. A pained electronic shriek from behind her drew her attention. She whirled around to find one of the cultists charging towards her, its arms having transformed into two wicked blades. Kira's left hand snapped up. She gestured, reaching out with the Force. The cyborg stopped in its tracks. Its electronic scream rang out again, a blend of flesh and the whine of a machine. The Sith did not hesitate. She seized the metal chassis and began to squeeze. She folded the armor in upon the flesh of the creature. She did not stop until the head vanished inside the constricting metal, until blood ran from between the joints, and all sound ceased. She flung the broken ruin against the nearest wall. It was garbage, broken and dead. It was. Die. She spun around. Herald Alpha had used the slight moment of distraction to recover. She tried to bring up her sword, but it was too late. Her arm shot up to defend herself as a long cortosis weave blade punched through the flesh of her right arm. It stopped the forward momentum of the weapon, but that did little to kill the shock and the pain. A blood blade now stuck through her arm, her good arm. The droid tried to pull away, perhaps to cut away the flesh and leave her without her right arm. Shock turned to fury. Not again, she thought. Never again. Kira roared in agony, the blade less than an inch from her breastplate. The droid tried both remove the limb or push in closer and impale the injured Sith. Not happening. She looked up at the droid, her vision going red, her heart pounding in her ears, the dark side flowing through her veins like venom or supercharged fuel. The world went away lost in a wave of pain and hate. Her heart continued to pound as all conscious thought faded, lost in the wave's dark side energy that were now flowing unchecked through the young Dark Lord's body. Her mechanical hand shot out, somehow finding where the droid's had joined his body, not really a neck, but the closest thing to one, and it was unarmored. Force lightning flowed from the crystals in her arm. It flowed up inside the droid's body, bypassing the armor as metal fingers dug into internal systems. The last clear sight she saw was the droid's optics pop. The voltage she pumped into it destroyed them, and still she did not let up. Smoke began to pour from the droid's chassis as organic parts caught fire, and oil and blood burst into flames, but it wasn't enough. No, it was just the beginning. What followed was frenzy, an out-of-control storm of blades and Sith magic. It fell upon the cultists like an inferno. Oaths of vengeance and cries of defiance soon turned into death rattles and pleas for mercy. Pleas that fell on deaf ears. The air stank of blood, ozone, and death. She briefly saw the face of a cultist, a boy 16, perhaps 17. He was on his knees before her. She saw no cybernetics. She used the blade still stuck in her arm. She plunged it through his ear and out the other side. The sight of his death only excited her, filled with a desire for even more. Kill them, the darkness screamed in her ears. Kill them all. After that, everything was a haze, screams and cries. Blaster bolts flew at her only to be sent back to those who fired them. Blades flashed towards her only to be turned away as her own weapons cleaved the body of her attackers apart. She sensed terror, and the desire to flee. She did not let that happen. She fell upon those trying to run away. She tore them to pieces. They begged for the droid masters to save them, to protect them from the destroyer. They found no help, only blood and death. The Sith shrieked, lost in the slaughter, blood drunk. More. 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 The sound of the turbolift drew her attention, cultists trying to escape to the higher levels. She did not bother pursue, she simply grabbed their bodies with the force and beat them against the lift wall until it gave in and they plummeted back down to the floor below. She leapt upon the bodies, tearing into them with both her lightsaber and the force. She tore into them until she felt not a single flicker of life within them, and even that did not satisfy. She wanted more. She needed more. Through the haze a vision came to her. The vision was of a beautiful golden throne, surrounded by a sea of stars. She made her way to it, stumbling on the long walkway, a walkway nearly blocked by the skulls of the dead. She looked down, seeing them all, thousands of skulls, perhaps millions, maybe even 1 billion. It should have horrified her, but it did not. All that mattered was the throne. It was all that ever mattered. It is mine, she thought. She giggled like a child on some feast day morning. The galaxy. The Empire. It is all mine. 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 She raised her head and roared in victory. Drinking in the death of an entire galaxy, reveling in the power of the dark side, she savored. Kira! The cry penetrated the vision, that in the red haze. It drew her back onto the mortal plane, back into the world of the mundane. Kira sat in the middle of a sea of wreckage, all that remained of the cultists and their compound. Fires burned around her as the stench of death and burned metal teased her senses. She was breathing heavily, her face splattered with oil and blood. The blade of Krath war droid was still sticking out of her arm, but there was no pain. There was no pain where the power lies. Ro stood before her. She looked at him, could sense his exhaustion, but also his shock and fear. They had survived this fight, but in his wake, all that was left was destruction. Kira nodded. Good. Her mask was broken, the lower left half had been cut away, blood ran down her cheek from the cut that removed it, but other than that, she was mostly intact. You're hurt, Ro said, raising her right arm, the blade still sticking from it. Kira looked down on it. It had mostly gone through her arm. It would be easier to push it through than to pull it out. Ro understood. He held her arm, steadying it, while she seized it firmly, careful not to cut herself. The weapon was still sharp. She pulled with all her strength, that in the force. The blade slid through and out. She gasped in a mix of agony and relief. She fell against Ro. He held her up as she gasped, trying to regain her breath. He steadied her as he tore a strip of cloth from her cloak, wrapping it tightly around her wounded arm. Don't worry, he soothed, holding her, making sure that she did not fall. Kira took a shuddering breath. Part of her, the weak part of her, wanted to stay here, to simply be held. The darkness did not allow it. She was not some weak-willed farm girl. She was Sith. She did not have the luxury of being weak. Is everyone okay? she asked. We're all alive, Ro informed her. Kira glanced past him. She saw Holly on her knees, her hands and mouth bloody. The engineer seemed to be in shock. Perhaps she was. Rink was. Kira's eyes narrowed. Rink was on his knees. He had found Tia. What was left of the Twi'lek had been damaged during the battle. Her metal legs were gone, her right arm torn from its socket, leaving only a sparking remnant. The left was intact, but it seemed fried by the ion charged. It twitched in an uncontrolled manner. The pilot was holding the girl, or rather, what had been the girl, whispering words of comfort in what was likely her final moments. Kira pulled away from Ro. This would not do, she thought. Rink had no right to feel sorry for this thing. Kira had offered it a new life, and it had spit in her face. There was only one answer to such disrespect, and only one of their party could carry it out. Rink, she said coldly. He didn't respond. Mr. Rink, she repeated. He blinked and looked up. Yeah, he said in a small voice. Yeah, boss. She sneered. Kill it, she said. Kill it now. Rink looked up at her, his eyes filled with shock. Boss, Did I stutter, Mr. Rink? No, boss, you have your orders. You will carry them out. Holly, hearing what was going on, snapped out of her stupor. My lord, she said, you can't just. Kira glared at the engineer, daring her to say anything else. This creature and her fellows had attacked her. They dared to try and oppose her, a Dark Lord of the Sith. Every one of these fanatics deserved death, even Rink's little plaything. She had chosen her side. Now Rink needed to choose his. Yes, Kira thought. Rink needs to choose. She would not be questioned. The dark side flowed through her, increasing both her confidence and resolve. She knew what had to be done. Her servants would obey her. Rink looked down at Tia. The girl was whispering, murmuring his name. Thran, come closer, Thran. He did as she asked. He drew closer. Kira watched, impatiently. Rink needed to. He never saw the blade. Tia's remaining arm split apart, revealing a nasty curved stiletto. It plunged towards Rink's throat. The pilot was too slow to get out of the way. He gasped, barely aware of what was happening. The blade kissed his throat. It went no farther. Tia hissed as she struggled, trying to push the blade in, to impale her old friend. The blade would not move. It had barely touched Rink. A single drop of blood ran down his neck. He looked up. Kira stood before him, her eyes glowing with violet fire. Her hand was raised as shook unsteadily, the result of the wound from the war droid. She had held back the killing blow. She had saved his life. I could have let him die, she thought. I should have let him die. Of course, if she had done that, she would not be able to find the ship. No, Rink still had uses. She would not discard him so easily. He stumbled to his feet and drew his blaster. Tia spat and snarled, still trying to free herself, still trying to kill him. You could have been a part of us, she growled. You would have been saved. We would have been together. You are a fool. A fool. You're... Rink did not hesitate further. He fired 3 times at close range, hitting the cyborg in the head and in the upper body. The thing that had been the girl he loved slumped over. The devices in her head tail sparked. The bladed arm twitched twice, and finally fell still. Rink looked down on the wreckage. He had sought this girl for so long, tried to find her so that they could be together. Now, he had learned the futility of that dream. Kira nodded, pleased that he had done as she ordered. She wanted to say well done, to let him know that she still respected and needed him. What she felt through the Force stopped her. Rink did not want to hear her praise. He did not want to hear anything right now. Some of the certainty that Kira had been feeling faded. She frowned. She knew what it was like to lose someone you loved. She knew. She looked at the destruction around them. The cultists would no longer threaten anyone on Nar Shaddaa or in the Empire. They were done here. The mission was accomplished. Or it would be, shortly. Commander Holly, she said, see if you can locate the mainframe that these people were using. Find me the icebreaker program that we were sent from and anything else that might prove useful. Holly found her feet. She wiped the blood from her mouth on her sleeve. Yes, my lord, she said slowly, but the system may be damaged beyond repair. If it is, so be it, Kira said. I will trust your judgment, but at the same time, see what you can salvage. She turned to Ro. He was still concerned about her safety. He did not need to be. I want you to recover the remains of the war droid that these fools were following. Its technology still has use to me. Yes, my lord, he said, though he still looked hesitant to leave her side. It was sweet of him, but she did not need his concern right now. They were done here. She wanted to be away. She turned back to Rink. He just stood there, staring down at the broken thing that had been the girl he had loved. Will you be okay to fly the ship? She asked, if you need time. No, he said quickly, wiping his face with his forearm. I'm okay, boss. He tried to smile, but it came out more as a grimace. Let's get out of here. It took them an hour to complete their search. Holly managed to find the program that they needed. The cultists had been smart enough to back up their files and servers hardened against external attack. Ro retrieved what was left of Herald Alpha. The droid would be going back to Kira's more scientifically inclined followers. They would find a way to make use of what was left. As they departed, Holly stayed close to Rink. The two had worked closely together these last few years. If he needed someone to talk to, if he needed a friend, she would be there. Kira said nothing. Her days of comforting her servants were over. Perhaps she had allowed herself to get too close to them. If a problem did develop between her and Mr. Rink, she would deal with it. It was not her fault that his girl had turned rabbit. In the end, all they could do was put the creature down. She felt no shame in doing so. The turbolift shuddered as it rose. Finally, the group made their way through the cultist labs. Ro led the way with Holly and Rink following close behind, and Kira staying back as rear guard. As they moved, she realized that she had almost forgotten something, one valuable thing that she could not simply leave behind. She smiled as she limped through the lab. Yes, there was one last piece of business to deal with. She found herself standing before the nursery, the pods containing the next generation of the fanatics she had just dealt with. Kira looked down at the controls. She was no slicer, but it was clear that the cult had taken steps to ensure that their technology did not fall into the hands of outsiders. Each pod was rigged to destroy itself if anyone tried to tamper with it. The life inside was nothing compared to what these people had been trying to protect. Kira snarled. If she abandoned this place, these children would die slow, agonizing deaths. If she contacted the Sith garrison, it was unclear if they would be able to help the babies inside these pods. Considering the corruption she had seen, it was more likely that the children would find themselves on the Hutt's slave market, a fate that she would not wish on anyone. Kira shook her head. She saw only one way to help these children, and by helping them, she helped herself. She had lost a lot of blood. Her wounds may not have been life-threatening, but that did not mean they could not become a weakness. And she could not afford to show weakness, not now. No. She knew what she had to do. She raised her hands, the spell already on her lips. She could not save these creatures, but they could aid her. They had use. And what good was life in the galaxy if it did not serve the will of a Sith? In the end, it was nothing. She took one last look, wanting to remember what was about to happen. This would be a mercy of sorts, the only mercy she could offer. It was the mercy of a heart of stone. Steel may have been cold, but a Sith sometimes had to be colder. The galaxy required sacrifice. She took a deep breath and cast a spell, listening to the sounds of the children. I can't do this, she thought. Sacrifice. Chapter 33. The quality of the holo was not good. The image crackled, and the perspective made it look like it had been recorded looking through a fish bowl. Still, it served its purpose. It showed what it had promised to show. Kira had no true complaints. She recognized where the holo had been taken immediately. She recognized the now deceased Doug Go-Between and his court of scum. The young Sith smiled. Rink had been right. The tailor had come through. The images had a timestamp in the corner, This recording had been made a week and a half before the attack on Fallis. She had been expecting him to simply offer up a name, but the Gato had gone above and beyond that. This recording offered a chance to not only get the name she required, but a face as well. In building the Empire's case against the rebels on Ordana, such images would be priceless. Kira was more than pleased. She would never claim that this mission to Nar Shaddaa had been a success. Still, she had gotten what she had needed, and found access to a new wellspring of power, and made a new contact. Things may not have gone as well as she had hoped, but that did not mean that she was unhappy. No, she had acquired what was needed. That was all that mattered. Dromund Kaas had been in good spirits when they had returned to his shop. The Gato smiled broadly. Kira had stepped through the door. "Welcome back, my lord," he had said with a wide-toothy grin. "I do hope that your journey into Shadowtown was productive." Kira had smiled back, but it was a cold smile, a predator smile. "Kill him," the darkness whispered, reaching out with the darkness and drink his life energy. "Drain him dry. It will be a nice appetizer, something to tide you over until you find a quiet world and enjoy the main course." She licked her lips. Yes, it would be good. It would be very good. Her head was buzzing, her emotions were raw and close to the surface. The energy she had absorbed before leaving the cultist compound was still with her. Glorious. Wondrous. She had never felt so strong. She had never felt so perfect. The energy, the life she had taken, it had left her flying. There had been so much potential in those little bodies, in those children, despite what fanatics had done to them. Everything that those babies were, was, and could have been, was now a part of her. Every cell in her body was tingling. The dark side sang in her blood, gorged by the lives she had taken, and the violence she had indulged in. She felt like she had downed a container of the purest form of spice. "I'm high," she realized, only barely stifling a giggle. "I'm orbiting the moon right now." She smirked. Glorious. So much energy, so much potential. In the past, she had only fed off of enemies, creatures that had openly opposed her, fellow Sith, and warriors that had been tainted by the world, by war, but this was something else entirely. It made her shudder. "I want more," she thought. "I need more." She wanted to fly to a distant world, a world yet to be touched by the war. She wanted to find a settlement filled with the most innocent and naive people. The thought made her mouth water. She wanted to feed. She wanted to take the lives of every innocent in the galaxy. If she felt like this after absorbing a few babies, what would it be like to absorb the life energy of every child on the planet in an entire star system? Would she be able to control it? Would it consume her? "I want to try. I want to find out. I want." She took a shuddering breath. No. She shook her head. No. She could not do it. She licked her lips, hating herself for both denying what she wanted and for wanting to do it in the first place. She took another deep breath. Focus, she thought. Focus. This was the trap that had ensnared Darth Nihilus 3 centuries ago. He had lost himself to his hunger, indulging it had destroyed him, destroyed any chance he had of truly ruling over the Sith. She shook her head. She would not fall into the same trap, no matter how tempting it was. Hunger was not everything. There was control, yes, that is what she needed right now. She needed control. Power was nothing without control. If allowed to rage unchecked, she would no longer be a lord. She would be a slavering predator, a creature too lost to its own appetites to do what was expected of her. Control, yes, that is what she had tried to teach her apprentices. The Empire was about order. It was about bringing security and justice to a chaotic galaxy. It was only through the dark side that such order could be accomplished, that control of the galaxy could truly be gained. What she was thinking about, what she desired, was not about control, it was about the loss of control. No, she would not lose herself to this. Her people needed her. The galaxy needed her. Ordana needed to be destroyed so that it could be reborn, reshaped in her image. She took another deep breath. She was still abuzz from the energy she had absorbed, but now she was back in control. She finally had control of herself. She tried to keep her voice warm and civil when she addressed the Gato. There was no need to frighten him. There was no need to let him know how much she wanted to kill him in that moment. Things did not go as cordially as I would have liked, she admitted, pulling out the data card containing the icebreaker program that he had requested. Your payment, she said, an item that is now one of a kind. The people that created are no longer in business, I'm afraid. The Gato laughed, a bleeding sound that was not entirely unpleasant. Unfortunate, he said, taking the card, but not entirely unexpected. Several of my clients will be pleased to hear that they are no longer a concern. Master Feltepin grinned at her. Some may consider themselves in your debt now, my lord. Kira felt a mix of both pride and annoyance at the creature's comfort. On one hand, she was glad to have eliminated an enemy, but on the other hand, the Gato had put her into a position where she could not have escaped without doing what she had done. Plus, her hold on Thranton Rink was no longer as strong as it once was. His girl was now dead. She pursed her lips. If the Gato was as good as he appeared, he likely knew what had become of the girl. He could have warned Kira, he could have warned Rink. Again she felt the desire to kill the alien. The temptation was still there, and it was extremely strong. Her fingers curled into fists. She blinked. Whoa. She shuddered. Kira smiled. Ro Wilkes had come up beside her. She had been so focused on the Gato, and her desire to kill him that much had escaped her. Ro stood at her shoulder. His hand had gently slipped beneath her cloak. His finger had found a soft spot between the armor plates that defended her back and chest. She tried not to lose focus. A single finger stroked her back. The touch was feather-light, but it sent warmth cascading through her body. Maybe it was just the life energy she had absorbed, but it seemed so much more, and quite soothing. She glanced over at him. She sensed his emotions, his desire to keep her from losing her temper. She nodded slightly. He need not have worried about that. His touch had made sure of that. She looked at him, her eyes flashed with purple fire. She no longer desired death and killing. She licked her lips. Over 2 years, even now the thought made her ache. She needed to get back to the ship, to her quarters. She wanted Ro. She wanted him now. The Force had been drawing them back together. She knew that now, but not simply to slake lust and fulfill the curiosity of childhood. Darth Avaryss would never have been able to do what was needed. When she unmasked to the people, they needed to see it was not just another Sith, but Ander and Maya Lila's daughter. Having Ro at her side would help sell that realization. There were many who knew of what her father and his friend had wanted for their children. Avaryss could never have destroyed Organa, but Kira could get in close, far closer than any other Sith. Her homeworld would be remade before her people even realized what had happened. The girl that had been taken had returned, and she was going to reshape their world. Kira's face was the perfect lure, and Ro would help her sell it once the two of them had consummated their relationship. He would likely not understand what she intended to do to their home, but she would make sure that he was too pleased with her performance to care. She smiled at the thought. She was quite skilled in certain arenas. She was eager to teach him what that meant. Most eager. Again she held back a shudder of pleasure. How a simple caress could be so exciting she did not know. Kira sighed softly. She hoped that the ship was not far. She was not sure how much longer she would be able to hold these desires at bay. They were most distracting. Let's not think about that right now. She needed to stay focused on the job at hand. The debt of your clients is all well and good, Master Feltepin, she said, but it is not the reason that I've returned. She tried to keep her words light, but her hand was close to her belt, her lightsaber. I trust you have the item that I requested, both the lovely gown and the other trifle I asked you about. The Gato nodded and made for the curtain at the back of his shop. Both are ready and waiting your inspection, my lord, he promised, disappearing into his back room. He returned a few moments later, a simple plastic box in his arms. You will find the garment to your liking, he said. As for that other trifle, both the name and a certain holo are within. He gave that bleeding laugh again. I try my best to make a new client happy. You never know when they might want something. Kira nodded respectfully. If both the garment and the item proves to be as good as I've heard, you will hear from me again, Master Feltapern. I do so enjoy working with professionals. You need not worry on that point, my lord. Everything will be to your liking. She did not open the holo until she was safely back in her quarters aboard her original Fury. Rink had found a landing pad not far from the cantina where they had first met up. Kira had been most pleased to see the old ship again, not simply because it meant that they were not stranded, but because this vessel had played such an important part in her life, or rather, Avi's life. She touched it with the Force. She could sense the dark side energy within. It comforted her, so familiar was that sensation, that feeling in the dark side. She took comfort in the darkness, a sweet shadow she could hide in. Wonderful. Avaryss had come to see this ship as her home. It had been the first place in the galaxy where she had had total control. Kira had experienced those feelings secondhand, but now understood completely why her other half was so taken with the ship. It had been a part of them, and had played a huge part in many victories. How could it not become important to either her or Avi? Where else would they feel at home? They had been welcomed back by 2V, R9, the ship's servant droid. Avaryss had permitted Rink to bring him along, just so there would be someone to care for the systems that Rink did not have time to deal with. The droid was most pleased to see his Sith master again, promising that all systems were functioning within acceptable parameters, and that there was absolutely no reason for her to consider scrapping him. Kira could have teased the droid, amused herself by playing on his synthetic fears, but instead, chose not to. She was simply happy to be getting off this rock, returning both to Oradana and her real mission. Torturing her old servant had little interest compared to that. Holly had not been happy when she had gotten a chance to look at the engine compartment. Rink's level of care for the ship was not up to her demanding standards. She might have pushed him on that, but given the pain that their pilot was in, the engineer cut him a great deal of slack. Kira understood why. Yes, the ship had gone down far from traditional Imperial standards. Rink had not even tried to maintain them, but that was fine. She had never been a stickler for such things. 2V had kept things running, the necessary systems, at least. It was those systems that mattered. She could have punished him, but did not see the point. He was already in pain. She saw no reason to add to it, not at this time anyway. She knew what it was like to lose a loved one. Being a gracious lord, she had offered to relieve Rink of his duties temporarily. Ro Wilkes was more than capable of flying the ship. She would miss his presence elsewhere, but if her servant needed time, she was willing to offer it. He had earned that much for his years of loyal service. He tried to laugh off such a request. He assured her that he was fine, and was more than capable of flying. In fact, he wanted to do it. I need to focus on something right now, boss, anything. Rink managed a weak smile. Let me fly, please. Though she was not sure if he was up to it, she still granted his request. If anything came up, she had two perfectly skilled officers ready to take the controls. She would give him something to focus on. It was the least she could do, though he had initially hesitated in carrying out her order back at the cultist compound. He had done what she had ordered. She was willing to let him do this. Who knew, it might even help. The only part of the ship that remained untouched by her pilot had been her private quarters. Those had been sealed since the day he had left on his hunt, and the locking mechanism she had installed made sure of that. Her quarters could only be accessed by using the Force. The lock could only be undone by the use of telekinesis, the kind that only a Sith would be able to use. As a result, her quarters, Avi's quarters, and the few trinkets she stored there remained untouched. The lightsaber she had collected from her fallen foes still hung in a place of honor on her wall, along with the Sith war blade that she had used during her days as an acolyte. The sight pleased her. The feel of the place caressed her as she stepped into the room. She took a deep breath and smiled. At long last, she felt like was home. She felt the deck rumble beneath her feet, Rink firing the docking thrusters, bringing them out of the hangar and into the Nar Shaddaa sky. She stood where she was, enjoying the familiar sensation of her ship taking flight. She did not move until she felt the slight shift when the craft finally executed the jump into hyperspace. It was only then that she felt truly relaxed. They were finally away from the smuggler's moon. She was finally on her way home. She took a quick sonic shower and emerged feeling much refreshed, clad in her favorite nightgown. She went to her bed. Both the gown and the data packet she had gotten from Gato were waiting for her. She picked up the garment, inspecting it with a well-trained eye. She had to admit the tailor did good work. This was a garment that she could wear to an imperial function, and she would, eventually. She put it aside. The gown was for the future. The information that the alien had found for her was for the present. She hoped that it may play a necessary part in the plan she was hatching for her home. She hoped it would be useful. She loaded the holo first, eager to see just who and what the information broker had found for her. Normally she would not have waited this long, but Rink had assured her that she had nothing to worry about. Feltepernkeys lived by his reputation. If he said this was what she was looking for, then it was. She was willing to trust her servant on this. She hoped that he was right. She had thought to have Ro with her when she opened the package. Perhaps he would recognize the person they sought. Given his job and reputation, he might have something more to offer. Of course, if he had been here, the two of them alone in her private quarters, she was not sure if she would have been able to control herself. Her desire might have gotten the best of her. She did not want that, not yet. No, business before pleasure, she thought morosely. I will deal with this alone. The holo had clearly been taken with the go-between residents. She recognized the place and the creatures within. A single figure stood before the little alien, his features obscured by a helmet with a full blast shield to cover his face. Kira frowned. So, this was the one that had hired the pirates. Most interesting. The rebel, if that is what this person was humanoid. He was probably around 6 feet tall, clad in a dark maroon robe and matching helmet. The robe was quite billowy and obscured much of the being's features. You could not tell if this person was thin or muscular, male or female. The hands were gloved, but appeared human with 5 digits. Beyond that, there was little to tell about the creature. The helmet covered the head completely, making it impossible to tell if this person was human or a humanoid alien. It could be anyone under that thing. The sloping bell shape of the helmet could have hid any number of alien features. Aqualish, Rhodian. She did not think it would be a Twi'lek. The head tails would never have fit. Still, this could be anyone. The holo offered no clues of just who this person was. She accessed the data card that was included with the holo. It was of a transcript of what passed between the Dug and his mysterious guest. It had been likely written down from memory, probably everything that the Gado's agent within the go-between's court could remember. Again, nothing real surprising here, except for the name the creature had offered. A name that made Kira sit up and take notice. She frowned. The being that had hired the pirates, he said that his name was Tal Maritza. Tal Maritza. Kira's frown deepened. Maritza. No, she thought, it couldn't be. She read it twice more and watched the holo again just be sure. Perhaps the Gado's man had heard it wrong. That could not have been the name he had heard. Tal Maritza, she said the name aloud, hoping that would change it somehow. It did not. Tal Maritza, she repeated again. As in Maya Maritza, she thought, as in Maya Lilas. She swallowed hard. As in, my mother. She shook her head. No, it could not be. It did not make any sense. When she had first discovered her mother's files back home had been either deleted or never recorded in the first place, she had been suspicious. The Sith bureaucracy ran on the need to know, to collect all information and secrets. The disappearance of such information was odd, but not unheard of. If someone powerful asked, usually such things could get lost, but still. She shook her head again. What exactly was this? What had she found? She had not put one and one together back on Ordana. There had been no link between her mother and the rebellion. She had had no reason to think that there was a link. Now, she had found this. The name of a rebel agent. The name Tal Maritza. What did this person have to do with her past? What was the connection between this rebel, and her mother? She had no answer. She ran the holo again, looking at the robed figure, the strange helmet. According to what Dromund Kaas had discovered, this tall Maritza had been very active on Nar Shaddaa, visiting many powerful people, gun runners, mercenaries, and smugglers, the type of people that you would want on your side if you were staging a planetary insurrection. Yet, it was not his actions that interested her in that moment. It was the name, and that was something she could not move past. Tall Maritza. A coincidence, she thought. It has to be. My mother died almost 5 years ago, crushed to death when our home was destroyed. She died. I know. I felt it. This Maritza person, they have nothing to do with my mother. The name is probably a fake, some randomly generated name to hide the true culprit of this outrage. It was probably true, but at the same time, she did not like to believe in coincidence, and what if it wasn't a fake name? What if it was a statement? Maybe someone knew about her mother, what had happened. What if someone was trying to send her a message, personally? Kira was not sure what to make of that. Had her mother's death drawn someone from her past to Ordana? Was that someone who had connections high up in the imperial hierarchy? Had this person erased mother's records? Too many questions, Kira thought, far too many questions. She sighed. Tall Maritza. What was she going to do? She would need to find this person, of course. Her plan depended on it. You will need to find this person. You will need to deal with him. True, but what if this rebel did have a connection to her? What if something in her mother's past had finally caught up with her daughter? How far was Kira prepared to go to deal with such a thing? What would she have to do? Her heart pounded. She could almost hear the slight strains of her mother's lullaby. She could almost hear her voice, telling her to come home, that she was needed. She needed to come home. Kira tried to ignore it, to push such thoughts from her mind. It did not matter. None of it did. She would bring down the rebellion. She needed to do it. For her empire. For her order. Only through this victory would she finally be strong enough to take the next step in her life. Only then would she be strong enough to both physically and politically to deal with her master. She had to do this. She had to. Her fingers curled into fists. Darth Fear had to die. She could no longer endure her life as his apprentice. She needed to be free. She turned off the holo and took it to her desk. She shut the recording up inside along with the data card containing the name of Tall Maritza. She knew what she had to do. When she returned to Ordana, she would need to set her hounds loose. She needed to find this rebel, but she would have to be careful about it. She was surrounded by enemies, people that would like nothing more to destroy her, to ruin her name. If this rebel did have some connection to her past, he would need to die quickly, before he had the chance to tell anyone else about their history. I will need to handle this myself, she realized. I can't trust no one with this, not my crew. Not my enforcers, certainly not my master, and his dog Sadi. She sighed. She was truly alone in this. There was no one she could trust with this. She could probably have told Finn about it, but what would that do? No, she could not say anything, not even to him. Finn was a Jedi, loyal to the Republic. He would be duty-bound to tell his superiors about such a weakness in the Sith's armor. The rebels already wanted Ordana to cede from the Empire. The Republic could use such information against her, against the Empire she loved. No, she thought. No, she could not do that. She was no fool. No one can know, she murmured. No one. Who was being Tall Maritza? The voice drew her attention. She whirled around. Her lightsaber leapt from the nightstand by her bed and into her hands. The weapon ignited with an evil hiss. Kira snarled and pointed the blade before her, the dark side finally revealing to her what she had not sensed when had first stepped inside her quarters. I'm not alone, she thought angrily. I never was. The thought filled her with rage. Who dared? She was a Darth. No one spied upon a Darth. Come out, she spat, the red blade turned in the shadows the color of fresh blood. You cannot hide from me. She heard cruel laughter, laughter touched with just a bit of madness. The shadows shifted, revealing two glowing yellow eyes. that and a wide white smile. It was not being my intention to be hiding from you, my master. You have been searching for me, yes. It is being my wish to finally return to your service. Kira's eyes narrowed. Master. It was in that moment that she realized who it was that had breached her inner sanctum. Who else could have breached her locks undetected? Who else would have known about them? 2 of her apprentices were back on Ardana, but there was another, a third. She glared coldly at the shadows. Necris, she spat. The shadows' smile widened. Suddenly it parted, revealing a young alien girl. Her skin was red as a Sith blade. Her ears short and pointed, 2 black spots adorned her forehead. In a male of her species, those spots would have been horns, but not in a female. The girl bowed deeply to her master. Once she had been called Quinai Malik, a Padawan of the Jedi Order. She had ceased to be Quinai long ago, and now she was someone else. Now she was Necris. Hello, my master, her first apprentice said jovially. How nice for you to be seeing me again. Kira sneered. Yes, she hissed. Isn't it? Chapter 34. The shuttle emerged from hyperspace and made a slow, almost lazy turn. Kira watched from the hangar deck of her destroyer. The Emperor's Wisdom was one of the few destroyers that had been upgraded to carry a larger fighter complement, and as a result have more room for shuttle and interceptor docking. The young Dark Lord sighed. Was it just her, or was the shuttle taking a far longer time on the final approach? It would not have surprised her if it was. Her frown deepened. The passenger on that ship would like nothing more than to annoy her, despite the fact that they were technically allies. The Emperor was dead, and the Empire was at war. Petty concerns always seemed to influence her master's wife, especially when it came to his apprentice. Sinestra hated Avaryss. She had hated the younger Sith since her husband had first brought her home from Corbin. Knowing that the woman would be here shortly, that she would be traveling back to Ardana with her did little to improve Kira's already foul mood, not that it had been the best in the first place. She had planned on having Ring take a leisurely course back to Ardana, to give her time to enjoy herself a little. She had planned to invite Ro to her quarters so that she could debrief him on what she had been thinking lately, what she had come to desire most. A very thorough debrief. She sighed. Years, she thought, shaking her head. It would have been nice to have ended that particular dry spell. Instead, here she was. It was most infuriating. She had just finished dealing with Necris when Holly had come for her. She had just been ready to summon Ro, to begin her revels, and then it had happened. They had received a transmission from War Master Bleeze. The lady was on her way and demanded a military escort. Colonel Glask had, of course, assured her that that would be more than possible. He was the lady's cousin after all, and as a loyalty officer and the lapdog of Darth Fear, he had jumped to see her request met. He had ordered Captain Kennedy to make for the rendezvous immediately. Her captain complied, of course, but not before making sure that his mistress had been informed, both informed and given the chance to meet up with the destroyer before the lady's ship arrived. Though the situation annoyed her, Kira had been pleased by her captain. He had made the right call. Not only that, but it had given her time to get back and make sure all was in readiness for the lady's arrival. It had been a near thing, but everything that had needed to happen had happened. Her plans were still placed, the necessary secrecy assured. Rink and Ro had played their part. Sinfear was now on Kira's interceptor, on her way to Ardana. The girl could no longer stay aboard the Wisdom. It would have been awkward to say the least. Had Sinestra fear sensed her daughter's presence, the game could have been over before it had begun. Fortunately, she had had time to make sure that did not happen. Rink had obeyed without question, and Ro Wilkes was hers. He may not have realized it yet, but he was. His history with her had become a leash. She welcomed the chance to pull it and bring her handsome little dog to heel. He would find the experience pleasurable, she was sure. And what of Finn? Her conscience chided. Kira did her best to ignore it. Finn was her future, but that did not mean that she should not enjoy the present. Ro was here, and he was willing. She could sense it. She could sense it even without the Force. Why should she not enjoy herself? Again, she felt a fresh wave of annoyance, angry that the two of them had not been able to indulge themselves. No matter, they would have the chance soon enough. She simply had to be patient. It would be worth it when the time finally came. The thought of Ro and the chance to be with him lightened her mood somewhat, enough to stay focused on what needed to be done. Sinestra's fear still needed to be dealt with. She was about to become a valuable piece on Avaryss' Dedrick board. In short, her pawn needed to be placed. Kira's plan was just starting to take shape, and Sinestra's fear had a role to play. The lady might not realize it, but she was about to help her husband's apprentice destroy the system he had worked so hard to build on Ordana. She would never have done so willingly, of course, but that wasn't a problem. Sinestra was many things, predictable chief among them. Kira could, and would, use that. The lady would play her part well, provided everything went as Kira hoped. The shuttle drew closer, its wings folding up as it prepped for landing. At Kira's side stood Bleez, Glask, and Necris. She could sense the nervous energy that this visit brought with it. Glask was eager to please his lady, his cousin. He no doubt hoped that she would inform her husband of his good service. She would be surprised if the man did not try to hump Sinestra's leg. She almost sighed. What did she expect? He was a lapdog, and once a lapdog, always a lapdog. Still, it would not save him. Glask would serve his purpose when the time came. Bleez was likely thinking about House Avaryss, how having the lady here might jeopardize their plans. That was the trooper's job. As a Sith War Master, the concern for the house was paramount, something that Kira was extremely grateful for, just as Avi had been. It was good to know she had a staunch ally on her side. Necris was something else altogether. Kira glanced over at the Devish, who gave her a toothy smile in response. She was not sure what to make of it, or what she was sensing through the Force. Necris' power, it had grown. She was much stronger than she had been when Avi had first sent her off to war. Kira was not sure that she liked that. Necromancy was one of the more unnatural abilities that the dark side offered. Kira's powers could kill, but what Necris did was something entirely different. Kira took life and could revel in the destruction as life passed into her. Necris fed on death, and considering how much death the war was causing, her apprentice had likely been gorging herself. How much of that energy was now contained within the girl's body, she truly could not say. Both Kira and Avi were well aware of their limits when it came to life energy, but the energies gained from dead things, that was something she was not familiar with. Necris could have probably told her, but she was no longer sure that she could trust her apprentice's words. Deception was a natural part of the dark side. Necris had finally embraced that. Kira would have been pleased if it did not make her so concerned. The Dark Lord could not guess how strong the Devish girl was now. What she was sensing might have been the barest inkling of Necris' true potential. The thought made her pause. If Necris was strong and skilled enough now to hide her true powers from her master, then perhaps their relationship needed to be reevaluated. The master and apprentice relationship was always adversarial. That was what kept the Sith strong. Beware your master. Beware your apprentice. Those words were not simply a guideline for the training of young Sith, but a warning as well. Kira would complete Necris' training, but at the same time she needed to be careful. House Avaryss was hers. She intended to live long enough to pass it on to one of her future children, the next Lord Avaryss, on the day that one of them grew strong enough to replace her. An apprentice, though useful, was a threat to that plan. Kira did not doubt in the least that Necris would try to kill her at the first hint of weakness. The girl had been nursing a hatred towards her since Avi had first intervened in her life several years ago, when she had manipulated the Devish into helping her destroy a Jedi enclave. Necris no longer cared that those Jedi had died, but that her master had manipulated and used her. On that point, she cared very much. It fueled the girl's hatred. It made her strong. Kira was actually quite proud, considering how limited Necris had been in the beginning. The girl had come a long way. Their relationship was now a lethal dance. It was a dance that would end the very moment that Necris believed that she had learned everything that her master had to teach. On that day, Necris would not hesitate, and nor should she. The way of the Sith was quite clear. The strong deserved to survive and rule, the weak perished. Necris was the failsafe, a failsafe that had been built into the Sith since its inception. If Kira was too weak to lead and defend their house, a new leader was needed. Zen did not seem interested in the job, too busy chasing after Barrack, and Dime was far too new. The Moon had yet to find his true footing among her servants. Necris, however, Necris was hungry. Kira could sense it. She needed to watch her back. Necris was unsurprisingly evasive when Kira asked her how she had found them on Nar Shaddaa. The girl replied that she had felt her master's summons through the Force months ago, but had had no way to contact her. She had been inside Republic space at the time and had no access to a hypercom. As a result, she had simply gone searching. She had needed, and used, the Force's guidance to track her master down. That journey had led to Nar Shaddaa and to Thranton Rink. Necris had apparently sensed when her master had arrived, and rather than spend time searching the Moon, simply chosen to await aboard their ship. It was a likely story, and did have the ring of truthfulness, but Kira was not fool enough to think it was entirely the truth. Her finding me was impressive, and showed how far she had come, but that was not all. The fact that the girl had breached her private quarters so easily was proof of her power. Such a brazen move both angered and concerned the Dark Lord. What if Necris had waited until she was asleep? What if Kira had awakened with the lightsaber through her heart? What if Necris poisoned the drinks in her master's room? Would Kira have sensed what was happening before it was too late? All viable concerns that she would need to address. The locking mechanisms in her private quarters would need to be strengthened, not just with the new Force-assisted lock, but perhaps a genetic scanner as well, something to prevent her apprentice from taking advantage of a minute flaw in her defenses. She would speak with Holly about it later. For now she still had business to attend to. She would handle the Necris situation later, after Sinestra fear had been dealt with. The plan came first, and the lady's role in it needed to be set in motion. It was the first step to true victory. A victory that would be the first step to something more. Once she had full control of Ardana's food supply and medical production, she would have the Empire by the throat. Then, all she would need was to get rid of her master. She looked forward to that. The shuttle made its final turn and settled onto the Wisdom's hangar deck. The side portal in the Sith shuttle hissed with steam as the hydraulics opened and lowered the boarding ramp. Around her, Kira's servants dropped to one knee and bowed their heads respectfully. They were all loyal Imperials, after all, showing respect to a member of the Sith Order. Kira smiled. She did not bow or kneel. This was her ship after all. Hers. She had promised herself long ago that she would never again kneel to Sinestra fear, and she had meant it. Once the lady had tried to convince the Dark Council to have her, or rather Avi, declared a rogue Sith and killed. Neither Avi nor Kira had forgotten that and the fact that Darth Mar had granted them a rank over the lady, far, far over. I'm a Lord of the Sith, she thought. I'm a Darth, death itself. I do not answer to my master's bed warmer. Lady Sinestra fear emerged from the shuttle, her long red hair flowing down past her shoulders, her green eyes flashing with barely controlled anger and disdain. Her fine crimson robes glittered with gold trim and rubies, a sign of the wealth that House Fear had come to enjoy since its lord had ascended to the Dark Council. The lady glanced around the hangar, taking notice of the small 12-trooper honor guard that had been assembled to greet her, and Kira and her allies, waiting at the foot of the ramp. Lady Sinestra, Kira called out to her, welcome aboard the Emperor's Wisdom, and to the 80 system. She put on her most venomous smile. We have been expecting you. Sinestra barely acknowledged her. She looked dismissively at Bleez and Necris. Both were nothing in the arrogant lady's eyes. A mundane trooper and a piece of alien trash that Avaryss had decided to elevate. Kira did nothing to dispel that way of thinking. Underestimating an enemy could be dangerous. She was perfectly happy to let the woman fall into that trap. Cousin, she called out to Colonel Glask. It has been far too long. Welcome, Sinestra, the man said, grinning up at her. your presence here has lightened the darkness of this war. The lady said. She smiled slightly, motioning for him to rise. The others followed suit, but the lady of House Fear still ignored them. As you should, my lady, Kira thought. As you should. The lady's eyes finally fell on her husband's apprentice. To say her gaze was cold was an understatement. She sniffed with contempt. You look different, she said with a harsh edge in her voice. Kira bowed her head slightly. I do. How so? Sinestra sneered. You look flushed, girl. Have you been sick? Not at all. Are you certain? Normally you wear a mask. True, but this time she had not had a choice. Kira's mask had been damaged on an Nar Shaddaa. It was currently being repaired by the Wisdom's armorer, and as a result she had chosen to wear a hooded cloak for this meeting. The heavy Z cloth hood hid much of her face. Only her chin and part of her nose was visible. Unfortunately, that was enough. Sinestra could see the healthy glow of Kira's skin. She might even have been able to see the freckles on her nose. The Dark Lord almost laughed at the irony. The Empire was the only place where having color in your cheeks was a sign of weakness. Emperor knew, Avi had considered it as such. Why else would she have worn her mask and helmet for so long? Sinestra Fear was not as pale as most Sith, but that was because she did not actively use the dark side as much as some of their peers. Kira, as an active Sith warrior, should have had skin the color of polished bone. The fact that she did not. It was a bit of a mystery, but not an important one at this time. The result of an alchemical experiment, my lady, she lied, lifting her hood up slightly. As you can see, the results are not unpleasant. Sinestra snorted. Even if she agreed, she would not say anything. Such was her dislike for her husband's apprentice. And what about this welcome? Is something wrong with your knee, girl? She asked coldly, some war injury that I did not hear about. For surely that is the only reason that you would not show the proper respect to the lady of your house. Kira never stopped smiling, the slight flicker of anger held in check by her will. I will never kneel to you, Shaddaa, she thought. Never. She outranked the witch now. She would make damn sure the other Sith knew it. How little the woman understood. I'm an ally of House Fear, my lady. That is true. However, I am also a Darth, and a Darth bends the knee only to the Emperor and the Dark Council in that order. Kira's smile turned predatory. Sadly, you hold neither of those titles. Of course, if it makes you feel better. Kira executed a small disrespectful curtsy. Welcome aboard, my lady. If Sinestra was angered by her insolence, she did not show it. She simply held onto that cold and haughty look. She sighed. Same old Avaryss, I see, she said, shaking her head. Kira only just stifled a giggle. Oh no, my lady, she thought with much amusement. I'm a far better one. Far better. The thought almost made her laugh. Oh Avi, you were so limited. I almost pity you now, almost. Once Kira's only motivation had been killing Darth Fear and avenging her family. That motivation had caused her to rebel against Avi in the first place, but that was no longer her only goal. In the months since Avi had been fighting for dominance, she had developed an appetite for power. After finally replacing her other half, she was now free to indulge that appetite. She was also starting to understand why Avi had done what she had done over the years, but now, recognized that poor Avi had been thinking too small. She had not been willing to take that next step, to truly revel in the power that the dark side had offered her. Kira was not so limited. She intended to indulge her desires. Every single one. Destroying that district on Nar Shaddaa, and wiping out those cultists in Shadowtown. Those actions had only fueled that hunger, that desire to drink deeper and deeper from the well that was the dark side. She was eager to apply her new philosophy to Ordana, to wipe out the old guard, and install a new one in its place. There would be casualties, of course, she could not help that. Thousands of her people would likely die if her plan succeeded, perhaps maybe 1 million or more, but the end result would be worth it. In the end, she would save billions. Future generations of Ordana citizens would be able to look back and see that their rise to greatness began with the actions of Kira and her allies. They would know that they played a valuable part in the future, that the simple farm girl that had left them had risen to the height of imperial power. She would make a paradise of Ardana, and then everyone would be forced to acknowledge that she was right. The sacrifices they had made would be worth it. Kira would not wait for Darth Fear's schemes to play out. She would not wait to kill him after he had done all the heavy lifting. Once her success here on Ardana was assured, she would go before her fellow members of the Cabal. She would convince Darth Mar and the others that the throne should not sit vacant, that they needed someone to sit on it, a figurehead loyal to the ideals of the Cabal. Who better than she to fill that role, the hero of the Inferno Nebula, the lord of the Eddy and the Zon systems, the master of the imperial breadbasket worlds? Who better than Darth Avaryss, who was in truth Kira Lilas, Ander, and Maya Lilas' daughter? Who better? Mar would be skeptical, but she would win him over. She would play the good little Sith for a while, but when the time was right, she would be ready. She would strike, and it would be without pity or mercy. The Empire would never know what hit it. She would take a page out of the book of the legendary Mark Aragnis. She would play the Cabal and the Dark Council against each other. It would not be hard. The Cabal had made a point of knowing the weaknesses of the Council, and the Council would learn through her the weaknesses in the Cabal. The figurehead would not be content to be a figurehead. No one gave you a crown. You earned it. You bought it with blood and steel. Kira would pay for her crown with the blood of her enemies. She hoped that Mar would see sense when the time came, that he would realize that an alliance with her was better than death. She respected him a great deal. She had no desire to kill him. In the end, he would bend the knee to the heir of Darth Hikidus, and through kneeling, the old Sith would finally be avenged, and then she would be able to turn her attention to the Republic, her full attention. The thought made her smile. The Jedi Order would be properly dealt with this time. No chance to fall back to a new world, no escape. She would slay those that were a threat to her power. Vei Ilo, Shire Veal, Jaz Darben, they would all die beneath Imperial blades. Saddle Shan, she would kill that cow herself. She would rip out the Jedi Master's heart and eat it while it still beat. She would keep some of the younglings alive. They would make good Sith. The anger at what the Sith did to their precious order would fuel their power. And what of Finn? The unspoken question stopped her cold. Indeed. What of Finn Shadowstone? He would not betray her. She did not think him able. She would use his desire to save her to bring him over. Maybe she would even be able to convince him that he could check her ambitions if they were together. Yes, she thought. Yes. She liked the idea of that. He would try to save her, and in the attempt, he would fall. He would come to the dark side. He would come to her, his empress. His love. They would finally be unified, and together, they would be complete. He would stand at her side, and share her bed. He would give her the heir she desired. He would be the father of her children, a new dynasty of Sith emperors. It would be a line that would ensure that Kira and her progeny would rule for the next 1,000 years. It would be glorious. She suddenly had a vision of him, her beloved Finn, his face, a look of concern and worry there. It only amused her further. If Finn were to hear her plans, he would have likely been horrified, afraid that she was falling, that she had completely been seduced by the dark side, all over again. That thought was quite funny. Despite what Finn thought, she had always known of the superiority of the dark side. She did not need to claim that she was a different person to acknowledge that. Avi was a fool. She should have never existed in the first place. Kira was in command now. Kira would not be denied. You are smiling, girl, Sinestra Fear said coldly. What is it that is so amusing? She found herself once again standing on the deck of her destroyer. Lady Sinestra stood before her, while Kira's underlings stood at their side. It is nothing, my lady, she assured her guest, her new pawn. I'm merely honored to have you here. Sinestra sniffed and stepped past her. Kira fell, and beside her, the two women walking towards the turbolift that would take her master's wife to her guest quarters. Kira did not let her go alone. The two of them had much to talk about. How is my son? Sinestra asked as they passed the various guards and technicians. Is he well? I must confess that I have not had many dealings with him since I've arrived, my lady, Kira said innocently. Darth Sadi keeps him quite busy, or so I believe. Busy, the older woman said. Her expression was neutral, her emotions anything but. Busy. Busy how? Kira smirked. She could sense the worry in the woman, as always she was so predictable. Perfect. Delicious. Her concern, it was fertile ground, just waiting for the right seeds to be planted. The seeds of destruction. And so, it begins, she thought. The conquest of Kira Lilas was about to begin. Chapter 35. On the day of my coup I will finally wipe that smirk off your face. I will shatter that pretty little nose, and watch the blood flow. I will end that sly smile of yours when I smash those perfect white teeth to splinters. Kira smiled. The image of turning Darth Sadi's face to mush was all she needed to continue the charade. She can't have no idea, the young Dark Lord thought. Not until I'm ready, but when I am. Her smile brightened. When I'm ready, that is when the fun will truly begin. She had been here for almost an hour, inside the Dark Lord's quarters. It was a risk coming here. If she miscalculated about the limits of Sadi's power, she would have been in trouble. So far, it did not seem to be a problem. So far, she was staying strong. Darth Sadi smiled across the table from her. The Lord of the 80 system was quite pleased with herself, but then again, how could she not be? She just got an alley close to Sinestra fear, or at least, that is what Kira wanted her to believe. The thought was quite amusing. Sadi and Sinestra were both dangerous foes, but they were also predictable in their desires. Kira was fairly sure that she understood those desires. It would make things far easier to control what was to come. The servants brought the food. Once again the two women were dining. Darth Sadi preferred to hear reports over meals, apparently. Kira understood why. If someone was focused on the food and the wine, they were less likely to feel the Dark Lord's power worming their way into their thoughts, their desires. It was a cunning move to be sure. Through the Force, Kira could feel the Dark Lord's power and charisma reaching out. She could sense the tendrils of dark side energy trying to slip through her defenses and begin rewriting her mind. Avaryss had nearly fallen into that trap their first day here. Fortunately, for her, Kira had protected them, just as she was protecting herself now. She imagined a shield around her body, a glowing red aura born from anger and hate. She could still sense what Sadi was trying to do, but it was not effective. Her powers could not breach Kira's shield. Those tendrils burned away before they even got close. Her powers are subtle, Kira thought. She likely needs to be in close proximity, with her target distracted, or open to her influence. At least, that was the conclusion she was drawing from what she had faced so far. All she knew was that at that moment, her mind was still her own. Sadi was trying to get inside her head, but so far, she was unsuccessful. Still, she did not dare lower her defenses. Her mind, her body had felt that power once. Part of her craved it, wanted to bask in its glow again. It is like a drug. The more you take, the more you want. The effects were subtle, she suspected. One day you woke up and you completely belonged to Sadi, your every whim measured against her desires. Kira would not give in. Her anger burned too brightly to ever risk allowing herself to taste what the other woman had to offer. My mind is my own. My power and control serve me, and no one else. I will not be subjugated to another's will. If Sadi sensed what she was doing, she did not show it. The woman remained smiling, the image of the perfect host. Bill was around here somewhere, watching, awaiting his master's whim. Sinestra would not like that. She would not like the idea that her son had become his master's willing pet. The idea amused Kira, and it would be very useful for the next stage of her plan. She could not afford to have Sadi win Sinestra over, or take control of her mind. Kira needed Sinestra free and causing trouble for her rival. The woman excelled in sabotaging plans. Avaryss had felt that during her attempts to end the rogue Jedi conspiracy. Now she, Kira, had to harness Sinestra's fears, distrust, and anger, yoke it to her ambitions. It would make things easier, at least until the rebellion had been crushed, and then Kira would deal with them both. Her host, of course, knew nothing of this. She assumed that everything was going as she needed it to go. Kira would enjoy teaching her the era of thinking like that. She would enjoy it immensely. I'm so glad you chose to join me for dinner, Inquisitor, Darth Sadi purred, the violet aura around her glowing brighter. Her power again tried to breach Kira's shield, tried and failed. After our last meal, I feared that we had gotten off on the wrong foot. Sadi grinned brightly. I do hope that there are no problems between us. Kira laughed dismissively, but on the inside, she was seething. She hated this vain fool's attempt to dominate her mind. She longed for the chance to show the other woman her full displeasure, to show her what happened when you tried to manipulate a Darth. It would be fun, but counterproductive. Sadi still holds great power here. She needed to deal with that, strip that power away, before she could make any real moves. There are no problems between us, my lord, Kira lied. I was simply left in awe after our last meeting. She smiled innocently shyly. I can certainly see why my master chose you for this post. As always, his wisdom has been proven correct. Kira laughed lightly. He could not have chosen a better representative for our empire. Sadi took her compliment in stride. She practically beamed, drinking in Kira's praise. As you should, fool, Kira thought. As you should. You flatter me, Inquisitor, Sadi said, still radiating with pride. I'm sure we can bring all this trouble to a close. We shall make a great team. You and we will end this threat as fellow lords, and in the process I hope that we can become more than simply allies. The woman leaned in closer, as if seeking to bring Kira into her confidence. I do so hope that you will one day consider me a friend. We have so much in common after all. Kira could have given a gushing response, but decided to be more cautious. Sadi was no fool. If Kira made this too easy, she might suspect something. It is time to rattle the chain a bit, she thought. Let us see how the Lord reacts. I'm afraid it is too late for that, Kira said in a dreamy faraway voice. Really? Sadi said with a pout. Through the Force, Kira could sense a rising tension. For a brief moment, she sensed doubt in the Lord of the 80 system. The woman reached out with the Force, probing her guest. What do you mean? She asked. Kira giggled like an innocent peasant girl. Now, to put her at ease. We are already friends, silly, she lied. I would do anything for you. The slight tension in Sadi's shoulders relaxed. Kira had told her exactly what she wanted to hear. Easy, she thought to herself. Far too easy. I'm so pleased to hear that, my lord, her host said, once again slipping back into a more relaxed role. I'm so glad that I can count on you. Kira smiled broadly. This was the second time in the last few days another Sith had said those words to her. Sinestra believed her to be an ally too. So much the better, Kira thought. In time, both women would learn the truth. Then they would see what type of Sith she was. Back on the Emperor's wisdom, she had asked to speak with Sinestra Fear alone. She thought it prudent to give her master's wife an update on how things were going on Ardana, and to put her mind at ease about her son, or so, Kira had said. In truth, she wanted the exact opposite. Sinestra was already cold and arrogant, and extremely protective of her little boy, even more so now that she believed her daughter dead. Fear was now Kira's wild card. She had several possible ways to bring the girl into her plans, ways that would make things interesting for the Fears. She would use the girl as soon as the time was right. She would take advantage of Sinestra's arrogance and cruelty, but first, she needed to bring the mother into her confidence. It was the first step on the road to destroying her. Sinestra has been skeptical, at first, and why not? She and her husband's apprentice had never been on good terms. Still, that served her purpose. The fact that they weren't friendly sold the story even more. Why would you be concerned about Bill's welfare? The woman had asked. You do not like him. You told me once that you desire to kill him. She did not deny it. To do so would be pointless. My desire is to fulfill the Sith imperative, my lady, Kira had replied honestly. I seek to advance and see all my rivals dealt with. Your son has the potential to be a very skilled rival. Kira shrugged. It was in my best interest to deal with him. However, a new threat has emerged, one that threatens both him and me. She shook her head. I will not allow this threat to grow into something worse. Bill and I are both at risk, which means we have a common enemy. Kira grinned. I'm sure you can understand that. Sinestra nodded and began to pace. Kira had not lied to her, but she had embellished her so-called respect for Bill fear. Unnecessary fiction, she thought. The woman thinks too highly of her son's abilities. Kira was willing to feed that opinion for now. It would make things far easier later. You believe that Sadi is controlling Bill, or at least manipulating him. He would not be the first young Sith that fell under the spell of a charismatic master. As for the control aspect, I felt something when in Darth Sadi's presence. I think it may have been akin to battle meditation, but is far more subtle. She shrugged again. If the woman would dare to try and control me, I can imagine that she has tried to do so to young Bill as well. If she was to gain control of my master's son. Sinestra turned angrily. My son would never fall so easily, she hissed. You are overestimating Darth Sadi. She would never risk angering my husband. If Bill does fall under her control, then all Lord Sadi would have to do was wait, Kira reminded her. The young Dark Lord sighed. My master's plans approach fruition. Clearly, you must know that. Bill is the heir to our house. If Lord Fear was to be removed, who would benefit the most from that? If Sadi controls Bill, all that my master has won will pass to his son, and through him, to Sadi. Kira's expression turned cruel. Who could resist such an opportunity? The possible reward would certainly outweigh the risk. Sinestra shook her head, not accepting Kira's appraisal of the situation. My son was born of two powerful Sith. He would not be as easily manipulated as you. Kira took the insult in stride, but filed it away with so many others. She held her temper in check. On the day that she finally settled all accounts with the rulers of House Fear, she would see every one of those slights paid for, with interest compounded in flesh and blood. She eagerly awaited that day. She could feel Sinestra's anger. It burned like a furnace, but at the same time, she could sense the woman's doubt, her worry. She suspected that Sinestra hoped to hold onto her power in House Fear when Bill became Lord. She had always kept the boy close, and had been most unhappy that he had been taken in by a new master after Corbin. Bill was her path to power, a path that now was open to Darth Sadi. Sinestra could not allow that. The thought that another Sith would take that from her. It was enough to plant the seeds of dissent. It was exactly as Kira had intended. I will speak with my husband, she said. He will remove Sadi from her post, remove Bill from her teachings. I fear that will not be enough, my lady, Kira said. And besides, with the war raging, your husband may not be so inclined to remove the lord that he put in charge of his holdings. Who would he get to replace her? Bill is more than capable, the elder Sith answered, and with my guidance, he would be even more so. Again Kira let the insult go. As a Darth and Fear's first apprentice, any of his holdings should have passed to her. Well, she did not push the issue, now was not the time. As capable as the young master is, we should make sure that he is ready, that he is protected from his master's machinations. Sinestra glared at her. I take it you have a plan. I do, Kira said with a smirk. She had thought the woman would never ask. Now, she thought, she had laid the groundwork. Sinestra had been hooked. Now it was time to ensnare her. I will watch over Bill for you, and draw Sadi's attention. She knows of my position within House Fear. I can use that to our advantage. The lady of House Fear sneered at her. She asked. Of course I will play the role of the eager apprentice, eager to usurp my master. I will draw Sadi in, get her to take me into her confidence. She sensed the shift in her master's wife. She was considering what Kira was saying, and she was not displeased by it. Get her to forget about my son, Sinestra said, nodding. She will see you as a far more valuable pawn, which will give you more time to reach Bill, my lady. Remind him of what truly matters, our house, his lordship. I can hold off Sadi's advances, make her think her position is more secure than it truly is. Kira's smile turned predatory. As her confidence grows, so will her ambitions. She will try to make more provocative moves. Moves that we can bring to my husband, Sinestra said, smiling. We can hang Sadi with her own rope and protect the future of our house. Exactly, Kira said, bowing slightly. I can't see where Beale gets his brilliance from. Sinestra smirked then, accepting the compliment, but that did not completely kill her suspicion. Why would you do this? Why would you help me? Kira laughed at that. You do not trust me, Billet. I'm only out for myself. My master will be most pleased when I save his heir. Sinestra nodded, accepting that answer. It was not even a lie. Her actions would help Beale and Sinestra. Help them to fall onto her lightsaber. The thought excited Kira. She welcomed that day, those deaths. They would be delicious and part of her greater plan for Ordana. House Fear would be among the many casualties on Ordana, and Kira and House Avaryss would be there to pick up the pieces. The people would be so grateful. Sinestra finally nodded. She rose and held out her hand. She was not completely sold, but it was enough to get the ball rolling. Kira would still need to be careful. Playing both sides against the middle was dangerous, but it could be done if one was both quick and clever. Kira Lilas just happened to be both. I'm so pleased that you have finally learned your place, girl, Sinestra said. Having been gifted a lordship has made you wiser than I could have ever hoped. Kira bowed her head respectfully. You honor me, my lady. I shall, the lady replied, once my son is safe. Her eyes sparkled mischievously. It is good that I can count on you. Kira smiled brightly. Don't worry, she said. You can. Sinestra Fear has come here to see you removed from power, Kira said dreamily. She has asked me to aid her. Her words made the lord of the Eddy system frown. She told you this, did she? Sadi said, taking a sip from her wine glass. Kira nodded. She thinks that my loyalty is to her house. I'm my master's apprentice after all. Sadi giggled at that. You are apparently not as loyal as she believes. Kira shrugged. My master put you in charge of Ordana. It is my duty to make sure you are safe, to protect you. Sadi's smile widened. And that is why we are friends, she said. We understand what is best for the Empire. Yes, Kira said as she looked upon Darth Sadi. The Dark Lord was flaring like a star, dark side energy swirling around her like a spider's web. Those webs did not ensnare Kira. She burned them away with her anger. So strange, she thought. Avi had always thought her the weak one, the one drawn to the light. She had certainly moved beyond such weakness. It was the light that had allowed her to return. Finn and Barrick had brought her back. Their love for Kira, the shard of light that still connected her to Finn's Shadowstone, had held her in this world, kept her from vanishing within Avaryss. That connection was still there, but Kira no longer needed it to survive. The fact that Finn had stepped away from their connection proved that. She did not need the light. She knew where true power lay. Avi was gone, and in her absence there was now a power vacuum. It was a vacuum that she had happily filled. She still loved her family, and that kept her connected to the light, but it held no real sway over her, not when there was real power to be had. The light was nothing but a tool. It would draw Finn into her bed when the time came. It was the darkness that Kira preferred. It was the dark side that excited her, enticed her. She would never let it go. She had come too far to stop now. Sadi frowned, that cute pouty frown that made her allies want to rush to her side, to desire to see her smile again. I had hoped to win Lady Sinestra over to my side, she confessed. She has always supported Bill's advancement. I had hoped that she would see that my teachings serve him best, but if what you say is true, if she resists me out of some stubborn desire to hold on to her power, I will need to step in. Nothing must interfere with his training. Sadi shook her head. She likely suspected that something like this would happen one day. She looked at Kira, focusing her power on her again. I will need you to do something for me, my friend. Of course, Kira answered. Anything for you, you know that. Sadi smirked, more than pleased with the other girl's answer. The woman was really quite predictable. It was almost too easy. She is too confident in her powers, Kira suspected. She likely had been using them to get what she wanted for years. By now, she thought that no one could resist her. That confidence would be her undoing. I would like you to keep an eye on Sinestra Fear for me. Keep me informed of what she is doing. I will need you to tell me who she is meeting with, what they say, and if they pose a threat to our master's rule. Sounds simple enough, Kira said. She will be skeptical of me, of course, but... No buts, Sadi said quickly. We shall offer a proof that you are what you say you are. Pawns that are no longer any use to me. I will continue to try and win her support, but if I cannot, then the matter will likely fall to you, Inquisitor. I'm sure you can handle it. I will do whatever you need me to do, the younger Sith assured her. Good, Sadi said, nodding. And if you come across any evidence that the woman is working against me and the Empire's interest, you know what to do. I believe so, Kira said with a sly grin. Accidents happen all the time. Sadi laughed. Yes, they do, she agreed. And sometimes they can be fatal. Kira said nothing to that. This conversation was incriminating enough. She played her part, while it was mindful. As Darth Sadi said, accidents did happen. Now that the matter with Sinestra had been dealt with, their conversation turned to more official business. The rebels had not been idle during Kira's adventures on Nar Shaddaa. There had been several major attacks since the battle over Avaryss. It now fell to Kira to deal with them. All 4 attacks had been military targets. The rebels were smart enough not to endanger their support of the people, at least, not yet. A Sith Walker had been destroyed in Orid. It had been undergoing repairs when someone threw an explosive device inside. The vehicle was destroyed, with several of the mechanics suffering injuries. Kira had assigned Reyes and Gull to deal with it. The brothers would get to the bottom of what had happened. Interrogations were already going on in Orid. She expected a report by morning. The second attack had been at one of the local spaceports, the one reserved for the loading of foodstuffs. The shuttle used by the officer in charge of the port had been bombed, or rather a bomb had been planted aboard. The explosive had malfunctioned, meaning that no one had been hurt. Kira dispatched Zen and Dime to bring the device back to her here in the Citadel. She could have used one of the 2 other enforcers, but instead wanted her own people to handle this. That device might just give her a clue of just how well armed and organized these rebels were. She was most eager to let Holly and members of Science Section on the Wisdom examine it. The third attack had been another roadside ambush. 4 young officers had been visiting one of the smaller settlements when they had been fired upon by rebel snipers, killing one and injuring the others. There was no reason that those officers should have been out there. They had had no orders. Kira suspected that they had been enjoying some of the local pleasures when they were attacked. Her enforcers would find out the truth one way or the other. She left that investigation in the hands of Nar and Chilled. The Twi'lek and the Houndmaster would hopefully find something that a traditional Sith investigation team might miss. Nar's beasts would sniff out things that a scanning droid might miss, and Chilled would be there to handle any interrogations. The girl did not see such a job as work. She enjoyed it, even called it playtime. Kira was most eager to see what they found out. That left only the 4th attack to deal with. This one she had dealt with personally. The reason for this was because the attack was familiar, to say the least. She hated to admit it, but the attack had left her shaken. She had almost canceled her meal with Darth Sadi because of it. The Dark Lord was understandably curious about what she had seen. Kira endeavored to answer her questions, without giving up too much personal information. She had wondered if the rebels would respond to her directly, after Avaryss and Nar Shaddaa. She had expected a response, but not like that. She would never have expected a response like that. The rebels had destroyed a small farmhouse near Waro. Of course, it had not been an actual farmhouse in some time. Imperial intelligence had moved a small crew, and shortly after Darth Fear had taken power, they had been using the little farm to monitor civilian communications, make sure that no problems arose. In this, those agents had failed. The rebels had managed to breach their defenses and get the drop on them. They killed all but 2 of the Imperials inside, but not before leaving a message for Darth Avaryss. A message that Kira recognized and was only further enraged when she saw it. Damn them, she thought when she had seen it. Damn them all to hell. You seem troubled by what you saw, my friend, I can sense it, Sadi said. She reached out and touched Kira's hand. Tell me about it. I will see what I can do to help. Kira smiled, but inside she was seething. She had no desire to talk about this, but had been prepared to give the Lord only the most basic of facts about the raid. She could offer no weakness before Sadi. It would be a mistake to do so. They disabled the alarm somehow, Kira began, caught the crew asleep at their post. She shook her head. If they were not all dead, I would have executed them for their stupidity. Understandable, the Dark Lord agreed. How did it happen? Kira sighed. As I said, they caught them asleep. The rebels sealed the agents in their individual quarters, locked down the doors, and scrambled the locks. They then rigged each door with a military-grade detonator. When they were safely outside, they detonated the bombs, destroying both the listening post and killing all inside. Brutal, Sadi said with a nod, but quite effective. Kira nodded back. Sadi did not know the half of it, and she intended for it to stay that way. What had happened was personal. It had been both personal and declaration of war. She would not let Sadi know that. The execution of the raid was not only brutal, but very familiar to her, as was what happened to the two agents that had been taken outside before the bombs had detonated. It was they that delivered the message. Kira had been caught off guard, to say the least. She and her people had arrived to find the farm in flames, smoke rising from the sunken courtyard. She had gone herself with only 2 bodyguards that understood discretion. Runt and Mess were smart enough to not speak about what they had seen, especially after Kira had finished debriefing the survivors. They knew what would happen if they did not. The 2 survivors had been the outpost commander and his aide, a young woman with blonde hair. The 2 had been together when the attack had come. The rebels had dragged them out of their bed and left them tied up outside, had not even given them a chance to dress. We were blindfolded and gagged, my lord, the officer in charge informed her. It all happened so fast, we did not have a chance to respond. So I see, Kira said with distaste. She looked at the destruction and shook her head. The scene was quite familiar. The farmhouse was built in the same style of the Lillis family farm. Its destruction had happened in an almost identical fashion. The people sealed within, the explosive charges, the 2 people being dragged outside. Kira had been understandably shaken. Did they say anything to you? She asked the 2 survivors. Did they give you any clue of who they were? Yes, my lord, one of them spoke. A man, the female aide said. The girl was dressed in her nightgown, and was clearly embarrassed to be so. Sith military doctrine frowned on relationships between an officer and his subordinate. The girl likely thought her career was in jeopardy, that she would be court-martialed. A court-martial was, of course, the least of her worries. What did they say? She demanded. The girl hesitated. Speak up, girl, what did the rebel say? It made no sense, my lord. Tell me anyway, what was said? The girl winced. The man that spoke, he was wearing a voice changer, but he told us to give you this message personally, and only to you. And that message is... The girl shook her head. He said to tell you, I love you, Blossom, and that Tall Maritza says hello. Kira's eyes widened. Tall Maritza says hello. I love you, Blossom. I love you, Blossom. Maritza, she thought. Maritza. Eric. She lost control after that. She beheaded both survivors, and used the force to toss their bodies back into the burning farm, but even then she was not satisfied. She had ordered her guards to make sure that there was nothing left. Runt and Mess tossed into 2 full belts of grenades. Any trace of the listening post had been erased in seconds. She stood before the fire, watching it burn. It wasn't possible, she thought. It wasn't possible. No one but she had survived that night. Only she had heard her father's final words to her. Kira's eyes narrowed. Somehow, Maritza had found out and used those words to send a message. Kira's fingers tightened into fists so tight that the servos in her left arm whirred, and blood flowed between the fingers of her right hand. She stared into the flames, thinking about the hologram she had gotten on Nar Shaddaa, the helmeted head of Tal Maritza, the rebel's robed frame. Her fury burned hotter than the fires below. You wanted to send me a message, scum, she thought. Well, congratulations. Message received. The fires rose higher, and in that moment she imagined the death of Maritza, both his death and the deaths of his allies. For that was the only response such a message deserved. Get ready, Maritza, she thought. I'm coming for you.